on Sunday, following the entry of Peter Obi into the party, are attempting to hijack the state political machinery. Congress, however, resumed later on a consensus arrangement, producing a new leadership with John Paulani, former Special Assistant in Youth Affairs to ex-Governor ENUGU, emerging as a new state chairman. The Congress brought together accredited delegates, party leaders, and supporters from all 70 local government areas of ENUGU State. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has explained his decision to leave the African Democratic Congress and join the Nigerian Democratic Congress. Obi, who moved alongside former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kokwanso, said the decision was not driven by anger, ambition, or personal gain, but by a renewed commitment to building a better Nigeria. In a statement shared on social media, Obi said the move followed deep reflection on the country's current challenges and the need to provide credible leadership focused on justice, accountability, and service to the people. He cited internal crisis and prolonged litigation within the party as key reasons for its exit, alleging that such issues were deliberately orchestrated to prevent him and others from effectively participating in the electoral process. Obi expressed appreciation to key figures in the ADC, including its chairman David Mark and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, for their leadership and support during his time in the party. He also warned against actions that could weaken opposition parties, stressing that a strong democracy depends on credible alternatives and independent institutions. He maintained that joining the NDC represents a continuation of his long-standing mission to promote good governance, national unity, and improve living conditions for all Nigerians. We further urge citizens, particularly youths and women, to remain hopeful and committed to the country's future, insisting that meaningful change depends on collective belief and sustained effort. Members of the OK movement, a coalition of Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kokwanso support groups, are not perturbed by the turmoil in Nigeria's political space. They gathered in their numbers in Abuja at the weekend to tell Nigerians that a better future for Nigeria can only be guaranteed by Obi Kokwanso presidency. Correspondent Nasir Usman was at the event and reports.
The Nigerian national colors of green and white, which is a trademark of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), and with which the venue was lavishly decorated, showed that the OK movement was an interest group within the African Democratic Congress. It appeared, however, that the national summit by the OK movement in Abuja at the weekend would be the last under the green-white logo of ADC. Before the summit kicked off, word filtered in that the two principal politicians, Obi and Kwankwaso, had left the ADC.
The Kwankwasias have moved. They are not in ADC anymore because this place is not conducive for us to stay and achieve the okayness of Nigeria. We want this nation to become okay, and it doesn't look like the political elites are ready for that.
However, the organizer didn't seem perturbed by the development, as guest speakers pushed for the Obi-Kwankwaso ticket as the sure bet for a progressive, secure, and stable Nigeria.
The highest office in the land is the office of the citizen. And when the citizens say yes, nobody can say no. And when the citizens say it's okay, nobody can say otherwise. And when the citizens say Nigeria is okay,
the candidacy of Obi and Kwankwaso as the only alternative winning ticket in the Nigerian discourse for 2027.
These people that are there now, they are military in Agbada. They are the ones they are supposed to be arresting for coup plots. It is time to take our country back. And the time is now. The Northerners are ready. From the East, they are ready. Even Southwest, they are ready. So let us follow this okay until we are okay.
To realize the tickets, speakers called on Nigerians to appraise the economy, security, and unity health of the country. They should then turn out in mass, vote for an improved nation, and defend their votes.
Nigeria, we cannot allow anybody to rob us anymore. Youth must wake up from their slumber. We must wake up from our slumber in order to fight back. Make sure that you have your votes, and make sure that you casted your vote, and make sure that your vote is counted, and make sure that it is what you have voted for that is announced. As desperate as these people are, they may even start to kill or assassinate some of our leaders. Put it on record that I said so. If anything happens to any of our leaders, from ward, local government, state, and national, please don't wait for any explanation. Just accuse them, because in their desperation, there is nothing they cannot do. Somebody collected nearly 34 governors. You have the security agencies at your disposal. You have the federal mine. You have the CBN. You have the Ministry of Finance. You have everything. Yet, you are afraid of running an election with an opponent. Did you perform well if you are afraid that much?
As the speakers called out the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, insisting on a free, fair, and credible elections in 2027, they said that the nation will be okay because okay is a KO for many of the challenges confronting Nigeria. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
The Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party has appointed a 13-member interim national working committee following a leadership crisis in the party. The board, led by Dalphos Wabara, said the decision was aligned with the party's constitution after the Supreme Court of Nigeria ruling nullifying the Ibadan Convention, creating a leadership vacuum. The newly constituted interim committee is headed by former national chairman Tamini Turaki. Decision followed a National Executive Committee meeting held by the Turaki-led bloc at the Yaradua Center in Abuja. Prominent party figures at the meeting included Sheyi Makinde, Babagana Aliyu, Jerry Gana, and Zainab Meena, among others. The group also declared the Abuja Convention that produced the Abdul Rahman Mohammed-led National Working Committee as null and void. The development follows a Supreme Court judgment with dismissed an appeal filed by the Turaki-led faction ruling that the Ibadan Convention violated an earlier Federal High Court decision. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has insisted that the ruling has ended factional divisions within the party, maintaining that there is now only one recognized PDP leadership. The federal government of Nigeria has begun arrangements to evacuate 8 citizens from South Africa amid rising anti-foreign tensions. Minister of Foreign Affairs Bianca Odumegwu says at least 130 Nigerians have already registered for voluntary repatriation flights, with more expected to join. She said the move follows renewed protests and xenophobic rhetoric in cities such as Pretoria and Johannesburg, where demonstrators have blamed foreigners for economic challenges and insecurity. According to the minister, President Tinubu has directed that the safety of Nigerians abroad be prioritized, with diplomatic missions working to compile details of those seeking to return home. Odumegwu also confirmed the deaths of 2 Nigerians in separate incidents involving security personnel, describing the cases as unacceptable and calling for justice. She said Nigerian authorities are closely monitoring the situation, especially as more protests are expected between May 4 and 8. The federal government has also summoned South Africa's High Commissioner, while diplomatic engagements continue to ensure the protection of Nigerian citizens and their businesses. Officials say both countries are exploring measures including early warning mechanisms to curb recurring xenophobic tensions and safeguard foreign nationals. Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited has reported a profit after tax of 276 billion naira for March 2026, more than doubling its earnings from February. According to the company's latest monthly report, revenue rose to 2.77 trillion naira, representing a 3.5% increase month on month, driven largely by improved gas production and professional efficiency. Crude oil and condensate output stood at 1.56 million barrels per day, while gas production surged to 7,731 million standard cubic feet per day, the highest level recorded in the past 12 months. NNPC attributed the improved performance to enhanced operations, particularly the early completion of maintenance work on offshore assets, including OML 118 Bunga facility. However, the company noted that the production was impacted by disruption to the Trans-Forcados pipeline, where a leak led to outages and reduced output across several assets between February and March. Despite this, the firm says it is implementing recovery measures aimed at improving asset reliability and resolving evacuation challenges. Crude oil sales declined significantly to 17.37 million barrels in March, highlighting ongoing logistics and infrastructural constraints, while gas sales increased to over 5,000 million standard cubic feet per day. Financially, the company recorded a strong 102% increase in profit after tax compared to February, with cumulative statutory payments to the Federation reaching 2.89 trillion naira in the first quarter of the year. However, downstream performance remained weak, with petrol availability at NNPC retail stations standing at 56% nationwide. Company says while the figures indicate a gradual recovery in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, ongoing infrastructure and supply challenges remain key risks to sustained growth. Floods and landslides kill at least 18 in Kenya. NATO chief says Europeans have gotten the message from Trump on defense. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
At least 18 people have been killed following flooding and landslides triggered by heavy rains across parts of Kenya. Police say the incidents were reported in several countries, including Tharaka Nithi, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Kiambu, where mudslides have displaced families and destroyed homes and infrastructure. Authorities have warned residents in flood-prone and landslide risk areas to exercise caution as the heavy rains persist. The number of displaced persons remains unclear. In the capital, Nairobi, streets have been submerged, with vehicles and pedestrians struggling to move through flooded roads. Traders in areas such as Makongeni and Riua staged protests over poor road conditions, saying the situation is affecting their livelihoods. Weather officials had earlier cautioned that the ongoing rains could increase the risk of waterborne diseases and cause widespread damage to crops and farmland. This marks the second deadly flooding episode in less than 2 months. In March, at least 37 people were killed after flood waters overwhelmed parts of Nairobi. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says European leaders have gotten the message following plans by U.S. President Donald Trump to withdraw 5,000 American troops from Germany. The proposed withdrawal, announced by the Pentagon, comes amid growing tensions between the United States and its allies over burden sharing and the ongoing conflict involving Iran. Rutte acknowledged what he described as disappointment from the U.S. side, as Washington continues to press NATO members to increase their contributions. Germany's Chancellor, Friedrich Merz recently criticized the situation surrounding the war, warning of its economic and political consequences. Meanwhile, the European Union's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, described the timing of the troop withdrawal as a surprise, urging stronger European defense within NATO. European leaders, including Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen, have reiterated calls for higher defense spending and greater strategic autonomy as uncertainty grows over U.S. commitments. India's ruling Bharatiya Janata Party has secured a landmark victory in West Bengal, marking a major political breakthrough for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The result ends decades of dominance by regional forces in the state, where the All Indian Trinamool Congress, led by Mamata Banerjee, had governed for 15 years, following the long rule of the Left Front. With a population exceeding 100 million, West Bengal represents one of India's most politically significant states, and the outcome is seen as completing the BJP's long expansion into eastern India. Analysts say the victory reflects a gradual rise rather than a sudden shift, with the BJP steadily increasing its vote share over multiple election cycles before crossing the decisive threshold in this poll. 3 people have died following a suspected hantavirus outbreak aboard a cruise ship in the Atlantic Ocean. The World Health Organization confirmed 1 case and 5 suspected infections on the MV Hondios, operated by Oceanwide Expeditions. The vessel had been traveling from Eurasia to Cape Verde. Authorities say the victims include a Dutch couple aged 69 and 70, while a 3rd Dutch national also died. A 69-year-old British passenger is currently in intensive care in Johannesburg after reportedly contracting the virus. Hantavirus, a rare but serious illness transmitted mainly through contact with infected rodents, can cause severe respiratory complications. A Ukrainian drone has struck a residential high-rise in Moscow, causing visible damage, but no reported casualties. Authorities say the attack occurred in the early hours of Monday, marking the 3rd consecutive night of drone strikes targeting the Russia capital ahead of May 9th celebrations. According to Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin, 2 additional drones were intercepted, while emergency services responded to damage at the upscale building located less than 10 kilometers from the Kremlin and Red Square. Unverified videos circulating online showed firefighters entering a heavily damaged apartment with shattered windows and debris scattered across the area. Russian authorities also confirmed that a total of 117 drones were intercepted across multiple regions, including a large-scale attack targeting St. Petersburg. The incident disrupted air travel, with operations temporarily suspended at Vinokovo International Airport and Domodedovo International Airports. The attacks come amid heightened tensions ahead of Russia's annual Victory Day parade, commemorating the Soviet Union's role in defeating Nazi Germany. The Kremlin has already announced a scaled-back event citing security concerns. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the strikes demonstrates growing pressure on Russia, while Moscow continues its own aerial assaults on Ukrainian cities. And that's it on the foreign news.
Let's now join Christopher Lely for sports.
Team Nigeria has qualified for the mixed 4,400-meter relay event at the 2027 World Championships in Beijing after an impressive performance by the country's quartets. Nigeria's athletes displayed great determination and composure throughout the event, holding their own against a strong field to secure one of the qualification slots for the Global Championship. The performance officially confirmed Nigeria's participation in the mixed 4,400-meter relay event at the 2027 World Championships, scheduled to take place in Beijing, China. The achievement further underlines the steady progress of Nigeria's relay teams on the international stage as preparations continue for upcoming major athletics competitions. The Nigeria Nationwide League One NLO Secretariat has handed indefinite suspensions to some officials and players of Ahodianem FC Abia over acts of misconduct and unsportsmanlike behavior during the 2026 league match against Right to Win FC Abia. According to a statement released by the league body, The sanctions followed a disturbing report received from the encounter involving both teams in the ongoing 2026 NLO season. The NLO stated that the disciplinary action was taken in line with Article 407 of the League regulations pending the final determination of the case by the disciplinary committee. In tennis, Jannik Sinner became the first man to win 5 consecutive Masters 1000 titles after beating Alexander Zverev in straight sets to win the Madrid Open. The Italian first seed completed an impressive 6-1, 6-2 victory in 58 minutes against the world number 3 to achieve his second record-breaking feat. Sinner, 24, has won the opening 3 ATP 1000 events of the season in Indian Wells, Miami and Monte Carlo, and also triumphed 5 months ago in Paris. Sinner surpassed the mark of Novak Djokovic, who won 4 consecutive events on 3 occasions, and Rafael Nadal, who triumphed in 4 straight tournaments in 2013. In golf, world number 1 Nelly Korda went 69 holes without a bogey as she cruised a 4-shot victory in the Riviera Maya Open at Mayakoba in Mexico. The 27-year-old American opened up a 7-shot lead early in the final round, which started early to avoid thunderstorms. Her run of bogey-free holes, which began following a drop shot on the second hole in round 1, ended with a mishap on the last after firing into bushes and then a bunker. The 6 prevented her from matching her largest LPGA Tour margin of victory set last week with her 5-shot win in Houston. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Next is entertainment news.
Controversial musician Portable has alleged that Kata Efe's victory in Friday's celebrity boxing match was manipulated by organizers to avoid paying out the 23 billion naira in betting winnings. Portable made the claim in an Instagram video on Sunday while reacting to widespread mockery from fellow celebrities following his defeat. The bout held in Lagos saw Kata Efe emerge winner and take home a 50 million naira cash prize after judges scored the match 30-27 in his victory. The loss sparked a wave of reactions online, with many Nigerian celebrities ridiculing Portable, who had spent the week leading up the fight, boasting about his chances of victory. Responding to the backlash, Portable insisted that the outcome was predetermined, alleging that organizers deliberately handed Kata Efe the win to avoid settling massive betting payouts prior to the match. Portable had recorded wins against Pete Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing bouts in 2025. Peggy Ovira has reacted to a recent statement by her estranged husband, Frederick Leonard, about being happier than ever. The development began when Frederick, in a birthday post on Instagram, reflected that each phase of his life often comes with a testimony and indicated that he is currently happier than he has ever been. The post, which attracted over 63,000 reactions, reignited discussions about the state of his marriage to Peggy amid ongoing reports surrounding their separation. In what appeared to be a response, Peggy shared a new photo of herself on Saturday via Instagram, stating that she had chosen herself above anyone else. She also noted, while replying to a fan, that God had restored her peace and life. The birthday marked Frederick Leonard's first since the reported separation from Peggy Ovira. Earlier in January, the actress had removed his name from her social media profile, further fueling speculation about the status of their relationship. Popular Nigerian content creator Shank Comics has stirred reactions online after opening up about a personal clash with his mother over tattoos. The revelation came in a recent viral video shared on his social platform, where he recounted the moment he tattooed his mother's name, Oloruremi, on his arm. According to him, what he expected to be an emotional gesture quickly turned tense as his mother reacted by crying and referencing the Bible. He explained that the mother strongly opposed the tattoo, citing religious belief, and questioned why he would inscribe her name without her approval, urging him not to repeat it. The content creator used the experience to advise young people facing similar disagreements with their parents, emphasizing the importance of independence when making personal decisions that may not align with family expectations. He also unveiled a new tattoo on his back bearing an inscription, "Leeds Gang," further fueling reactions among fans. The development has sparked sparked mixed response on social media, with some users supporting his stance on personal expression, while others sided with his mother, citing cultural and religious concerns about body markings. The conversation continued to reflect the broader tension between traditional beliefs and evolving youth culture in Nigeria's entertainment space. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused, but at the same time you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hi. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 5th day of May 2026. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. Make sure to stay tuned. We'll be coming up with our newspaper headlines and review, and also we have other packages, other discussions and conversations coming your way as we progress on the program. Let's go on a break, and when we return, we'll look at our newspaper headlines and review. Don't forget, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Welcome back. Now looking at the headlines, we'll start with the Punch. And it says, APC consensus coup. Governors tighten grip on Senate tickets, displace incumbents. Uzodinma's Senate endorsement triggers outrage in Imo. Abiodun Benga Daniel clash as Ogun East ticket battle deepens. Let me contest. Ex-Governor Ayade begs Tinubu amid ticket row. NNPC signs deal to revamp Warri Port Harcourt refineries. Page 7 says xenophobia, FG seeks justice for slain Nigerians. Coup, defendants admit knowledge of plot in video evidence. Page 28 says FG loans 11.8 billion naira to 6,842 tertiary institution workers. Below, Wike PDP bloc rejects Makinde's interim NWC primary schedule. States shun autonomy ruling, retain 1.46 trillion naira LG funds. Soldier assaults the cable journalist in Lagos traffic altercation. And finally, on the Punch, hantavirus scare, WHO reports 3 deaths, launches emergency response. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. It says on page 5, registration, Dixon kicks as Ado vows court action, faults INEC on NDC. NDC claims 10 million members enrolled in 48 hours, holds state congresses. ADC Atiku's camp deny defection talks with NDC. And on page 9 and 8, xenophobia, FG demands probe into killing of Nigerians in South Africa. CSO's lawyer demand action against perpetrators. Above the mast, Chinese firms to operate Warri Port Harcourt refineries from NNPCL. Akume brokers peace in Benue APC, ends months of crisis. 16 killed in attacks on Katsina Plateau communities. Page 8 says video, plotters admit to planning coup against Tinubu in court. And 2027 PDP crisis deepens as rival blocs claim control. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. It says refineries, after 3.2 trillion naira, Chinese firms step in. NDC, the new third force. Wabara-led PDP appoints Turaki interim chair. How rainstorm killed 3-year-old girl in Niger. Still on the Daily Trust, rising food prices strain FCT residents' income. FG says on xenophobia, Nigerians seeking repatriation will bear cost. Bandits kill 11 in Katsina attack. And flight disruptions loom as ground handlers withdraw services Wednesday. That is it on the Daily Trust. Now to the Guardian newspaper. The major headline on page 6 says APC consensus fuels tension. Political realignments nationwide. FG seeks probe of killings in South Africa as envoy absolves government. Obedient movement faithful flood NDC within hours of Obi's move. 2 suspects admit knowledge of plots to overthrow Tinubu. Business page 22 says concerns over non-disclosure of signed 2026 budget details. Nest Oil denies responsibility for banks' woes. Still on the Guardian, poor diagnosis, soaring inhaler costs, pollution trigger deadly asthma surge. NNPC seals fresh deal to revamp Port Harcourt Warri refineries after $2.4 billion TAM. NASU SANU protests, shut UI gates, disrupt activities at ABU and Uni Loring. Ground handlers issue final 72 hours notice to airlines over 9 billion naira debt. And finally, on The Guardian, PDP disowns 103rd NEC meeting. Declares Nwabara, Turaki claims void. On the Nigerian Tribune, page 3, 2027, consensus suffers setback in APC as aspirants dare governors. Senate leader defends Electoral Act, says consensus not sacrosanct. Party extends deadline for sale of form submission. Page 3, still Turaki, Arapaja, others make up interim NWC members of Makinde-backed PDP. Oyo governor says joy is coming, tells INEC to redeem own image. It's an illegitimate assembly, Wike-backed PDP says. Gunmen kill 5 in Plateau community. FG demands probe autopsy of Nigerians killed in South Africa. Gunmen yet to free kidnapped IBEDC staffers 6 days after. EFCC arraigns ex-Skybank chairman over alleged fraud. NNPC says that Chinese firms to operate Warri PH refineries, Nigeria's crude oil output rose to 1.56 mbpd in March. 2 defendants admit knowledge of plots to overthrow Tinubu in video evidence. And on health, scientists develop chewing gum to help fight oral cancer. We've looked at the headlines on our papers this morning. Now it's time to review these headlines with our very own Lawrence Ibeyon. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome once again. So let's talk about what we have on the headline. The Punch says APC consensus cool. The governors tighten grip on Senate tickets and displace incumbents. Uzodinma's Senate endorsements triggers outrage in Imo. And, other governors are also seeking to contest and to get, their tickets.
Well, that's what we call winner takes it all in Nigerian politics. These are governors that have spent 8 years in power. They have been certain things before even they became governors and all that. And then they want to remain in government. They want to remain partakers in the nation's resources. They don't want others to also partake. That is quite unfortunate. It's using the power you have to enrich yourself. And that is why I continue to question our democracy. That in a democracy, there should be people should be able to say, yes, this should be our candidates, because they are going to represent the people. When we now impose yourself on the people, whether they like you or not, again, that makes our democracy something else. Now, my worry. My worry is that the electoral system has not been something to write home about. If it was a place where the democracy will work, so that at the end of the day, the other parties will fill their candidates and they go for a free and fair contest with the electorates. I mean, with the ballot, I won't have any issue. After all, in 2023, our own dear governor of ENUGU State lost the election in his constituency zone to another person. So, because the election was credible, free and fair. If it would be free and fair in all other places, in all other states and constituencies, I won't have any problem. So that it gives the other parties a chance to bring up other candidates who battle it out with these governors who want to see tight on power. So, but basically, it is not correct that if you remain in power for as long. There are people who have, since they left the governorship, they've been there in the Senate. I can name them. Since they left, after 8 years in power, they are up to now. They are still coming back. They want to remain there permanently in a country that belongs to all Nigerians. Even if you are the best person, even if you are a saint or you are God, shouldn't you give opportunity to other people to also come and experience that thing you were doing there? Or I think you should be able to groom some people to take over from you. Why must you die in the Senate after 8 years as a governor? I mean, it does not go well at all.
Now, still on this party issue, on this time around on the NDC, Dixon kicks as Ado vows court action, faults INEC on NDC, and also NDC claims about 10 million members have enrolled in 48 hours. Apparently, it says that Obedient Movement faithful flood NDC within hours of Obi's move.
I'm sure not just obedient people. The Kwankwasia people will also flood the NDC. Of course, they have not. People have said, wherever you go, we go with you. They've been saying that over these past few days. So, and like yesterday, the government appreciates that there is they have an issue in their hands. That's why they're attacking the Obi for moving from one party to another. APC is also attacking. I had a statement by the PRO Moka. You know, so it's a mass movement reflecting the disenchantment of Nigerians over the status quo. If the figures are anything to go by, then, but what I think is that Nigerians, the Nigerian electoral system, should not deny Nigerians their clamor, these things they've been clamoring for over the years. Let them not deny them. Because if after all these mass movements from this one party to another, and at the end of the day that we still talk about what was it before, you know, still talk about glitch or whatever, then it means that you know, their hopes will be dashed. Again, the other person that is also, you see, Obi was pleading yesterday, please leave us alone, don't come into NDC. And somebody is already coming into NDC. That's what I read from the story. Maybe he's trying to, you know, raise issues about NDC registration, which people have been praying against. You have scattered PDP, or PDP has been scattered, ADC has been scattered, and the PRP has been scattered, and we are now moving to NDC. Please let them leave NDC. Let NDC breed. Let Nigerians breed. Let the opposition breed. That's why, you know, there are people, when they do certain things, they don't know that there could be repercussions. It may not happen, but it will eventually happen. There is a pattern. When Yaradua was in power, it was Yaradua, when Yaradua won an election in this country, he accepted that the electoral process that brought him into power was flawed. In fact, he set up a panel to look into the electoral system and reform it. That was somebody who won the election. You understand what I'm saying? So now, look at Jonathan, for instance. You know, his rating has gone high since he left office. Why? My blood is not worth the life of any Nigerian. My power and my ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And he stepped out, and the country is moving on. Why can't other Nigerians imbibe this kind of spirit that Nigeria should be, Nigeria should be above all my personal interest? Now, in all this, where is welfare of Nigerians in all these permutations? None. They want to remain in power for. Is it for welfare of Nigerians? No, for your family. I've heard that some senators, some areas, some are already planting their children even to take over at certain levels. I had Anyim's son, is emerging somewhere, who again, you know. So it is after them they begin to plant their own children to take over. So those who have the children of nobody will never emerge in this country. And let me tell you this, you know what worries me personally. As a young father, I know I was trying to imbibe my children the virtues of hard work, virtues of integrity, virtues of sincerity. And now look at all that is happening in this country. The young people are watching. They are witnesses of what is happening. What do you think they will learn from these people that is happening now? They are watching what is happening. They are watching the maneuvers every here and there. So we need to encourage them to work hard in future, or work hard now for a better future. They will begin to learn how to cut corners, how to manipulate processes to emerge. And what future are we giving to this country? What future is this country going to bequeath to of other generations? It's very sad, honestly. That's what worries me, really. You no longer tell people that you must work hard, study hard to pass the exams. Everything is manipulated at all levels. Whatever you want to do, manipulations. Parents will work with their children and so on and so forth. But that's not what we were taught when we were growing up. We were taught to have work, hard work, integrity. Okay, for instance, Kita, for instance, now who is talking about who is talking about how to curb indiscipline in the country? Who is talking about how to check corruption? Who is talking about how to make show orderliness in the country? I don't see where any campaign is going on. It's who will outwit one another at every level of our country. It's very sad.
Right. Now, this issue of xenophobia and killings in South Africa is still, making the headlines. And something caught my attention. The federal government is saying that Nigerians that are seeking repatriation will bear the cost.
You see it. You see the welfare posture of Fago. So what are you doing for them? They will bear the cost of maybe flights and all that. Maybe so when they come back, they will also bear the cost of reestablishing themselves. So what are you doing for them? Who said they cannot? If they allow them to travel on their own, why are you stepping in? Why are you making political benefit out of nothing? That is very, very disappointing. I thought they wanted to fly them home freely. Do you know that was what was it? You remember when Allen Onyema? What was that? Which country was that where they had issues? See, he single-handedly used his plane to fly Nigeria free of charge because there were such issues. And now the government cannot even bear the cost. Somebody, and yesterday we said that we had 5 trillion naira windfall.
Yes.
If you cannot spend it on Nigerians, your citizens, where are you going to spend it on? It boils down to the love the government has for Nigerians or otherwise. What are you doing for Nigerians? What are you doing for them to make life better for them? They should bear the cost. Then leave them there. Let them face the consequences of what happened in South Africa. Why making noise about repatriating them? They should come and put down their names. You give us 130 people are interested, and then they should come and bear the cost. What have you done for them then? Don't you owe them that the responsibility of making sure that their life is safe in the country where they are? Why you force them to travel to, by the way? Did they just travel there because if there was the environment in Nigeria was conducive, would they travel to South Africa? A country we are helping to give free, we help to get freedom. We help to fight apartheid in South Africa. And now there you are at the receiving end. Blacks against blacks. And what all you do is you wrote names of persons and give us a figure, and that there ends. Terrible.
Now, this coup issue that surfaced a while ago, the papers this morning are saying that 2 of the suspects admit knowledge of the plot to overthrow Tinubu.
Unfortunately, I don't. Coups are no longer in vogue in Africa, or shouldn't be in vogue in Africa. But again, let also not help persons to think about coups. For them to admit, well, they will face the consequences for admitting, because there are consequences for such actions. But then again, as you were saying before, why don't we do everything to discourage people thinking about even plotting coups? When you suppress the will of the people, as in the electoral process, how many countries are now ruled by military? Burkina Faso, Mali, which other one again? So, so what are the things that predispose the countries to coup plotting? It's when you suppress the will of the people, when we press democracy in name and not by inaction. So, unfortunately, but I say, please, I'm pleading with the government. You know, we're talking about democracy infiltrating political parties, causing chaos here and there and all that. Please, can this government please allow Nigerians to enjoy the fruits of democracy, so that whatever they say, whatever they feel, any way they think, can you just allow them? For instance, the 2027 election is coming. Can you allow the election to be flawless? That is the gift I want this president to give to Nigerians, let him promise that he's going to give me a free and fair election. Whether he loses or he does not lose. In a free and fair contest, if you lose, just Jonathan said, just like Jonathan said, do what he did. And if you will, we'll clap for you and follow you. And then, so we don't begin to think about, because when they said that those who make peaceful change impossible, make violent change inevitable. I'm not clamoring for that, but we can make it not to happen. We can discourage coups, discourage any violence in the country by just meeting the needs of the people, basic needs of the people. Let them express themselves, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom to cast their votes and let the votes count. These things are what you do, and the country will be calm. Nobody will begin to think about Kuonoku. Because they said that the best military, the worst civilian government is. Let me not even go there. Please, I beg that the government should please listen to Nigerians and let their will be done at all times.
Now, NNPC seals fresh deal to revamp the refineries in Port Harcourt and Warri, and Chinese firms are also stepping into.
I hope that they are coming to step in to revamp and run it, because NNPC has become, he has the reputation as being the worst gulper of Nigerian resources. For refineries that should be giving you money in dollars and in trillions has become a place where we keep dumping money, we keep pumping money without any results. So I welcome that. In fact, during the Obasanjo regime, he wanted to concession that sell out those refineries to private investors. It was Yar'Adua actually that torpedoed that move. So basically we have seen that NNPC cannot do, or the refinery cannot do well under a government control. So I welcome the partnership, but also when they take it, let them run it. Let go, or after the revamping, let it be handed over to private investors. So the government will step out of it. Let them make the money and give you one percentage of your, or maybe it is maybe to go into, what do you call it, the sharing formula. That let them run it. That's basically what I'm trying to. Let it not be run by government again. Let if the Chinese are not to run it, let them hand over to private investors to do it. After all, an individual has set up a refinery and is doing well now, and the ones that set up by government, where we pump billions of naira, we can't get anything out of it.
Now, flight disruptions loom as ground handlers withdraw service Wednesday. They have issued their final 72 hours notice to airlines over 9 billion naira debt.
You can be sure that it will not happen. There won't be any flight disruption. I can predict that. That's why we see how fast government will act, because that is what affects them. If it's on the road and the keke and the buses, they can look at the other, they will not allow it to happen. They will, whatever it takes, they will. There's no flight operation. No action in the aviation industry has ever lasted a day, if it starts at all. So because that is what the high and mighty use. They won't allow it to happen. So I wish it. So don't bother. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. But again, let the issues be resolved. Let those who are being owed be paid and all that. So we have not finished dealing with. You talk about NASU.
Yes, NASU, SANU, they've shut UI gates and disrupted activities in Unilorin and AB.
So let's finish with that one before we go into aviation. I heard that the talks were stored yesterday, so I think they are resuming today or thereabouts. But then, we talked about yesterday. I plead with the government to please address those issues involved, because now you can be sure that students are not studying because of the action. Those hours and days are being lost. It's part of what we have used to gain some knowledge, and then it's lost. When it is lost, it is lost. So please, I plead with the government again. Everything I'm saying this one is appeal. Please, I appeal to them again to please intervene in the strike. I'm more worried about that one than
the aviation.
Please let our students return to school and let the academic activities go on seamlessly.
All right. Well, thank you so much once again for joining us for this review.
It was always my pleasure to be with you.
It's always your pleasure. It's always my pleasure having you as well.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, that is what we have on our newspaper headlines and review segment on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned as we'll be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Controversial musician Portable has alleged that Carter Efe's victory in Friday's celebrity boxing match was manipulated by organizers to avoid paying out the 23 billion naira in betting winnings. Portable made the claim in an Instagram video on Sunday while reacting to widespread mockery from fellow celebrities following his defeat. The bout held in Lagos saw Carter Efe emerge winner and take home a 50 million naira cash prize after judges scored the match 30-27 in his victory. The loss sparked a wave of reactions online, with many Nigerian celebrities ridiculing Portable, who had spent the week leading up the fight, boasting about his chances of victory. Responding to the backlash, Portable insisted that the outcome was predetermined, alleging that organizers deliberately handed Carter Efe the win to avoid settling massive betting payouts prior to the match. Portable had recorded wins against Pete Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing bouts in 2025. Peggy Ovira has reacted to a recent statement by her estranged husband, Frederick Leonard, about being happier than ever. The development began when Frederick, in a birthday post on Instagram, reflected that each phase of his life often comes with a testimony and indicated that he is currently happier than he has ever been. The post, which attracted over 63,000 reactions, reignited discussions about the state of his marriage to Peggy amid ongoing reports surrounding their separation. In what appeared to be a response, Peggy shared a new photo of herself on Saturday via Instagram, stating that she had chosen herself above anyone else. She also noted while replying to a fan that God had restored her peace and life. The birthday marked Frederick Leonard's first since the reported separation from Peggy Ovira. Earlier in January, the actress had removed his name from her social media profile, further fueling speculation about the status of their relationship. Popular Nigerian content creator Shank Comics has stirred reactions online after opening up about a personal clash with his mother over tattoos. The revelation came in a recent viral video shared on his social platform, where he recounted the moment he tattooed his mother's name, Oloruremi, on his arm. According to him, what he expected to be an emotional gesture quickly turned tense, as his mother reacted by crying and referencing the Bible. He explained that the mother strongly opposed the tattoo, citing religious belief, and questioned why he would inscribe her name without her approval, urging him not to repeat it. The content creator used the experience to advise young people facing similar disagreements with their parents, emphasizing the importance of independence when making personal decisions that may not align with family expectations. He also unveiled a new tattoo on his back bearing an inscription, "Lit Gang," further fueling reactions among fans. The development has sparked mixed response on social media, with some users supporting his stance on personal expression, while others sided with his mother, citing cultural and religious concerns about body markings. The conversation continued to reflect the broader tension between traditional beliefs and evolving youth culture in Nigeria's entertainment space. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta's Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Team Nigeria has qualified for the mixed 4,400 meter relay event at the 2027 World Championships in Beijing after an impressive performance by the country's quartets. Nigeria's athletes displayed great determination and composure throughout the event, holding their own against a strong field to secure one of the qualification slots for the Global Championship. The performance officially confirmed Nigeria's participation in the mixed 4,400 meter relay event at the 2027 World Championships, scheduled to take place in Beijing, China. The achievement further underlines the steady progress of Nigeria's relay teams on the international stage as preparations continue for upcoming major athletics competitions. The Nigeria Nationwide League One NLO Secretariat has handed indefinite suspensions to some officials and players of Ahudianem FC Abia over acts of misconduct and unsportsmanlike behavior during the 2026 league match against Right to Win FC Abia. According to a statement released by the league body, the sanctions followed a disturbing report received from the encounter involving both teams in the ongoing 2026 NLO season. The NLO stated that the disciplinary action was taken in line with Article 407 of the league regulations, pending the final determination of the case by the disciplinary committee. In tennis, Yannick Sinner became the first man to win 5 consecutive Masters 1000 titles after beating Alexander Zverev in straight sets to win the Madrid Open. The Italian first seed completed an impressive 6-1, 6-2 victory in 58 minutes against the world number 3 to achieve his second record-breaking feat. Sinner, 24, has won the opening 3 ATP 1000 events of the season in Indian Wells, Miami and Monte Carlo, and also triumphed 5 months ago in Paris. Sinner surpassed the mark of Novak Djokovic, who won 4 consecutive events on 3 occasions, and Rafael Nadal, who triumphed in 4 straight tournaments in 2013. In golf, world number 1 Nelly Korda went 69 holes without a bogey as she cruised a 4-shot victory in the Rivera Maya Open at Mayakoba in Mexico. The 27-year-old American opened up a 7-shot lead early in the final round, which started early to avoid thunderstorms. Her run of bogey-free holes, which began following a drop shot on the second hole in round 1, ended with a mishap on the last after firing into bushes and then a bunker. The 6 prevented her from matching her largest LPGA Tour margin of victory set last week with her 5-shot win in Houston. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively. bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Nigerian national colors of green and white, which is a trademark of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), and with which the venue was lavishly decorated, showed that the OK movement was an interest group within the African Democratic Congress. It appeared, however, that the national summit by the OK movement in Abuja at the weekend would be the last under the green-white logo of ADC. Before the summit kicked off, word filtered in that the two principal politicians, Obi and Kwankwaso, had left the ADC.
The Kwankwasias have moved. They are not in ADC anymore because this place is not conducive for us to stay and achieve the okayness of Nigeria. We want this nation to become okay. And it doesn't look like the political elites are ready for that.
However, the organizer didn't seem perturbed by the development, as guest speakers pushed for the Obi Kwankwaso ticket as the sure bet for a progressive, secure, and stable Nigeria.
The highest office in the land is the office of the citizen. And when the citizens say yes, nobody can say no. And when the citizens say it's okay, nobody can say otherwise. And when the citizens say Nigeria is okay,
the candidacy of Obi and Kwankwaso as the only alternative winning ticket in the Nigerian discourse for 2027.
These people that are there now, they are military in Agbada. They are the ones they are supposed to be arresting for good plots. It is time to take our country back. And the time is now. The Northerners are ready. From the East, they are ready. Even Southwest, they are ready. So let us follow this okay until we are okay.
To realize the tickets, speakers called on Nigerians to appraise the economy, security, and unity health of the country. They should then turn out in mass, vote for an improved nation, and defend their votes.
Nigeria, we cannot allow anybody to rob us anymore. Youth must wake up from their slumber. We must wake up from our slumber in order to fight back. Make sure that you have your votes, and make sure that you casted your votes, and make sure that your vote is counted, and make sure that it is what you have voted for that is announced. As desperate as these people are, they may even start to kill or assassinate some of our leaders. Put it on record that I said so. If anything happens to any of our leaders from ward, local government, state, and national, please don't wait for any explanation. Just accuse them, because in their desperation, there is nothing they cannot do. Somebody collected nearly 34 governors. You have the security agencies at your disposal. You have the federal might. You have the CBN. You have the Ministry of Finance. You have everything. Yet, you are afraid of running an election with an opponent. Did you perform well if you are afraid that much?
As the speakers called out the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, insisting on a free, fair, and credible elections in 2027, they said that the nation will be okay because okay is a KO for many of the challenges confronting Nigeria. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now on to our first discussion of the day. Barrister Asim Adams talking on P2B and Kwankwaso defection from ADC and Nigeria's political equation. Let's listen to what he said.
Yeah, the defection of P2B and Kwankwaso. You know, before now, it's going to change the equation. Really, it's going to change the political equation in Nigeria very, greatly. Number one is that before now, we were thinking that it was going to be a two-horse race between two political parties, which is the coalition ADC and the APC, that the battle was going to be between these two, major parties. But with the defection of P2B and Kwankwaso from the ADC to the NDC right now, the power and political equation has been altered. And that means that we are going to be having, multi-parties or multiple parties with power blocks, that will contest the 2027 election. For instance, we are going to have the APC now. The ADC has people like Atiku Abubakar, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, even El-Rufai is in detention, yes. Then in the NDC, you are going to have, obviously, P2B and, Kwankwaso. I heard also this morning that former President Jonathan has entered the race. We don't know whether he's going to, come under it, under PDP or any other political party, but we heard he has joined the race. Now, if he joins the race and he's coming under the umbrella of PDP, then we have a lot in our hands. In the sense that these people have listed Bola Tinubu in APC, Peter Obi Kwankwaso in NDC, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi in ADC. Then, a Jonathan now coming, from the flank. That means that it's going to be a very tough contest, 2027. But be that as it may, the one that's altered the equation more is that of P2B and Kwankwaso. Now, why am I saying this? If you look at, hours after Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC became depleted. Number of their high-profile politicians and members who were, there before supporting the group left. And they left because they said P2B has, and the Kwankwaso have left. Now, what does that mean? That means that at the end of the day, the ADC may be a weak or a weaker political party amongst the trial I've listed before. That is the APC. APC stands a great chance. Then the ADC now, having been, dismembered and lobotomized by, exit of Kwankwaso and P2B, they're going to further, more members are going to be leaving. Prominent members are going to exit the ADC, thereby draining the powers of the ADC to contest election effectively. Then the power now, the osmotic pressure now is now going to the NDC, and the NDC, I believe, with P2B there, Kwankwaso, any of them being president or vice, etc. as case may be, the power block there will be too strong. And the APC being the ruling party, we find out that Tinubu and the 31 governors, senators, etc., they are another powerful bloc. So I believe that the battle nearly keenly will be contested by or between the APC and the NDC, because P2B is a movement, has become a movement in Nigeria. If you look at the narrative now, some of his members, who were thinking that most of his members are going to be unhappy with him, the last move he made, but you can see that there's a mantra that is anywhere he goes, we will go. So which means it's a movement that he has. And that movement is a very strong one. It has not been weakened, by his defection from ADC to NDC. In fact, it has even revived, or rekindled the hope that P2B has a better chance to become president of Nigeria if he contests under the NDC logo or platform, as the case may be. Now, vis-a-vis, we look at this now from this angle. You know that P2B in the southeast is a power block. In the south-south also is a power block, because a lot of youths in the southeast and south-south, I believe they are going to vote for him. In the last election, you found out that P2B was the only candidate that had over 99%, votes from a particular, region, and a block vote in the southeast. If you look at the southeast, P2B defeated all other candidates in that election by a margin of 90 to 10 or thereabout, as the case may be. There were polling stations or units that there were states that he was scoring, 500 and something thousand, and the closest, candidate, which was the APC, candidate, scoring about 40. In fact, 40,000 was the highest that was scored by any candidate that was close to P2B in any of the states, and that was Imo State. So P2B defeated, the present incumbent president with thousands of votes in Imo State, and the president scored just 40,000 votes, and that was the highest any candidate could have. You could find out that also that in the South South, P2B accordingly or allegedly won River State. He won Edo State. You know, if you go to some other say Akwa Ibom or Bayelsa etc., he won. So it's going to be the same thing as it is because people are preparing. They want him to become president, at least a president from the real South, as they call him. And a president from the South is a sympathy for a Southeastern president. That is what is giving him the go-ahead and what is giving him the zest and energy. Now, you look at it from the Kwankwaso angle. Kwankwaso right now has now become a power bloc, even though it's known in Kano State. But we believe that being a Muslim from the North, that some of the Muslims from the North also will have sympathy vote for him. And Kano State, where he held sway, can, make inroad to Kaduna, Kebbi, etc., as the case may be. So it's going to be a titanic, a kind of a union between himself and, P2B, as the case may be. Now, coming to the general, equation, all over, you look at P2B was able to win Lagos, even at, the best of, Bola Ahmed Tinubu at that time, as the case may be, he was able to win Lagos, against all odds. So these are the things, these are the options we are looking at. But the Southwest is where I don't really know whether there's going to be inroads for P2B, because right now, if it were to be the coalition of ADC, yes, I would have said, okay, yes. With Makinde, etc., as the case may be, he would have been able to win, Southwest, as the case may be. But right now, I don't know his anchorman in the Southwest that is going to help him out and connect him with the people. So the Southwest is open. And right now, as I speak to you, the Southwest is still open to a Tinubu of the president or the candidate of APC. The ADC has been weakened. Rauf Aregbesola, who is the main plank and main man from the Southwest in the ADC, right now is downcast because he was trading and, banking on the P2B for him to excel. But that has not happened, which means that it's going to be difficult for P2B to sweep the Southwest, as case may be. Now, coming down to, what has evolved. For me, I will not even end this without even talking about the character and, politics of defection. Nigerian politicians lack ideology, and because of this ideological bent, non-ideological bent, many of them, move around like prostitutes and headsmen. If you look at it now, you see immigrant politicians, crisscrossing as if they are players of football clubs, and there's a season open for them to do transfers to various clubs. Now, look at P2B, for instance. This is the fifth, if not the sixth, defection that he has made. For me, that is not a stable character. I do not believe that a man, a leader who should, lead his flock should be so, ambulatory in terms of politics. You should be cast in a particular ideology. You don't move because you want power by all means and you are desperate. You move from place to place, seeking for power or seeking for whatever you want to, the way you want to, get power by all means possible. That is not the character of a leader. And in the politics of today, in the world, if you look at ideological bent is what is there. And all the reasons he has given is that because there is pressure within the political party. Are you saying that even if you win and become president of Nigeria through the NDC, you think you will not have pressure? You know the amount of pressure that Bola Tinubu is having right now. He's having pressure from inside of his cabinet. He's having a pressure from without, outside of his cabinet. He's having pressure, from the opposition political parties. He's having pressure from the international community to change a lot of things. He's having pressure from the Christian religious, angle. So are you saying that because of that pressure, you will now abandon the presidency and you just surrender the way you have been doing? No, I do not support it. For me, it is, personal ambition versus ideology. So this movement has to stop. So does that mean that if, for instance, in the NDC that he has gone to now, if he wins the presidency and he gets to that place, then there's a problem within the ranks of his party men. And as president, he will just say, well, he's tired. He cannot even begin to structure and restructure, the house together. He says he's tired, and the next thing he moves out and defect to any other political party as president. That will not be a good character for a leader. So that is the only area I look at. I find out that where it is Nigeria, it is the Nigerian political ecosystem. So people can accept, even when they are followers, they are there. If you look at what Chinua Achebe said in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, he listed followership as one of the problems of Nigeria politics. And that is what I'm saying right now. The followers of political party leaders do not see him, whether he makes wrong or whenever he's wrong, they don't reprimand him. They just support him and they believe that he's always right, as the case may be. So that is the politics of Nigeria. Now, going back to the issue, as the case may be, P2B, by calculating deductions and the reducible deductions that we made, it was that he scored about 6.something million votes, for instance. Can P2B get that same amount of votes right now, having crossed from ADC to NDC? That, for me, I doubt. Why? Is because of the fact that the momentum he gathered while in ADC, as the case may be, while he defected to NDC, that momentum P2B gathered was enormous. It was energizing. I was thinking that with P2B in ADC, if he wins or become vice president to maybe Atiku Abubakar, as case may be, people will carry that momentum alongside and increase the vote he got. But right now, because because he has left ADC to NDC, it's now, for me, it's my view, might be a problem for me. The opposition will have what I call split votes, as the case may be. If it was in 2023, you see that it was the polarization of opposition that led to Bola Tinubu winning the election. Atiku had 6.something million or 8.0 million votes. Obi had about 6.something. If you add the two together, Atiku, Obi together, you are getting about 14, 15 million votes or even 16 million votes, which would have been higher than that of President Tinubu at that time. The same thing is repeating itself. It's replicating itself right now in this particular instance. That is why you find out that APC have kept mute, they have kept quiet. They're not even talking to the opposition. They just see them as it's a done deal, as the case may be. And with P2B, creating that miasma in the opposition right now, because people were thinking that, you see, when ADC came in, and P2B went, Atiku went, etc., everybody was shouting, including myself. I thought, the time has come that they will capture power from Tinubu at this point in time because of ADC. But with the movement will be, that particular energy of ADC has been split into smithereens, into so many parts, as the case may be now. Prominent people are leaving. Look at Ayenaya Barebe this morning also left for Labour Party. I heard Donald Duke etc. have left. You understand? We don't know whether Adegbe is going to still remain there or leave. We don't know whether Atiku Abubakar will still remain in ADC or leave to PDP, as case may be. So this is more confusion for the opposition in Nigeria, to the advantage of Bola Tinubu, as the case may be. Nigeria politics, on the mantra that I have studied as a political historian, Nigerian politics, Bafemi Awolowo said that the most popular candidates in Nigeria do not win elections. And that is the truth. If you look at from 1979 to date, the most popular candidate in that particular election was Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe. People even thought it was going to be the turn of Awolowo. But at the end of the day, his popularity could not even give him the vote. If you now go to the 1999 election, the most popular candidate was Olufalaye. What now happened? It was an Obasanjo who was even coming from prison, who was reluctant to even become the candidate of PDP that came and won that particular election. Just the way it's been going on and on and on and on. So I believe that P2B should be very careful and make sure that he remains in ADC. Because if he further leaves the ADC because of internal wrangling, because I heard the NDC right now has an issue in court. The Nigerian courts being manipulated by the ruling party may also create a storm in NDC. So if they create that storm in NDC, will P2B jettisoning NDC now begin to go and forward to PLP? He has to be very careful and make sure that his own registration formalities are completed on time because of Section 77 of the Electoral Act. He must have to be very careful of dates and make sure that resignation from the ADC is well done and completed. Not that tomorrow we begin to hear that no. He didn't complete his resignation from ADC and I went to register with NDC. Mind you that they will have about 6 days left for the political parties to submit their e-register to INEC. I hope he's able to finalize and regularize this, making sure that properly he exited the ADC properly, and he's registering or has registered with NDC properly, the way and in accordance with the Electoral Act. If these things do not happen, Electoral Act under Section 77 says that a political party that has an issue with its electronic register will not present candidate in the 2027 election. It's a booby trap for political parties in Nigeria. I hope they have to formalize and do all these things together. That is just my take on this particular issue. Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil and is still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors, Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land. You have refineries. You have technology have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. That is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra war, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
Thank you so much for staying with us on the program. Now, moving on to our next topic of discussion this morning, looking at 2027 political build-ups. Where are the women? Because, I mean, all the alignments and the realignments going on in the political space, there is still a question of women's political representation and the activities in all of these preparations leading up to the elections next year. And we have joining us via Zoom this morning Toyin Taiwo Ojo, who is a legal practitioner, here to give us her thoughts on this particular issue. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you too. Now, talking about women's representation in politics, particularly looking at the 2027 election, what is your assessment, or how do you see the role of women so far in what has been going on in the political scene and the preparations being put in place for the elections next year?
Okay, so I didn't hear much of your thoughts before the question because I think we lost sound for a moment. But I will try to do justice to the question you have asked. What are my thoughts, especially with women and where they are when it comes to politics as of today, at least leading to the 2027 election? Women are basically, we have almost, if not more than half the population in the country. Recent statistics has proven that we are almost 50% of the general population. And so we have a very strong voice. However, we have seen women being majority of the time voters. They mobilize women, market women, churches, mosques, other places, meetings, for women to support men's political ambition. But we hardly see women coming out, to vie for political positions. And that's not far-fetched. That's because, one, we have a gender issue in the country. The gender issue I'm talking about is where women are seen as second-class citizens. And women are not only seen as second-class citizens, women are not seen as people who can be voted for. They can vote, yes. Do not forget that it was not until recently that women began to vote. And then you now see where also they see women as chattels, properties. Properties cannot be voted for. They can't vote. Yes, they'll be giving us that leeway. So we see women currently, when it comes to politics in the country, as not too good to be voted for, good enough for voters.
So that also brings me to talk about, political parties. But before we go to political parties, there have been women who have occupied positions of power, though few, but they are there. And so when we talk about this issue of women being seen as second-class citizens or seen as voters, not, people to be voted for, that brings me to also ask, the same way we have people who back most of the politicians or male political aspirants and encourage them in their ambitions, why does it also seem that the women are not particularly encouraging, younger women or women who aspire for political positions, particularly those who have been in such positions in the past? Why does it seem to have that gap or that dynamic when it comes to how women handle politics and how men handle politics?
Okay, thank you. It still boils down to the way women are perceived in the society. So with years, we have had women over time, so very few women who have amidst all the travels, all the tribulation, they have been able to get to some form of political position or the other. But now it beggars question, why is it that they're not mentoring younger women. I want to say that the more we fight, from my own perspective, the more we fight for gender equity, it seems the more tougher it becomes. Most women who occupy there sometimes are there at the pleasure of the male counterparts. You have seen over time women who occupy position where one form of allegation bordering on corruption and others are brought up. And these women are, before you know what, unceremoniously swept out of office. Meanwhile, their male counterparts have also indulged in more heinous corruption cases, but they stay put with the support of their men. Now, he who plays the piper dictates the tone. Where we do not have enough women to support other women in power, these things are bound to happen. And then when you remember that it's like they're giving you a position and telling you, don't chew more than you can bite. Remember, you are here at your pleasure. What incentives, what motivation do you have to think of mentoring young ones? I know there are some institutions that have said, school of policy and governance, trying to mentor young women who are vying for political positions. But I think it's SPGS. Yes, apart from the SPGS, I do not know any other school that is doing something similar. The truth of the matter is that um, the women, when they get to these positions, they are so discomfited. They are not free. They are still vulnerable to the dictates of their male counterparts. That at the end of the day, they spend so much time trying to hold on to their position than actually having time to mentor younger ones.
Now, over the years, a lot of groups have come out to talk about special seats for women bill, a lot of quotas, gender quota debates, number of women or percentage of women in the House of Representatives, the Senate, and what have you. A lot of talks and campaigns over the years. And then one would wonder why it seems that all these talks and all these bills, these proposals, somehow does not translate to, what we see on the ground. So I want to ask you, do you think that these talks are even making any headway or creating any change in particular? Or would you suggest another alternative, that would give women that platform more than just campaigns, bills, and proposals?
Okay, thank you so much. Well, in Beijing 1995, it was agreed that there will be a 35% affirmation voting rights for women for political office holders, meaning that at least 35% of every electable position in a country should be reserved for women, which we call reserved seats. Apart from states like Kogi State and Kwara State, I must say, two northern states, we have not seen that play out. I think Kwara State and Kogi State have over 50% of women in power. The SSG of Kogi State is a woman 3 times now. I think the deputy chief whip is also a woman, if I'm not mistaken. So we have had these pockets, and that's why these conversations we need to keep on having them. Because what alternative do we have? These are the only alternatives on the ground. Pushing for policy engagement, pushing for policy review, pushing that women be at least recognized in their right as a human being. We can't go to war. The cost of war is more expensive, than the cost of peace. So we keep on pushing for peace. pushing for the right to be recognized first as a human being and as a Nigerian citizen. We will not relent. There's no other way to go about it. What do? We have had women sit out at the National Assembly. We have gone into the streets. We have written, we have cried, but still we are where we are. But while I won't say there is no light at the end of the tunnel, at least we are now seeing more women. I know there's somebody coming out, Mary Ikuku, she's coming out in Ohafia, Imo State. I know the deputy governor, current deputy governor of Ogun State is coming up for a senatorial position. We will keep on talking because that is the only way we can spur our women, to vie for political position. And then I think also we begin to go to the grassroots because most of the times these 35% affirmation seats, seat reservation for women is known by us, the educated ones, the elite. Our people at the grassroots do not understand. And I will tell you that if we begin to push our campaign down to the grassroots to tell them that no matter the party you see a woman, if a woman is there, please vote for that woman because it is only a woman who can know what pinches you. You see who wears the shoes and know where it pinches. Men may be sympathetic, maybe empathic, but they will never, know how it feels to be a woman. It only takes a fellow woman, to know that. So we will keep on pushing, I think going to the grassroots, to churches, trying to mobilize our women to recognize that irrespective of parties, that women should be voted for when they see them on the ballot paper. Then also, we need also to engage more with the political parties. This at 5% reservation should start from the ballot papers. Women should be fully represented. I know in Kogi State that for every chairman, the vice must be a deputy, must be a woman. The vice chairperson must be a woman. And I know that they have also reserved for every five wards, two is actually reserved for women. No man vies for those two ward vacancies. And these are the things that we need to do more and more and more to see that our dreams of being seen as equal in this country is materialized.
Now that you mentioned political parties, that brings me back to talk about, looking at the alignments. Now, for a while now, there have been a lot of alignments, defections, a lot of things happening amongst different political parties right now, leading to 2027. And we know that when such realignments happen, it seems that women are left behind when it comes to the talks, the conversations, the negotiating space, when it comes to these alignments and realignments. And looking towards 2027 with what is currently happening in the political space, what do you think will become of women next year with how things are currently running in all the political parties that are looking to contest for election next year? Where do you see women at this point for next year's election?
Unfortunately, I must be brave enough to say this, that it's not looking good for women. Women who have not found, except women who are in the ruling party, which is a bit stable, which is stable, not even a bit, which is stable. Other women who are in other positions, in other political parties, looking for positions, may find it a very hard nut to crack. They may also find out that at the end of the day, the men who are intent on grabbing as much power as they can will have allocated everything to themselves, leaving breadcrumbs. But like somebody said, we need more women who are courageous, who are intentional about being politicians, about having elected positions to be there. I do not want to see, yes, I really believe in the reservation of seats and the affirmation objectives. But I also believe that we need women who are intentional, who can read the handwriting on the wall and begin to do their alignments and realignments even before the rug is swept out under their feet.
All right, Barrister Taiwo Ojo, before we let you go, I just want to get your thoughts. I mean, since we're talking about 2027 political build-ups, I want to get your thoughts on, what is currently happening in our political space, particularly the most recent one, which is the movement of Obi and Kwankwaso to the NDC. What do you think about that movement, and also, generally speaking, what has been happening in the political scene so far?
So we lost audio. I can't seem to hear, but if
I'll take that again. I'll take that again. If you can hear me, I'll take that again. Now, I asked before we let you go, since we are looking at what 2027 political build up, I want to get your thoughts on what you think about what is happening in our political space currently. We're talking about political parties and the defections, and the most recent one, which is the movement of Obi and Kwankwaso to the NDC. I just want to hear your thoughts on what you think about these movements so far in these political parties and what has been going on so far in the political space.
All right, thank you so much for that question. Although I had it in bits, but I can just try to presume, what you're trying to ask me. Well, the truth of the matter is that these things are bound to happen, especially preceding an election year. And it's nothing strange. It has happened times and times over, even before this incumbent government. These are political shenanigans that happen. And I believe that well, I'm not a politician, but I believe that with time, everything will pan out, and people who are, like they said, no permanent friend in politics, but permanent interest. So people who are of like interest will find themselves, aligning together to try to see how to wrest power from the incumbent government. Although I feel, in my own humble opinion, that it will be a very hard one to, wrestle with, but there's nothing impossible. We have learned to say never when it comes to politics in Nigeria. 2027 will hold a lot of surprises for us. I'm very certain and sure of that.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Toyin Taiwo Ojo, it's a pleasure to have you on Signature Morning.
Thank you for having me too.
Toyin Taiwo Ojo is a legal practitioner talking on 2027 political build-ups. Where are the women? Let's go on a break and come back shortly.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV, and now we're joined by another guest. His name is Leonard Arrow. He is a media and communications expert, and this morning our topic of discussion is on Nigeria broadcast media and the challenges of political media coverage. You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you very much. Good to be here once again.
Good to have you as well. Now let's talk about the state of political coverage in radio and television. I just wanted to hear your thoughts from your own point of view. How would you describe or assess how the media in Nigeria handles political coverages?
I think the media so far does well. We've not had any extraordinary cases here and there of, the media really misbehaving in quotes when it comes to political coverage in Nigeria. So I think the media does. Yeah, are things that there's nothing really extraordinary about it, but they just need to be managed in a better way. So I think the media is doing well so far on the average, but there could be a lot more that could be done, because the media should be the one dictating the narrative, should be the one setting the agenda. But that is really not happening. So what the media is currently doing is catch up. So on the basis of catch up that the media is doing, the media is not doing badly, but could do a lot better by being ahead and setting the agenda.
That brings me to ask about, this issue around around regulations versus press freedom, because, where do we draw the line between, responsible broadcasting of political events or political coverages and, independence as well? So I want you to also talk about, that dynamic as to how broadcasters struggle with that.
Why it's a struggle for broadcaster, I've said this on several platforms. It's not because of the regulation or censorship or anything. We've lived through the military era, and we know what censorship is, in the military era. People like Sonny Rabo, who worked in the federal media organization, had challenges he had to face that he shared with us. But despite those challenges, he was still able to put up some kind of discussions, even with all those kind of serious censorship. He started a radio link program that we know of, and was still able to put up some kind of discussions. He spent a month at one stage in detention, but he still kept on going, and the military government got to see that, okay, he was really doing the right thing. So it is not because of regulation or censorship. The truth is that the media has not been able to set the agenda, to dictate the pace. The media is currently playing catch up. Now, when you play catch up, then the people who are setting the pace can have the advantage and start using either regulation or whatever kind of policies to slow you down. And that is what is happening. Um, most governments are afraid of the truth coming out clearly, and so if you are not setting the agenda in a gradual way where you are tilting the government to get to understand that, look, this is how things should be, then you stand a chance of falling into their trap. So that is it. So with that, there is currently some self-censorship, not just with government media organizations now, but even private media organizations. And one thing we should also understand is that in Nigeria, 90% of media organizations in this country are not owned by broadcasters. Your station is one of the few stations that's owned by broadcasters. So you could decide to do some certain things. But a lot of the other stations that are owned by these same politicians or businessmen with interest would now get their team, to now do a little bit of self-censorship. And those are some of the things that's currently playing out. I have not seen, I have been close to the NBC for a long period, even though during the last regime, the NBC tried a couple of things. But if you understand the angle where the NBC was coming from and the viewpoints of the former Minister of Information, explaining his case, they were coming from the angle of curbing fake news and things like that. You get? So, but if the media is at the forefront of this, then the media will stand a better chance of stating its position and making the government, politicians, whoever know that this is the right way to play the cards. But that is what is not happening currently.
Now, you've mentioned, about twice now that the media, we haven't been able to set the pace and we're playing catch up. So I'd like you to, talk more on that and why you say that the media hasn't, been able to set the pace. So I would like to get your thoughts more on that.
Good. So let's take the current situation now. The NBC had to send a letter to stations asking them, avoid personal opinion, avoid this, avoid that. Sarah and some others took the NBC to court that they should withdraw that letter and all that. Now, why is it that this kind of discussions, now a lot of stations are having discussions on this, this has been going on since that letter came up. Why is it that this kind of discussions are coming up on broadcast organizations because the NBC sent a letter? Why shouldn't discussions like this be a regular feature on the morning show, most popular morning show of every broadcast organization? Now, broadcasters should be able to fight for themselves. So I would love to see a situation where every month broadcasters themselves do programs and talk about these issues, and let the government, the NBC, the politicians, others start doing the catch up. Now, when you talk about personal opinion, you have the editorial guidelines, you have ethical guidelines of broadcasting. There are so many different ones all over the place. One of the most extensive is the BBC editorial guidelines. It's right there for everybody to see online. We've trained broadcasters on all these things over the years. So your personal opinion is something that is not supposed to be overbearing. Now, that does not mean that broadcasters are not allowed to share some, you would have your thoughts on certain things. But when it becomes an issue is when it becomes a stamp on how certain things should go. You get it? So there is not much in that letter as far as I am concerned. Now, the way the letter was being couched by the MBC could have been a lot better. And that means the MBC themselves need a little bit of training on how broadcast operations work also. That's the truth, and what editorial guidelines really are, and how you creatively weave around things. Now, when the MBC sends the letter and it becomes a blanket kind of letter and not clear enough, anybody can manipulate that letter and use it to their own advantage. So my issue is, why should it be that the NBC will do something or government will do something before media organizations start talking about the issues? These are issues we should be talking about. During the last administration, they put fake news, trying to cop fake news, as the basis for a lot of the gagging the last administration was trying to do. But media should be the ones talking about fake news every time. Each station, we've trained a lot of stations on fact checking, all over the countries for the past couple of years. Every station should have its own fact checking desk. Every station should be the ones debunking fake news regularly. So the government shouldn't be the one to be in the forefront. So if the government is not in the forefront, then you, the media, can dictate the pace. But if you wait for something to happen, then you start reacting. You're giving whoever wants to gag the media an upper hand to use whatever tools they have to gag the media.
All right, Mr. Aro, don't go anywhere. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome back. We're still speaking with Leonard Aro. If you're still with us, now let's move over to social media. I mean, we can't talk about Nigerian broadcast media without also talking about social media and how that is being used as well, particularly, I mean, with the elections coming up and talking about political broadcasting and what have you. With the rise of these digital platforms and, misinformation, fake news and everything, how do you also see that affecting the broadcast media and the type of information that is being put out to the public?
Unfortunately, also, again, broadcasters seem to be surrendering to social media. And that is why the last administration also came up with that crazy idea of trying to regulate social media. You cannot do that. Even in China, with all the Russia, where you have communist regime and all that, it's still very difficult to regulate social media. You cannot do that. Now, unfortunately, also, fake news on social media is something that trends, and some people do it for business, even though now with the Data Protection Act and things like that is now in existence. We've seen cases where DSS get to arrest people now and all that. We've also seen a case where a state governor was using that to his own advantage, and thank God the courts stood behind the person they were trying to use. But the truth about it is that your audience now, the entire media audience currently lives in social media. So any broadcast organization that is not taking the lead on social media is only doing itself a disservice. So when I talk about setting the agenda and all that, terrestrial broadcasting is not the place to set the agenda anymore. Where to set the agenda is on social media. Now, before anybody will wait for your news to come on air, yeah, the news has already gone around the world on social media. And that is very dangerous. Now, there are people who do it for business, who want click, who will just pick up any item and just post it without properly verifying, and it will go viral. And before you know it, chaos. Let's take the last NSAS. I was interviewed by a foreign media organization about the NSAS. Now, that was one of the most beautiful things that the government should have keyed into, where for the first time, issues like that, protests like that were driven not by physical appearances, but online appearances, not spearheaded by anybody. Even the Arab Spring was spearheaded by certain people, but the NSAS campaign was not. Now, it was more like a carnival kind of thing with musicians, everybody playing music, people dancing, singing, and just trying to make things work well until some criminals on social media started spreading some fake news. And that is one thing people fail to talk about. They talk about, okay, massacre, people were killed and all that. But what led to it? What led to certain protests in certain places was fake news put online. And that is always very dangerous. So that is why broadcast organization, as far as I'm concerned, all research has shown that traditional broadcast media is still very trusted worldwide. In Nigeria, the ratings are very high. If they see something on your TV, people are most likely to trust it. Trust level for traditional broadcast organization is still very high worldwide, even in Nigeria. Okay. But the unfortunate thing is that people get their information first from social media. So if the traditional media that is trusted is not active enough on social media, then we'll have a problem. You'll still be playing catch up. And then you'll be trying to solve a problem that has already gone out of hand on social media. So social media issues is very critical. And that is why, because the traditional media is not stamping its authority on social media, government organizations can capitalize on that and say, hey, we want to regulate social media. Hey, we want to do this. Twitter was blocked during the last regime. Do you know the millions, billions that was lost by young Nigerians who use it for business? So yes, I agree. Social media is an issue. There's a lot of fake news going on there for likes, for clicks, for business, which is wrong. But the real problem is because the trusted platform, which is the traditional media, is not active enough on, on social media. So we need to be active enough. Your programs need to start on social media. You need to have, as a station, have a very strong social media team that that engages your audience fully on social media 24/7. That's the only way we can stop government authorities from taking advantage of that space and trying to censor people, trying to gag people, and trying to use government policies and regulations to hinder free speech. We need to get
Now,
into
let's
that.
talk about, safety and what have you, because journalists in Nigeria, I mean, have faced harassment and, intimidation, all forms of violence in the course of, doing their job, particularly when it comes to these political coverages. And how do you think that this fear of violence or intimidation and things like that, how would you say that it has shaped the boundaries of, political journalism and investigative journalism, and also, political media coverages and things like that?
That's a really tough and sad one.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
international communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, this is the conference, and my name is Mwabu Zenjok. You are welcome. We make it business-like today because we are talking real national business. Let me first meet my friends who are my guests today. Dr. Obinna Nwachukwu, he is the Managing Director, Editor-in-Chief of Montage Africa Media Limited. Dr. Nwachukwu, you are welcome.
Thank you, Chief, for being here once more.
Great. I have for the first time in this program, or on this program, Tochukwu Okorie. He is the Executive Secretary of, let me be clear about it, Provocate Transparency and Accountability Initiative. Okorie, let me give you a handshake. You're welcome.
Nice to be here.
By the way, where have you been really?
I've been around.
Do you want me to say something?
That's it.
I will say. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And on my left is my very big friend. I always call him the Joss man, Alpha Jagdeen. Alpha Jagdeen goes by that beautiful name, a media consultant. Jagdeen.
Truly an honor to be here.
No, Jagdeen, please. I want you to consult for me. What does it look like consulting media matters for me?
Is to make everything better, to come from a position of expertise, to give credence to ethics, and to give credence to professionalism. So I can assure you that we are made to understand the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. So there is always something that can be improved upon, and that can only come by if we give credence to best global practices.
Best global practices, that's what he brings into the media consultancy business. Maybe if you want to look better than you look now, please talk to Alpha. But for this morning, we're not looking at looks. We're looking at critical national issues. When the Tinubu administration came to power, on the first day, the president announced two fundamental policy initiatives. One, subsidy on petroleum products, gone. Two, merging of the forex, no multiple windows. Those two policies have been driving every other action taken by this government. There are those who've been screaming, the policies are hurting, the policies are killing the economy, the poor is getting poorer and the population of the poor is increasing. All manner of screams. But this morning we are going to look at something positive, apparently, that has fallen out from those policies. Financial windfall for the subnationals. The states are getting humongous sums of money and smiling home. The local governments have been allocated sums of money they never dreamt would come their way. What are they doing with that windfall? Indeed, is there financial windfall? I will begin with Dr. Obinna Nwachukwu. Dr. Obinna, you've been around government, you've been around private sector, you are in the media, critiquing, examining. I saw your paper carry one front page story 2 weeks ago or thereabout. The NDAs are cash strapped. Is there a financial windfall for the subnationals?
Thank you, Chief. Once more, I'm happy being here. It's always a pleasure. In the first place, I have to say that there is no financial windfall, as far as I'm concerned. If you check what we have now, in terms of exchange rates, and in terms of inflationary pressures, compared to what we had some 5-6 years ago, or even beyond, you will realize that there's no financial windfall. Because the cost of goods have gone up. There's even what we call an economic stagflation, where you have the same package but quantity less. Sometimes, in some cases, even the quality has gone down. So, I don't think there's a financial windfall. In numbers, we could say there's a financial windfall. But in terms of purchasing power, I don't think there's anything.
Let's look at the numbers first. If my producer can please help me, just help me with the figures. You put on the screen the figures, because statistics don't tell lies. Even though there is a course in communication which is called lying with statistics. But statistics don't tell lies. If the figures in 2023 allocation to the states, for instance, were 200 billion, and now they're getting 500 billion. Okorie, what is a windfall if that number has been so tripled? You are heading home with far more cash. There's no increase in number of your employees. Don't you have so much left to play with?
There is a whole lot of sense in what Dr. Nwachukwu said. At the beginning of May 2023, the exchange rate was about 700 to
the dollar.
A dollar, 700 naira to a dollar. By the turn of the year, December 2023, the dollar had hit about 1,600 to 1,800. That's more than double. Now, inflation rose from a single or around there, maybe not single digit, we had gone past single digit. Buhari had brought us to about 18 to 20%. But by December, the same year, we were hitting over 40% rate of inflation. And that has been sustained up till now. The net effect of that is that the quantity of asphalt that you would get as at May 2023, early May, before May 29, the quantity of asphalt you will get with 1,000 naira, okay, and what you will get with 100 naira today is probably just comparable. In other words, you will spend more than twice what you would have spent in May 2023 to tar a kilometer of road. So, in effect, what has changed is just the volume of naira in the pocket or in the hands of the state government and the local governments. Substantially, not much has changed in the real sense of it. To balance that, you can also say that whereas this volume of money is in the hands of the subnational governments, the civil servants in those governments would have gone home better if they had more, a higher volume of those papers in their own hands to at least deal with inflationary tendencies which don't select whether you are in government or out of government, or whether you're a civil servant or you're a businessman. So the transition from what it used to be to where it is does not reflect at the civil service level, because the jump from 35,000 to 70,000 minimum wage does not address the more than triple increase in inflation.
We'll come to that. Jack J. Yes. Our two colleagues seem not to agree that there's windfall for the subnationals.
I'm in tandem with what they just said. Their position is apt. There can't be a better time to discuss this topic because it's the reality we are faced with today. When the current administration came on board, there is something that the President and Commander-in-Chief has always tried pushing forward. And what is that? He has been talking to the governors to please use the resources at their disposal to better the lives of the people. In fact, some analysts would say that it's in an attempt to further divulge power to the subnationals, as it were, that he has decided
to push more money to them.
But as it were, it puts to test this dictum which says, to whom much is given, much is required. Because the truth of the matter is that there's very little that these governors can do with what is presently being sent.
In other words, that volume does not translate into...
It's just quantum. Chief, this beautiful hat you're wearing is 45,000 to 55,000 naira in the market today. But 3 years ago, if you had 15 to 18 to 20,000 naira, you buy it. I can tell you, anyway, let me just keep that. And hence, the bottom line is we are far from target. In fact, we have missed the way. I am a very strong advocate of, if we want Nigeria to be the synosia of the world, if we want life to be better for the Nigerian citizenry, can we sit down to a town hall? Can we call our experts? Can we call every stakeholder towards seeing how we can buttress the value of our currency?
Let us look at it. Jack Dingwait. Is it really true that there's no windfall? And let me tell you why I ask you this question again. If these two policies were enunciated in United Kingdom, in US, in Japan, will they be discussing the value of their currency against the dollar?
Chief, let me, before I comment, there's something I want to say. For Nigeria to move forward, for the subnationals to move forward, we must change the idea, the entitlement mentality which we have. It trickles down even to our homes. And that's why members of the National Assembly, that's why those in the executive positions, in quote, are stealing these days, because people back home are expecting something from you. And that's that entitlement mentality. They believe that we voted for you, you must do our road, pay our children's school fees, feed us 3 times a day. Anytime we come to your house, you bring drinks and all that. So, because of that, people are trying to pile money. But we cannot move forward if we don't do 2 things. One, each subnational, in this case states and local governments, must look inwards by developing their internally generated revenue. There is no studies have shown that there is no local government, no community in Nigeria that is not endowed with one natural resource.
That is also increasing the volume of money available to them.
We're not talking about that. Let me land. Because if I believe that Mohammed and Joko will always do everything for me, I will remain idle. And what will I do? I will get myself involved in spending the money without recourse, without thinking. But if I am generating that money, I will use it prudently. So the states have to look inwards and develop the IGL. Two, you cannot talk of windfall when there is no industrialization. Okay, you say there is a windfall, but Nigeria is still the poverty capital of the world. So how do you balance that? If there is a windfall, if people are eating very well, if the economy is robust, why are we still the poverty capital of the world?
That is the question to ask subnationals.
Yeah, because there is no industrialization. Jobs are not being created.
Is it going to be created by the federal government? The subnationals own the land, the subnationals own the population, the nationals have the university located there.
The money going down to the subnationals are not for job creation. Principally, it is maybe to pay school, to pay salaries. How many industries are working today? The current administration, either federal or state, how many industries have they started or have they enabled? Which environment is being enabled? It is the duty of government to create the enable environment. We're having problem with power. People are almost go to one estate, apart one estate. I think it's along Asoko area. I think it's owned by Air Force. Every building there has a borehole. Everybody doing their water, and you know the effect. So there is no industrialization. So when you talk about America, Europe, and all that, they will not talk about it because there is industries. There are job opportunities. There are what we call fallback measures. There is nothing like that.
Okay, you know what it is.
Some years ago,
yes.
some years ago, I'm sure, depending on the kind of car you use, with 8,000 to 12,000, you fill a tank. Sure. Today, there are some cars you fill with 100,000 naira. So let's say you give me 2 million today, or let's say my salary, maybe my salary is 200,000, and I was jubilating. Do you know that today anybody that has a car cannot survive on 200,000 naira salary, because the minimum you can spend on fueling your car, maybe with all these small cars, is 40,000 a week. 40,000 times 4, that's 120,000. So if you're on,
if I'm 160,
so fine, maybe 2 years ago my salary was on 60,000. You increase it to 200,000. Is that not what you're talking about windfall? But as at that 2 years ago, 60,000, maybe one quarter would have taken care of my fueling for 1 month. Now you increase it from 60,000 to 200,000, and you're telling me that you're giving me a windfall. When out of 150 of that amount, I will use to fuel my car. I've not paid school fees. Every school has increased their school fees by 3-4 times, like my brother Tochku said. Everything you need, even transportation from here now to Umuahia, is 45,000-50,000. Something that used to be 15,000. So if you are going to your village in a public transport, you keep 100,000 for transport alone. So if you increase my salary from 60 to 200,000, and you say give me a windfall,
okay, okay,
there is no commensurate distance.
Thank you, Okore. You know, I'm insisting. My line of thought was, if these two policies were instituted in UK, in US, in Japan, in Germany, will those economies and their media eggheads sitting down now be talking about the value of the dollar? Because they expected, with the more volume of naira of their currency available to the subnationals, to use existing expertise and competence to drive national development.
Well, let me first disagree with Dr. Bin at some of the issues he raised. There are basic problems that are what I call policy problems. All right, and we're talking about subnationals. Before you go to talk about whether that has translated to a jump in the micro, at the micro level, whether people have food to eat, or movement, transportation, and all of that are eased, and all of that. The question is, what can the subnationals do with what they have? Now, again, Chief, you do not compare apples and oranges. These are two different economies. Nigerian economy and the UK economy are two different things. Now, over the years, UK currency has remained stable, relatively stable against competing currencies. That hasn't been the case with our local currency here. Secondly, anywhere in the world where there is a situation of more money chasing fewer goods, you also have inflation. So when this volume of money is pushed into the system, the country or the economy is awash with money. You would expect a spiral inflation. Any economy will respond to it somewhere in a similar direction. But what will the difference be? The difference will be in what the government does, the policymakers, what do they do in response to those pressures? And if you asked me, or like you just did, I would expect that before even making such moves, making such announcements like subsidy gone and all of that, there would have been this economic eggheads and all of that think tank that would have sat down to anticipate the response they would get, the economy, how the economy was going to respond to those policies, and would have planned a strategy to also absorb those shocks. Because definitely there would be, anywhere in the world there will be a shock in the economy, but what the difference would be, are there plans in place, are there structures in place to respond to those shocks? And in our case the answer is no. In UK, I would expect, going by antecedent, that they would have structured out all of this, anticipated all of this, and planned to absorb whatever comes out of it, the fallout of all of those things. We are here today grappling with the fallout of that first day announcement by the president, which we would have anticipated if there had been a plan, if there had been structures put in place and all of those things. Now that is absent. Now, so down to the subnationals, is there really a windfall? The argument is still the same, and I will be talking in terms of the what the money could do for the local government chairman and for the state governor. If I were, and I respect that Imo State Governor has
increased minimum wage to 100,000 naira,
to increase minimum wage. That is actually more like it for me, because before you talk about, Dr. Nwachukwu was just talking about fueling, and it's a fact of life. It's a reality that I fueled my car full tank in May 2023
with about 8,000,
about 8 to 10, 15,000, depending on what size of car you're driving.
Now you are fueling with 40,
more
50,
than
60,000
triple of that amount will not do the same thing for you. So it makes sense for me that rather than looking at what you're giving to the civil servants as a favor you're doing to them, look at it as, look, this is the reality.
To the economic situation.
To the economic situation, which is the truth. So, and we will now zero in on, we are here, this is where we are, this is the reality of our situation. What can the subnationals do? And one of them is what we are discussing. How do they jumpstart the economy? How do they make this money work? And the question will also be, those who were there before them, who didn't experience this so-called windfall, did they manage the resources
they had then?
They had. What has changed? That's the question.
There is something Okori has said now. Okay. The money available to them, what did they do with it?
Well, to answer your question, but can I just a kind of step back?
Yes.
You brought a laydown of developed economies. Don't forget that our economy is largely import substituted. There's hardly anything we produce here. That is what has dollarized our economy. That is why even the woman selling IOU in the market will tell you, Oga,
gentlemen, I want to put a scenario. Please, I want to put a scenario. I don't want to forget. Just 1 second. So much money available to the subnationals, even at the center. Yeah. So much to do within the economy. Roads to build, rail to build, schools to build, hospitals to build, electricity to work on, dams to be built. security equipment to be bought. All these things I have mentioned within the Nigerian economy are money exports. Nigeria exports money to get them. You can hear a governor comes here and says, I built some of the finest roads in my state. I used Boeings. I used Julius Berger. He will mention 3, 4, 5 foreign construction firms. That is that money, that volume of money being exported. Yeah. Now we talk about our electricity sector. We go to Germany, we go to France, now we go to China, we sign MOUs to import competence and equipment to build. Yet we have quantum of money that we could have used to pay Dr. Obinna, who's an expert, to pay Okorie, who's an expert, to pay Jardine, who knows, thoroughly competent in his field. But our establishment, we choose to export that money. Does it depend on the value of the naira? Or does it depend on a mindset and attitude? Yes,
Can I attempt to answer that question? Chief, you are the oldest man on set. Dr. Obinna is here. Way back in the 70s, I knew of roads that were constructed in my state, Plateau, by the then Ministry of Works, or whatever it is called. Those roads are still in existence.
Gentleman Jack Dean has drawn up the issue.
These were local engineers. These were bona fide Plateau indigenes, and probably if there was need, technology came from somewhere. You see, we live in a country where we are celebrating building bridges, when in other places AI has taken over, when in other places they've been to the moon several years back. Technologically, we probably are nowhere. If you see what is happening in the world today, the truth of the matter remains that we have not even started. Probably the person that will even emancipate us has not yet been born.
But this country has been there since then.
Hold on. Here we are talking to the international community. I hate to say these things on national television. I wish this was just a local, conversation. But the bottom line is, I will also tell you, a particular administration in Jos awarded a contract to where my former secondary school used to be. Chief, that road was washed off after 2 rainy seasons.
Good.
By a local contractor.
Okorie, he's given 2 contrasting examples. How the roads built many years back by Nigerian engineers still standing. Roads built now by Nigerian engineers washed off. Then governments were dependent and had confidence in that Nigerian engineer. Somehow that confidence and trust seems to have vanished. And so important. I'm raising this matter because this quantum of money available to the subnationals is exported in order to bring in competence. Whereas the policymaker anticipates big volume of money to be used to service local expertise, keep the money inside, raise the local, domesticate the competence, and the policy would have worked.
And reflect the economy.
Chief, the situation is not as
simple as I'm painting
you're painting it. There are deep policy issues that account for these things, and I don't believe that it's a matter of competence. This same local contractors and local engineers that that did the roads that got washed off after first rains, I can put it to you, the same people can build roads that can last 50 years.
So who done it?
Now, so who
done it?
let me explain. You see, it's a question of the egg and the chicken. The trouble we have is we have our politics upside down. We have a situation where the politicians live in opulence at the expense of everyone else. And therefore, everybody is under pressure, chasing the politician, trying to, because your children go to the same school as those of the politicians, and so on. You buy from the same market. So when these inflationary pressures come, they don't select the
politician's
poor and
wife
the politician's
from my own wife.
From your wife. So that is the problem. So the local engineer is doing everything to save as much money from the contract sum to be able to pay millions of naira in school fees and buy fuel in his car and so on.
And service his status.
And service his status and all of that. So the problem is really not about the know-how. It's not about the skill. It's not about it is about the rush for money, the rush to meet up, like we say. Now, and if you're not meeting up, nobody is there to excuse your failure. There's nobody going to excuse your failure. So you're going to do now. So here's the problem. I was discussing offset with my brother here, and I said our problem in this country is one, and that problem is our politics. We have a National Assembly, and we have 36 state assemblies that are peopled by our brothers, our relations, who from day one are already planning the next election. And so their preoccupation is to get enough money to buy votes or impress people around. Now, there is little thinking about how to improve the local economy, about how to reduce the pressures on families. For example, there is increased tendency towards parents sending their children to private schools because the public schools are collapsing. There are no teachers, there are no classrooms, there are no study materials. And they're also looking at a school that posted last JAM and last WAEC and NECO, they posted 70% of their students scoring high grades. Okay, so you as a parent, you want your child to come out tops, and genuinely or otherwise, you think that this school is doing well.
And so you pay more.
You look for the money. You do everything
the pressure is
to
on
get
you.
the money. So the pressure is on you. So these are some of the problems. It's more of our politics than our competence.
Let us look at the politics. But don't be mad. There was a video I wanted my colleagues, my producer, to play, but on second thought I said, leave it. A senator of the Federal Republic, respected senator, Dr. Ojuzokalo, hosted the publisher of Ovation newspaper in his house. What's his name?
Dele
Momodu. And he was referring to pre-1998. He said he knows governors, he knows politicians who have become billionaires, who were nobodies before they entered into politics. Let me quote him. They stole public fund to become politics, and he warned that if we dared him, he would name names. I didn't want to provoke social media backlash. I didn't want to play it back. But the central bank governor 8 weeks ago, raised the alarm that there was so much liquidity in the banks. And one expert came to my program and said, why is the central bank governor raising any alarm? Why do you see the mouth of a bird and ask, how does this flying thing, where does this flying thing eat, when you see the mouth? But the moment there's a FAC allocation, the banks face liquidity problems.
Absolutely.
Because the governors pack the money and buy up all the dollars in the system and keep. And where does that money end? In the banks. Now, I've told this lengthy story to ask you, where does corruption come in the application of this volume of money now coming to the subnationals? Does it have an effect?
Chief, thank you. When my brother Tuchku was speaking, I was saying when it gets to my turn, I was summarizing what he was saying, that the bend is corruption. Like Alpha said, somebody was given a contract, in less than 2 years, they then washed it off. That is corruption. Because these days, competence is sacrificed on the altar of who you know. And mind you, some contracts are being given and are being subletted. You don't give contract now based on who you know. I mean, based on competencies, who you know. If they say there are three companies are required, one person will ask to bring
three quotations.
And it is.
They might as well give me a contract to build an airport.
I will now get that contract and sell to you. You may not, maybe you are even into agricultural. Check some of the road projects. You see, check the names of the contractors. Most of them are not civil engineers. You see a company, some Integrated Farms Limited, handling a road project. So you see where the problem is. Then there are also people who are being paid from our taxes to supervise the construction of those roads. They are not doing it. Let me give you an instance. I was in the east last week. Somebody called me from in the north and said that he was given a contract to supply relief materials, I think rice and granite oil to Owerri. And that since he knew I'm from Imo State, if I could help him to get somebody in Owerri who can handle that. And I called somebody. But surprisingly, yes, on Sunday I got back to him and said, sorry, that the person in charge of stores in that office in Owerri, a federal government agency in charge of humanitarian and relief, insisted that he must be the one to do it. And people advised him that he should allow the man to do it, or else whatever he brings, it will not be certified. So he now asked the man in charge of stores in that Owerri to nominate the contract. No, nominate. He now handle the contract and paid him. So that is Nigeria. I'm giving you an instance. And what am I talking about is NEMA office in Owerri. I'm a journalist, I don't fear. So that is one example of what goes on. The government agency, name FEMA. There was a time a friend of mine got a job to do FEMA Road.
Yes.
Between AYA and that place is always bad. You notice every year
it breaks down.
He got that contract, and people in FEMA insisted if they are not the one that will do it, they will not certify it. The guy had to sell that contract to them. They did the contract and paid him a percentage. And every year, if you notice, that area is being repaired. You ask yourself, why is there no permanent solution to it? These are little instances. So it's a problem. Then the other one you raised about, there was something else you said. So the whole thing boils down to corruption and lack of competence.
You know, when
I remember one former deputy senate president, T.K. Kwemado. He said, there was something he mentioned, he said, feed bottle democracy. And that's what we do. When that money comes from federal allocation committee, it goes to the states. I happen to have worked in a bank before, and that's what we call round tripping. What is that round tripping? The governors get this money. They have their really change operators. They give them the money, they give them dollars. Now that dollars, before you know, they will say the governor is traveled abroad. They take that money outside this country. Then they watch the market. Anytime the exchange rate increases, they bring it back, and that's more money in their pocket. And that is why you don't see tangible projects going on. They collect that money. Maybe you call the local government chairman. How much is their worker salaries? Maybe 5-10 million. Okay, give them 5 million or 10 million. Give them a little money for yourself, and that's it. And that's why most of these governors don't want the independence of the local government, financial autonomy to take place. This is 1 year after Supreme Court gave that judgment. Which of the states today is practicing that financial independence for local governments. Remove the local government from the governors. Many people don't want to be governors because that's where they get the money. And most of the governors that you see that are facing EFCC charges or being investigated, most of them are tied to local government funds. Most of them are tied to local government funds because if you have this money you are talking about, you should be able to do tangible things. There should be things people should see. It's not just increasing minimum wage, but there should be projects. There are rules, Trump A, Trump B, and I think even C. Which local government today is embarking on any meaningful project? Maybe other Lagos State and a few others. There are under residual list things local government is supposed to do. Under concurrent list, there are things states are supposed to do. And then exclusive, there are things federal government are supposed to do. They are not doing it. And like you also pointed out, some 2 weeks ago, I did that story. Most of the ministries, department agencies today of federal government, they don't have money. They don't have money. They are using that money to travel. Every day, either this one travel, the president travel, the VP travels, or minister, but they are not funding them. Ask any contractor, any federal government contractor today, whether he has been paid and when last was he paid. There was even a particular one, somebody did their contract. Then the MD of the agency. Now when you go to, I'm not afraid to say it, go to the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. There's what they call desk officers. There are directors, they call them desk officers. Each federal minister has a desk officer. That desk officer, before they used to do the envelope,
yes.
Now they're not doing the system. Now what they now do is, agencies don't pay contractors again. It is Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Finance, Office of Accountant General that pays. So when they do, they push it to the GPMIS platform, but they're not paid. For them, for any contractor to get his money, the desk officers there, I'm actually investigating that story, the desk officers there, palm must be greased. Let's say for example, maybe Federal Ministry of Power, this month there is maybe 10 billion released. And this is a desk officer that is charged of maybe 11 or 12 parastatals under Federal Ministry of Power. He now decides what to pay and what not to pay. So it is the issue of who gets to the stream alley that drinks the good water. So whoever he favors, he pays. Then next month you also fill the system. You also submit your request. So it is not the best, and that's why MDAs are crying. What federal government is doing these days is just to pay workers' salaries. Because they know once they pay them, no demonstration, no strike. But other things are not being done. I'm a consultant to about some agencies, and I can tell you when last I was paid. And some of these DGs, I'm very close to them, and I feel their pain.
Okay. In this, because you are involved,
yes,
isn't it? Yeah. I'm not going to take it from your point of involvement. No, Jardine, just a minute. You know that the core issue now is corruption. That corruption is theft.
Stealing
is what is holding the volume of money given to the sub-nationals to achieve what it ought to achieve. A very serious challenge. But please, it will be good for you, Jardine, examine what is suffering within these subnationals as long as this challenge of corruption and not applying the resources subsists. What is suffering? Who is suffering? What gets undone?
The people are suffering. The people are suffering. The people are suffering. Governance is not really suffering. Those in government are not suffering. You see, the bottom line is that if you get given a contract to work on a road and that road goes washed off within 2 years, go and check out of the total contract.
How much you was paid?
How much went to the governor? How much went to the commissioner of works? How much went to the director of works? How much went to the House of Assembly
chairman, committee on
works, and what have you? Go and check, and how much eventually ended up getting to do that job. As long as the me, myself, and I thing continues in this country, I can assure you that this country will remain where it is. In fact, the truth is that things will get worse. Sir, when you go to the subnationals, because that is our thrust of discussion today, go and look at the level of poverty back in our villages. I don't think anybody can deny the fact that the level of suffering back at home is such that a lot of us can't fathom. Sir, I was discussing with my brother here. Hardly does a day go by that 4 or 5 people don't call you. And sometimes these calls are very genuine. Imagine a coursemate of mine calling me and asking me for 2,000 naira so that he can buy gari for the children to eat that afternoon. And this is true. This is a guy I know very well. He will not lie because of 2,000 naira. And sometimes we even told you, I even have the 2,000 naira. That is how pathetic our situation is in this country.
Okay. Before you come in, I want to make an observation. Have you noticed that after election, let me use the federal level, after an election and somebody wins the presidency, who are those that are drafted to be ministers and SAs? Those who contested elections in their states and failed.
That's right.
I don't know whether it's occurred to you. Now you now realize that our appointments as ministers, as board chairmen and all that are not being done on competence but on compensation grounds. You are not being given that position to recoup what you lost in the election. So if you were in my shoes and I contested for governorship and lost, maybe spent 1 billion or 2 billion, and now make me minister. You are making me minister because you are sympathizing for me and want me to recoup. So when that windfall come, what will come first? I'll go to Bureau to change that money, and first of all recoup what I lost. Then take the one I will use for the next election. And then take the one I will give Alpha and Tochukwu. And the one I will give you for supporting me. So who suffers? I don't know whether it's a country. All those who are ministers today, none of them
succeeded in his own election.
Succeeded, and none of them contested and won. So they are not being appointed on competence.
They are appointed to compensate.
Some people that are even aided and abetted Abacha regime. Some people that even got the billions belong to Abacha today serving as ministers.
Okay, I'm insisting on putting on this table what is suffering in the subnationals as a result of the situation that ought not to suffer if this windfall, even the both of you said to me, because of the value of the naira, it's not really a windfall, but there's substantial amount of money available to them. Call it paper, but there's substantial quantum of paper available to them. If these pieces of paper were effectively used, which this conversation says has not been the case, what is suffering?
You know, there is a whole lot that we have raised here, so much to unpack, in this conversation, so that you don't even know where to start or where to end. Now, at some point I raised the issue. Before this windfall, the predecessors, those who were in office before this,
what did they do? What they got?
How did they run?
They would tell you the money was small, just a little.
It is
droplet.
It is same of same. So when you ask who is suffering or what's suffering, it is the same of the same, like they say. So the bottom line for me is politics has destroyed us, our type of politics, that is so insensitive to the plight of the ordinary man. So when we talk about corruption, it's an endemic story. It's been there. We've come a long way. This movement, of course, you recall in Obasanjo's days, it was a regime of Ghana must go. You will recall.
In the first coup speech, the very first coup speech in this country, the 10%ers.
So the 10%ers were always there. Now, if you want to go that route, today it is worse. My argument is that there is a pressure, there is something enabling this corruption, and that is the obscene lifestyle of politicians, who, like all these other people have said, they take their own share of the money first, recoup what they lost and all of that. Now, so people are not appointed like Dr. Wanchuku said on the basis of capacity and competence, but compensation as to what was your role to my emergence.
Yeah.
What role did you play in my emergence as whatever I am, governor, and all of those things. So if you didn't play any role, don't expect to be appointed, even if you were the most brilliant person in that place. So the people are suffering. The next category of things that is suffering are also the people. The number 3, the people. So the grass suffers where, well, like they say 2 elephants, but I don't see 2 elephants.
Only one
so there's only one elephant here, and that's
eating
the
up
politician.
everything.
You know, eating up everything. So we should come to that point where we begin to look at how to restructure. And if I had any disappointment at all concerning this federal government, it is that over so many years, the President Commander-in-Chief always advocated restructuring.
I hold you there. You know, I do not know how much time I have. My producer should tell me, but I think at this point we are beginning to look at solutions. What ought to be done to reverse the situation?
Can we?
No matter the argument on whether there is windfall or no windfall, we agree that more money is coming. How better can it be utilized? What steps ought to be taken to correct the situation? But I take a very short break, and I'll be back. Please stay with us. Let me welcome you back. It's just few minutes more remaining, and these few minutes we devote to solutions. Dr. Binna, it is, sometimes they say talk is cheap. And the governor will tell you, come and sit here and see how difficult it can be. What can the subnationals do to redeem the situation?
What I would say they will do, like I said earlier, the windfall should be used for the benefit of the people. Embark on industrialization. Establish industries. I remember in those days, Sambakwe in Imo State, he did it. Even when we didn't have this kind of windfall. He had the Imo airport, he had the PAM, he had the protocol 3, many of them, and he created job. You see, when you do that, you create job, and you give people permanent source of income. And it has a multiplier effect.
Thank you. Industrialization.
And in doing that, prioritize the needs of your state and local governments. And like I said earlier, every community has a resource, natural resource. Prioritize them, tap into those things, and there will be a sustainable economy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kore, I happen to know your state full well. Today, salt is an industrial chemical lying fallow on the ground. The world is looking for it.
Okay.
Agriculture, a very strong dimension. What should be the priority?
Okay, let me take the opportunity to congratulate my governor, Francis Ogbonniyanwefu. Recently, he set up what some people call economic team, but he called them industrialization committee. All right. And in one of my in the message I sent to one of the
those appointees
persons nominated into that committee, I told him, your first assignment is to look into setting up a salt refining.
Congratulate me now.
You know, that's why. I mean, if he's listening, he will know that I said. Those of them in that platform will also know that I wrote it there, you know, to him on WhatsApp, and they said, your first assignment would be to look into the possibility of setting up salt refining company, you know, because in my place where I come from, we have a salt lake, as you probably know. And then the second thing I said is that salt lake in my place is a mysterious kind of lake. It neither ebbs nor overflows its banks. No matter how much rain comes, it doesn't overflow its banks. And no matter how dry the dry season, it doesn't ebb. So it's just there. So it's also a tourism facility in a way. So why don't you think about developing that site? Okay? Clearing up that site, develop some kind of resort or something around there that people will come and see this lake here. The way it is, that's the way it always will be and has been over, around the season and from generation to generation. So just to zero in on what he said earlier, and yes, I agree with Dr. Obinna again that governors, and let me say this with every sense of responsibility, and I don't mean to criticize anybody, if this country is going to move forward, 70% of the job lies with the subnationals, not necessarily the president. Even with the structure as disjointed as it currently is, there is a whole lot the governor can do. And yes, you said that some of them will say, come and sit here and see
how difficult it can be.
Who forced you to go and sit there in the first place? You offered yourself for election. Thankfully, it's not a position of appointment that you say somebody just looked at you and appointed you. No, you said you want to do the job. And if you had elected to do the job, it would mean that you already knew what to do, what you were coming to face, and how you were going to resolve it. So nobody should come and say, talk is cheap. You are talking because you are not here. No, who carried you there in the first instance? So to zero in on the solution, I agree 100% that we can do so much at the micro level, set up cottage industries here and there and all of that, and do something. Thankfully, one of the things that would help is the devolution of power. I mean, electric power generation and all of those things. States now can do their independent power projects. And most of these states, there is no place, nowhere in the northeast, for example, you talk about the wind, and talk about sunlight and everything. You can do alternative power sources and all of that. At the south, you have running waters all over the place. You could build dams and all of those things. You could do independent power to power cottage industries.
Okay, just so that we don't overrun.
Well, basically, for me, as a parting shot, what we need to do to look at these issues is, as a country, we need to come together and see how we can improve upon the value of our currencies.
Value of currency, and also the value that we use to drive our society. An interesting conversation, almost 59 minutes running, overshooting in fact. All I can say is that subnationals, you have a job cut out for you. Now more currency, when money is coming in, no matter what anybody says, please do what you ought to do. That's the consensus this morning. Let me thank my colleagues for coming. They'll come again and again. I'll keep confronting issues that confront the nation. For this edition, thank you for investing your time with us. Good morning.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Thank you. Well, I am actually Alhaji. I'm not sure Igbo people would like the Alhaji part of it. Maybe no Funzek. I am actually if you I'm teasing. Thank you so much, Ifoma. But I think that the message is clear, and it is that the purpose is, we're in unity, we're in unison with what we're doing. The message, the mission of the center, the purpose for founding the center aligns with our collective idea of whom we are as a people and touches on our overall appreciation of our identity. This is a special edition of Nkata because, as I mentioned, Nkata is not holding at the Center for Memory, it's holding an Omorphia, and it's in the spirit of the Things Fall Apart Festival. And this month, we're looking at Onoka. Onoka, the theme is Onoka. Things fall apart when stories are lost. And this session will reimagine, a renaissance of the Igbo society through cultural memory. And it's to be led by no other person than Ujuako Akukwe, who is the founder of the Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, ENIF. Anyone who has come across her or has paid attention to the festival will know that she's a force of an individual because as Igbo people, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of potentials, but one thing also stands out, and it is the challenges that many of us meet when we take the step of founding or driving enterprises or communities. And as someone who has done that, she knows what it takes, she knows the challenges firsthand, and I think that there is no better person to speak to the issue of Onoka, the place of storytelling, the place of memories, the place of cultural memories in shaping our identity and moving forward as a region than Uju Akokwe. And so, since Ifoma has talked about the center in the absence of the director, the conversation will start. Bikonu, in Omuafia, Milin Ezoku, it was mentioned, in fact, in every chapter of the book, in one way or the other, Chinua Achebe talks about the weather. Sometimes, too much rain, sometimes too much sunshine. And I think that we're experiencing a part of, that Omuafia that we read about in the book, where today it's a little too much rain, but we're also hoping that, the sun comes out and the weather is fair enough as we proceed in today's endeavor. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will welcome Ujuaku to the podium for her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. And it's not my first time. I think about 7 years ago, the Center for Memories hosted the screening of my documentary, Afi Attack, at the ENUGU Sports Club. And that evening planted a seed in my heart. And when the time came for us to establish an organization, we chose to bring it back home. So we established Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival and decided to host it in Southeast and in Enugu. Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, it's ENIF for short. And we did that because Center for Memories, they're already here, and they encouraged us to come. And today, ENIF stands as one of the living testimonies of what becomes possible when we find our way back home. And I'll say with intention and purpose. So to Center for Memories, I truly appreciate all you do to keep our memories alive. And I want to say a very big thank you, not just for the invitation, but for your consistent work in preserving our culture. I also want to say a very big thank you. I think he's someone I appreciate a lot, and I can't stop appreciating him and telling him how important he is to the Igbo nation and to me in particular, because he's someone that has supported my work since I met him. He's my mentor, my big brother in every true sense of the word, and my darling friend. And he's no other than Chief Ben Etiaba. You know, I always tell you that you are an excellent man. And Jide Kiji, Ifenia, you are truly a light. So, my name is Obianuju Ako. It means I came in abundance of wealth. I will also add that I came in abundance of stories, culture, and purpose to create impact, empower voices, and preserve heritage. I was born curious, not the kind of curiosity that drives children to scatter the house. No, not that type. But the kind that pays attention to silences, especially ones that come after laughter or after stories end too soon. I grew up in a home where storytelling was not merely entertainment. It was the structure behind how my siblings and I learned. And looking back, it's not surprise to anyone that knows about my background. It's not surprise that I became a storyteller. So today, I'll be telling you a beautiful story. Are you interested? My late grandmother, Ogbenyanu, a woman of sharp wit, caustic tongue, and few direct answers, believed that truth lived in metaphor. She told stories layered with proverbs and riddles, and she expected me to sit with them until understanding came. And I remember one day we were watching a Nollywood movie titled Died Wretched, Buried in 3.2 million naira caskets. I don't know how many of you that will remember that movie. The film told the story of a man who lived in poverty but was buried in extravagant luxury. And I said, Mama Nobi, like we used to call her, why do people spend so much money on people when they are no longer here and can no longer see us? And she looked up from the television, looked at me, and said, and you know that I'm not going to interpret this proverb. Right? Then she turned back to watching the movie as though she hadn't just left me more confused. That was the world I knew, where lessons were hidden in proverbs and wisdom was rarely handed plainly to you. And I'm sure a lot of us came from that kind of world as well. It was also the world my father tried to preserve with his memo. My late dad, Akokalia, documented our family history, our culture, and ancestral knowledge. He believed that if we didn't archive our stories, we would be forced to borrow the identities of others. That foresight, I believe, was prophetic. So, when I was invited to speak on this topic, Onoka, things fall apart when stories are lost, reimagining our Naibo through cultural memory. I felt an immediate sense of both honor and urgency because we often speak about Anibo as a land, a place on the map. But Anibo is more than geography. It is a worldview, a way of being in which community, spirit, and nature were so deeply connected that today it almost seems mythical. Because when you research thoroughly about pre-colonial Igbo society, you will understand that our forefathers came before their time, and they did a lot to bring us to where we are today. So when you talk about the achievements, people will look at you like, oh, are you sure this is not another Nollywood movie? But I tell you, they did so much, and I will encourage anyone that is a true son and daughter of the soil to research pre-colonial Igbo. So the Igbo believed that life itself was spiritual. That was and still is our philosophy, a sense of purpose, wholeness, of Ubuntu, if you will. And when we speak of cultural memory, it is not nostalgia, it is survival. To reimagine an Igbo through cultural memory is to walk back through the smog of colonial disruption, spiritual erasure, and economic devaluation and retrieve what was almost lost, our dignity, our designs, our spirituality to which our moral compass is tied. Because it's important that when people talk about Igbo spirituality, that is what we know as ordinana. It's not about setting up ring lights to make videos or using chalk to put under your eye to tell people that you are now an ordinary practitioner. It's tied to hard work, decency, and it's tied to our moral code. So it's important that we know that ordinana is not just about performing spirituality. And I'll say that this work of remembering where we come from cannot be passive. It must be done with imagination, with nuance, and above all, with the humility to admit that we have in many ways become strangers to ourselves. And this brings me to the man in the title, whom I love so much, Unoka. In Things Fall Apart, Unoka was the father whose life was never meant to be emulated. He was a flutist, Ogboja, a debtor, Onyogwo, a man who avoided war. He loved his music and moonlight. He enjoyed the present moment. His son, Okonkwo, hated him for his effeminate nature. But I want us to pause and reconsider. And what if Achebe wasn't merely contrasting father and son, but seeding a question in our minds? What if Unoka wasn't a failure, but a symbol of an alternative Igbo masculinity that was once allowed to exist and flourish before it was shamed out of memory? Before colonialism interrupted and recorded our value systems, our culture had created space for all kinds of people. There was room for the musician, the storyteller, the dibia, the hunter, the farmer, Diji, the palm wine tapper, Diochi, Dimba, the wrestler, Dinka, the creative person, and so many of them. Back then, strength was not only measured by aggression, power, authority. It was also measured by wisdom, empathy, and restraint. But times changed. What changed? Colonial rule, missionary teachings, and later on, our own internal anxieties and insecurities. They turned us towards a narrower version of manhood, one that glorified dominance, immoral wealth, and excessive materialism. And in that shift, Unoka the flutist, the gentle father, the man who preferred music to war, became everything we were told to reject. But I want us to also pause even further and think. Unoka was not just a passive figure. He was a creative, a dinka, a master of music. And in a society where professions like DG and DOC were honored for sustaining the community, the Dinka held a vital role too. He was the conscience of the community, the one who gave expression to joy, grief, conflict, and hope. His flute was not mere entertainment. It was a vessel of memory, emotion, communication, and collective reflection. And like all true artists, like myself and many others, he carried what others felt but could not say or express. Music in traditional Igbo life was not entertainment alone. It was communication, it was ritual, it was resistance and rest. The flutist was not idle, it was integral. And Unoka's role as a flutist, when understood in this light, was not one of failure but of function. His art served a purpose that our modern metrics no longer know how to measure. And Achebe, Chino Achebe, masterful as always, gives us a glimpse of this in the wrestling scene. And that is my best scene in the book. When Okonkwo prepares to wrestle Amalinze the cat, the sound of the flute floats in the background, a sound that reminded him about his father that he so despised. So even in Okonkwo's greatest moments, where he is at his most physically powerful, Achebe brings back the presence of Onoka through music. There's a lot packed in this scene: family history, identity, remembrance. And I do not think that it is accidental. That is memory. Achebe perhaps was reminding us that tenderness and strength are not opposites, that one does not cancel the other. They coexist. As our people say, when one thing stands, another must stand beside it. We make a mistake when we evaluate a flutist with the metrics of a wrestler. Every calling has its own measure. And I wonder, in today's world, would Unoka still be considered a failure? I don't think so. In today's world of creators, wellness advocates, and storytellers, where vulnerability is no longer shameful and emotional expression is seen as strength, Unoka might not be mocked at all. And I think he may be an influencer and have a large following on Instagram. His flute might even be his brand, because my brother here, Gerald, his flute, his Oja, is his brand. And also there is this Reverend Father that uses Oja during Mass, and I think a lot of people love him. So I think Unoka would have been a great celebrity today. Unoka might be the one reminding us to slow down, to breathe, to live fully in the moment, to live life because of tomorrow, the very things so many of us are now trying to relearn. And there's something deeply ironic in all of this, that the very traits colonialism taught us to dismiss, tenderness, creativity, and emotional openness, are not celebrated around the world. And the traits we were made to embrace, stoicism and relentless striving, are the very things unraveling many of us from the inside. Because before all of that, our culture had created space for everyone. We lost that not by tradition, but by disruption, and we are only beginning to remember. And maybe Achebe was not only showing us Okonkwo's tragedy, but offering us a quiet alternative. And maybe he was whispering that our future as a people does not depend on Okonkwo's fire alone, but also on Unoka's way of being, that both are needed and that neither should be forgotten. And maybe our loss of cultural memory is not simply about forgetting facts, but about forgetting our options, forgetting that there were once many ways that made us Igbo. Because when stories are lost, it is not just memory that disappears, it is identity, unity, spirituality, and even vision. We begin to lose our sense of honor, of home, not just as a place we return to at Christmas to show off our beautiful cars and mansion, or a place to perform culture by wearing red cap and displaying our isiago, but honor as a symbol. We forget that in Igbo cosmology, life is not linear, it is cyclical. And that to forget is to fall out of rhythm with who we are. And Igbo, in my opinion, didn't fall because the white man came. Part of it. But I think it fell and continued to fall because the stories stopped being told and documented. Chinua Achebe once said, and I quote, "There is no absolute. There is no absolute anything, even good things. The Igbo are against excess. Their world is a world of dualities. It is good to be brave, but also remember that the coward survives the brave man." That, he said, was the central theme of his life and work. And it was also where Igbo culture first came into conflict with those who came to improve us. The missionaries brought certainty, one way, one truth, one life, one religion. But as Achebe pointed out, the Igbo found that idea very extreme, because to be Igbo is to make space for tension between bravery and caution, between tradition and modernity, between worshiping God in a particular way and the possibility of having different ways of worshiping God. Makananko di na mba na-eyelu mba nli. Ọkwa ya? Our stories created space for contradiction, and our worldview kept that balance. And without those stories, we lose more than memory. We lose our ability to think in layered, flexible ways. We then begin to crave absolutes. And this is how a people once rooted in balance begin to break. Our cosmology, the Igbo cosmology, was never random. It taught us that the dead, the living, and the unborn exist in constant dialogue. That names carry memory, that rituals are not superstition, that's structure. They map our time, our values, and our place in the world. But when memory fades, language begins to sleep. And with it, we lose the frame through which we once understood everything. Because to name is to remember. And if we can no longer call on the names of our deities, like Akwali Omumu, Ogugu, Udo, or speak of Ofo N'Ogu or Ikenga without discomfort or apology, then we are not merely forgetting, we are unlearning who we are. So what do we do now? We reimagine. And reimagining is hard work. It is invention rooted in remembrance. It means returning to the sources of memory that still linger among us and shaping them to meet this moment. We do not have to look very far to begin. The fragments are still here with us, some whole, others cracked, but still alive with meaning. And perhaps the first of these is our language. Let us begin the reimagination with our language. Our proverbs are short, but they carry weight. In just a few words, they pass down lessons, values, and warnings. The Igbo do not shout to teach. We whisper wisdom in lines like Ewe Belu Ugo Belu and trust the hearer to understand. These are not just sayings, they are political blueprints. They teach justice, equity, and diplomacy. Then we turn to storytelling. I remember the moonlight evenings filled with riddles and tales of the tortoise, not just to entertain children, but to teach society. These stories carried lessons on greed, humility, cleverness, and survival. And what we called folklore was moral framework. And today, we must return to them, not by retreating, but by retelling through podcast, animation, and cinema. Let them live again, not only on the lips of our grandmothers, but in pixels and sound waves. And we must not forget our elders. There are books that were never printed. Their memories carry the architecture of pre-colonial life, justice systems, land agreements sealed with Just what? That's integrity. Marriage customs that valued family ties over flashy celebrations. We should be archiving them, not as relics, but as teachers. Because when an elder dies, it should not mean that a library has gone. And yet, too often, it does mean that. Even time for us had its own rhythm. Our market days, Eke, Ore, Avo, Nankwo, they weren't just names on a calendar. They shaped how we lived, when we gathered, traded, rested, celebrated, and even buried our dead. Today we live by time that never stops ticking. Calendar alerts, deadlines, wake up time, countdowns. But perhaps our healing lies in remembering our own time, aligning with them, our own rhythms, and deeper meanings we once attached to them. Our spiritual frameworks deserve remembering. Chi, Allah, Ofonogu. These were not outdated beliefs. They were structured philosophies of justice, identity, and accountability. They told us that every person carries a divine spark, Chi, and that truth had a spine, Ofo. And Allah was not just land. It was sacred, Adi Emeru Allah. To harm the land was to disrupt the order of life itself. And to discard all of these is to lose the moral code our ancestors lived by. How about our governance systems, often misunderstood or dismissed as informal? They were in fact detailed models of participation and accountability. The Igbo famously say Igbo Enweze. We've heard it many times. The Igbo have no kings, but that does not mean we had no order. What we had was a decentralized, consensus-based system rooted in collective responsibility. Power was not concentrated, it was distributed. We had village assemblies, councils of elders, and age grades who performed duties for the community. We had the Omonna, patrilineal kinship groups that managed the land, settled disputes, and maintained societal structure. But alongside them, we had the Umuada, the daughters of the land, women who could challenge wrongdoing and restore balance. The Umonna wielded power, yes, till today. They made laws and protected lineage interests, but the Umuada held authority. When the Umonna strayed, the Umuada intervenes. They did not fight for equality in the Western sense. They practiced equity. Roles were different, but power was not absent. This wasn't about sameness, it was about balance. Each group in its time was entrusted with the power and authority to act for the good of all. We don't need to reinvent everything. Some of our governance blueprints are still here, deeply Republican, partially democratic, and very comprehensive. What we need now is restoration and strengthening, to recognize that equity was our way, and in that way was wisdom. Atuolo Omalo. Atuolo Omalo. Omalo. Atuolo Ofeke. Let's reimagine our symbols. Uli, Nsibidi. These held codes of womanhood, power, covenant, secrets, and history. Let us not lose them to novelty. Let us reimagine them in murals, textiles, streetwear, and digital art. For us, beauty has always had meaning. Let us celebrate our artists and historians, our writers and musicians and storytellers and memory keepers. From Achebe's quiet defiance to Uche Mechata's bold truths. From Mike Ejara's lyrical storytelling to Jobilibo Brothers and Celestine Oko's philosophical high life. They remind us that memory is not a dead thing, that every generation must write its own or risk losing the plot entirely. And in this digital age, memory must live where people live. And today, people live online. We all live online, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and all of them. All of the above. Our ancestors inscribed wisdom on walls and skin, on cloth and drum. We too must inscribe, but now on servers, in apps, in films, and in code. Imagine a virtual reality museum where a young person in London or Brazil can explore the sacred spaces of our land, places they may never visit in person but can still connect with. Or a mobile game, not about fighting or winning, but about learning, about taking a journey through Igbo cosmology guided by proverbs, where each level teaches what our ancestors once passed down by moonlight. And what of our language again? Thoughts may not always begin in language, but language is how we refine it, how we carry it, how we pass it on. Every word we lose is a thought that may never find its way to the world. Reimagining an Igbo means speaking Igbo again, not just in prayers or in political slogans, but in WhatsApp love notes like Nkem, Obim, Afolonginanya, Umuaku Neligokwa Nni, and memes. We need to start creating those. We can bring it to life in animation, in storybooks, in voice-activated apps that teach our toddlers to say Biko before they learn please. We must also draw from our indigenous knowledge, not just to archive them, but to translate them into tools. Our metaphysical concepts like Chi, Ogbanje, Ilowa can shape conversations on identity, on life and death, on ethics, even on environmental consciousness. And when we create, let us create from our own core. Very important. We must stop waiting for Western validation because before we believe in our stories. Let our fashion reflect our fabric. Let our hair reflect our identity, not our inferiority. Let our tech be guided by our reality, community logic, akonuche, wisdom, not just Silicon Valley blueprints. Because the real work is not to choose between memory and modernity, but to have a conversation with them, to blend them together. Let artificial intelligence learn our stories, not to replace us, but to reflect us. Because if memory dies, so does imagination. And if imagination dies, so does the future. We are not too late. Anaibo is waiting. Our ancestors have not left us. They are still speaking. Perhaps we are the ones not listening. We must learn to listen again. Because if things fall apart was a warning, then this may be the reply, the call to rebuild, not by copying the past, but by conversing with it. Achebe gave us the falling. Maybe it's our turn to write what must come together. He wrote things fall apart. Maybe it's the time to someone to write things come together. And to do that, we must first appreciate what makes us Igbo. A worldview that honors every person's contributions. One that sees the hunter and the palm wine tapper, the engineer and the software developer, all contributing in different ways, each one valued, none ranked above the other. In our culture, no profession is beneath dignity because dignity lies in the doing, in the purpose, and in the role each person plays in holding the community together. Makananyu koma emilionu ogba ofofo and ekele olu eke onye malu nkie onodu na nkie na alu. We must preserve this wisdom and pass it to the next generation, not just in books, but in practice, in policy, and in pride. Because every time we forget who we are, we become easier to reshape by others. My father used to say, when we are growing up, and if I ask a little naughty, my dad would say, "Nonya amaronyo obo, uwa boyonya," and he will go and say, "Onye kebo." I'll say, "My name is Obianujua. What from Obianujua?" I say, "Obianujua, onye kebo." I'll say, "Abo onye ichi alo ada akokalia." They say, "Remember that." So onye amaronyo obo ndi made emegini aboyonya. So let us be intentional in anchoring our investments here in people and in purpose. The Center for Memories is here. Afia TV is here. ENIF is here. And who is next? Onyaga na Nwanneya. Let no one be left behind. Not the widow in our family, not the cousin struggling in silence, not our neighbors whose name we never ask, not even the sibling we have grown apart from. Maka no one knows na wozu aru. ka anyị chịkọta ọnụ maka na anyị dị iche. Anyị bụ ife dị iche. That's my mother's name. My father gave her that name, ife dị iche. And ndị Igbo bụ ife dị iche. Ana anyị amaka. We have land, gold in our land. And anyị bụ ndị gboo, the Asians. Ask questions about that. It's time to retrace our steps. It is time to remember. It is time to reimagine. And it is time to rebuild our Igbo. Daalụnụ.
I'm going to be inviting someone who will help to unpack her presentation this evening and who is going to lead the Nkata, part of the Nkata Umibe. So he's going to unpack the session. And he's no other than Gerald Chukwebuka Ibe. So Gerald is a storyteller himself. He's a writer. He's a folklorist. And he's going to help us to, unpack the conversation. So there are going to be questions with the speaker, and then they will open it up to the audience at some point. So let's please stick together. Thank you very much.
Ujuaku, thank you very much for this lovely time you have shared with us. It is impossible to disagree with everything you've said. I think you've laid out your argument in a very thoughtful, a very thorough, a very sophisticated way. My intention with the 30 plus minutes we have together is maybe to problematize some of these ideas, to go deeper in them, and then to bring everybody into a conversation around some of the core themes that you have hit on today. The goal is to keep it very casual. I'll ask a couple of questions. There'll be a microphone floating around. My grandfathers were monuments of men. They were masters of magic, of mischief and mystery, king and judge to saint and sinner. The first lesson I learned in their shadow was to polish silence until it shines. To find truth in parable and proverb, their libraries and cellars were glorious colosseums. Magnificent monuments, pages stretched to the heavens, cellars dug to the earth's core. But see, when you are a child, everything seems bigger than it actually is. My grandmother said men can get drunk off books and become literate in liquor. There is nothing noble here. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who forgets his name? I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name after he has died. And I remember visiting my grandfather's bar, falling between cracks of ledger and constitutional law. I still return to these chapters in night tremors. The clinks of bottles and the swoosh of pages. I see my grandfather drink away another book. A dream more vivid than a memory. I remember his mind giving up on him for staying alive too long. And the second time for defying death. He lost control of half his body. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home to a room full of grandchildren whose names he had forgotten. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name. You remember his name long after he has died. Thank you. That was impromptu, just to give you some time. The first memory I had, speaking on the conversation of family memory, first memory I remember as a child was a memory of my father cradling my 3-month-old older sister. And I remember it very vividly. He had a Mercedes-Benz in a house in Lagos, in Ikeja, and he was in front of rocking her back and rocking her back and rocking her back and forth. I remember the event like I was there. But the challenge is that I was not there. The challenge is I was not even born. And I wonder, what are the limits of our memories? Sometimes we remember some things that we experienced, but we were not even there when those things happened. So I wonder how you think about this concept of memory. Where does it begin? Where does it end? Who holds it? Who doesn't hold it? And how can some people access memories that they weren't even there to have in the beginning?
Thank you. That's a powerful one, like remembering your dad with your younger sister, and you were not, your older sister, and you were not even there. I mean, that's a powerful memory, right? Because memory lives in our bloodline. And if we understand that memory, it's in our bloodline. Sometimes, not to go through, not to be spiritual here, but sometimes, sometimes we remember things that we are not even witness to, right? Especially if you come from a family that is deeply connected to your spirituality, to the land, to one that honors a lot of elements. So that kind of thing could happen. Another thing is you could also reach out to your dad or your great-grandparents and ask them questions about memory because they hold that, or the elders in the community. So there are a lot of things, if we look around us, that hold memories. It depends, where are we looking? What are we asking? Who are we speaking to? Right? And it's not just humans. Even the tree in your community is holding a memory that if you want to assess that, you can ask questions and they will tell you. So in the Obu of my family, there is a tree there, and that tree has been there thousands of years, right? And is holding a lot of memory. And when you ask questions, the elder will tell you, the people, my uncles, my dad, will give you the history of that tree. So, but if you don't have people around you that can actually tell you what that tree is carrying, there is also a way to assess that. And that is tied to your spiritual background. But I don't want us to go deep into spirituality today. Yeah.
I mean, I think in one way, many of us are trained with a very imperial logic. You have to be somewhere, feel something, know something, for something to be valid. Can you trust a memory that you think you have, but it's not yours? Is that authentic? Is that original? Is that powerful? How do you think about that?
I would say that it's authentic because these are the things I love to speak about the things I've experienced. And there are ways as Ndibo to assess that kind of thing. So there are some remembering that you have, maybe through dreams or through meditation. And if you're not so sure, you ask questions. And one of the ways our people ask questions is to go through Afa. So I don't know how many of us understand what that means. So if there are memories you don't really trust, because I believe that every memory, majority of them is authentic, even the ones we consider negative, you find out, why is this showing up in my thinking, in my thoughts? Why am I seeing what I'm seeing? You ask questions. And once you begin to ask questions, even if you don't want to do AFA, ask your dad, your parents, your grandparents, your uncles. And most of the time, a lot of the time, they will tell you, oh, now one that kind of thing before. There's always an answer because of what? It's in our bloodline. That's why family history is really very important.
You spoke about the benefits of memory and memory being a platform for multiple imaginations, reminding us of the multiple ways that we exist, multiple ways that the example you used was, for example, how masculinity had existed in the past. I wonder what the benefits of forgetting are, and if there's a pathway to reimagination that also flows through forgetting.
I think when I was doing my short speech, sometimes we forget, not because we just want to forget. And reimagination is also very critical in remembering. And it's tied to, when we forget, we lose everything. We lose our identity. We lose our vision. We become less confident, right? And our remembering is very powerful, because when we remember who we are, we begin to find ways to become better. And when we talked about the Igbo male masculinity that was shamed, and you look at what is going on today, you see that a lot of Igbo men are trying to be Odogu. There's nothing wrong with being an Odogu. but Ada Agbaka Abodogu. And it's because the society has made them to think that for you to become a man, there are certain things you need to do. You must have cars, you must have beautiful houses, you must be shown to be a man like Okonkwo. But there are other ways to be a man. By being soft, there's nothing wrong with that. By showing emotion, just like Onoka. So I think in Things Fall Apart, Achebe was also trying to show us, like Debo, we have, it's not just a narrow, it's not linear. It's cyclical. Debo philosophy, we don't believe in one thing. We believe in both in the negative and the positive, right? Yin and yang, duality. So it means that all of these, they can coexist. And when we think about what happened in the past, right, how we used to live before it was shamed out of memory, right, and begin to think about it and marry it and accept everyone, we'll have a thriving society. And that's when people will actually be very free to begin to ask questions, trusting that whatever it is they will find, that they won't be shamed for it.
Thank you very much. You had spoken also about being informed by our culture as we're creating and having our memory inform our culture. I look at the room here, and I look at Umofia here, and there are many different types of artists. We have incredible folk musicians who are reimagining and reviving indigenous Igbo instruments, but with incredible amplification and playing new rhythms on them. We go into the center over there, and we have individuals who are reinterpreting in CBD and Igbo motifs and ideas in acrylic and paint and oils and new types of artistic practices that might not have been indigenous to our people. I wonder how you think about this relationship of indigeneity and of kind of cultural continuity and the relationship and the marriage between both. And I'll throw this question right back to the audience, but I also wonder if you could talk to us specifically about your own artistic practice and how you've been able to marry and maybe any tensions that exist between these traditions, if you even see them as tensions at all.
I think it's very important that we understand that the world has evolved, right? And we live here now in a digital age, and it's not like in 1960s or 1950s or even pre-colonial time, not like the time of our forefathers. So what comes with this kind of age is reimagination. We evolve with time. So I struggle when people think that we have to continue to do things our forefathers did. They performed wonderfully well, and I love them for it. But it's time to reimagine new things. So the way they, for instance, prayed to their gods may not be the way we do that. And the way they communicate with nature may be different from us. And when it comes to storytelling, they believed in oral storytelling. They just pass down knowledge. But we are in this age, the digital age, when we have everything around us to help us document those stories they have told us. Majority of them did not document our stories, but some of us still know the stories, either through research or through what they have told us. So it's going to be very disingenuous if we don't document these stories for our children, because they will come tomorrow and ask us, you were at the time of ChatGPT, AI, tech, and all of that. Ma, where is our story, right? So I believe in reimagination. I believe in, a lot of people are doing it anyway, but I believe it's about time to tell our stories truthfully, in authentic ways. Of course, we are not going to water it down, but tell it to meet today and also meet the future and leave something for our children that are coming up.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to throw that question to the audience. This isn't Qatar, so we're here to have a conversation. I know there are many visual artists in the room. There are many folklorists in the room, ethnomusicologists, novelists, whatever your background is. How do you balance the past and the present in creating your art? So let's start the conversation there and let's move it around. The question is, what is the relationship and how do you balance incorporating your indigenous tradition with the modernity in creating your art, writing your novels, creating your literature?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Chima Korea. I teach history. I specialize on Igbo history. I teach at Marquette University in the United States. So, I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for an exciting, wonderful lecture. So, this is really something that should be archived, for people to. So, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm going to ask a question, please, if you don't mind. A couple of years back, I think in the 1940s and 50s, Simon Ottenberg wrote a book, I think it's titled Igbo Receptivity to Change. And the idea was, compared with every other ethnic group, the Igbo is the ethnic group that is sort of adapting Western ways of life and values that to an extent, compared with contemporary discourses, that Igbo culture, including language, is endangered. So, how do we sort of address this issue, considering the importance of the history, culture, and memory, and fitting into sort of the global context in which we are all struggling to be part of?
Thank you for that question. And I love the fact that you mentioned language. And yes, the Igbo language is indeed in danger. And I think that what happened to us was because in every culture, you find the positive and the negative, right? And because the Igbo cosmology believes in biri kambiri, so we let things, so if we see a culture that we think that we like, we adopt it. But what happens is that with time, it begins to erode your own culture if you are not grounded in that particular culture. So when it comes to language, I think a lot of our parents sort of raised children to despise the Igbo language because they felt like I want my kids to be Igbo children, right? So it affected that a lot. But I also see a lot of people, I have friends that have written, authored books, a dictionary. There's this Igbo dictionary. I've seen a lot of creatives actually setting up YouTube channels. And what are they doing? They're teaching people that cannot even speak Igbo how to speak Igbo. So it's really very important because any person, and I say this respectfully, it's really a bit tough for one to actually imbibe culture and the identity when you don't understand the language. And the beautiful thing is that those of us that are still struggling to understand the Igbo language or understand the culture, a lot of them are making efforts. And because they are making efforts, I know that we are going to get better. And I also would like to encourage artists of Igbo descendants to sort of imbibe our culture, our identity, even our language in the stories or in their creation. It's very important because a lot of people, I may not go and sit down to go either study a dictionary or but I can go and watch a film and see the subtitle and I understand what they're saying. And from that, I can ask questions, right? So it's important that we meet everyone where they are. But I want to end by saying your language is tied to your identity. And it's important that we understand that and make effort to revive the Igbo language. Yeah, thank you.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Richard Agu. I want to help us
by situating this properly. It is not that our people don't like to speak Igbo. It is also not that it is not possible to speak Igbo. What do I mean? Like you rightly said, information storage and retrieval, as it were, has greater benefit now that we have technology. Before this, all our people did was orature. We passed it down. Until the white man came to give us access to writing our language. Remember that the first Igbo primer was actually written by a Yoruba man, Bishop Ajayi Crowder in Onisha. By the time the Igbo Bible was written, because we must go here, I must go back to history now because of what you said. We must situate this properly. The two dominant religions that came to Igbo land were the Catholic religion under the RCM and the Anglican religion under the CMS. These were the missionary societies sent to bring religion here. And they spoke different varieties of Igbo. There's the Umuahia Owere being spoken by the Anglicans. Then there was Oka Onisha being spoken by the Catholics. Okpara's government in 54 felt that we needed to have something central and instituted a commission led by the first Igbo doctor, Dr. Simeon Onwu. And by 1958-59, they produced something called Onwu Orthography, which is Central Igbo, for which they believed everybody would adhere to, which happens in Yoruba land and in the north in Hausa land, because their own orthography had been standardized long time ago. But you'll find out that our old sage himself quarreled with this at his speech in Owerri and said it was wrong. That was Achebe himself, where he delivered the Ahajioku lecture. He did it in Igbo and he spoke Ogidi dialect. So going back to that same problem we have, why do I say this? Ohanese and Igbo is the biggest thing we have as Igbos. The meetings of Ohanese, like what we're having this evening, is done in English. Why? Because the first Ohanese meeting, somebody raised him, how can we be doing Igbo meeting in English? Sisiono stood up and spoke total Ngwo. Akanwi Biam stood up and spoke total Afibo. Nobody heard the other. So that is our reality. So we cannot, it's not about civilization of people who are Igbo. That's a fundamental problem. There's a fundamental problem. We must begin to address it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really love your submission, because I also think, and it's very important that we understand when we talk about Igbo, there's this saying that Igbo na sunonu nonu and Igbo fu, right? And I love what Achebe said.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG demands probe into killing of Nigerians in South Africa. Keke riders in ENUGU endorse Governor Mba for 2027. Iran says U.S. military killed 5 civilians in attacks on passenger boats. And UAE accuses Iran of attacks as large fire breaks out at oil refinery. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has demanded a thorough and impartial investigation into the deaths of 2 Nigerians in South Africa, amid growing concerns over xenophobic tensions and the safety of Nigerian nationals abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says Nigeria is also pushing for the fast-tracking of a bilateral early warning mechanism with South Africa to prevent further escalation of violence and improve crisis response. Speaking in Abuja, spokesperson of the ministry, Kimiebi Imomotimi Ebenfa, said the government's position was conveyed after a closed-door meeting between Nigerian and South African diplomats. The meeting involved officials from Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Permanent Secretary Dunoma Umar Ahmed, and South Africa's Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria, Lesoli Machele. Nigeria raised concerns over protests in parts of South Africa, reportedly calling for foreigners, especially black Africans, to leave the country, describing the situation as disturbing and capable of straining bilateral relations. The government confirmed the deaths of 2 Nigerians, Nnemeka Matthew, Andrew Ekpeyong, and Kelvin Chidiebere Amaramiro, who allegedly died after sustaining injuries while in the custody of South African security agencies. According to the ministry, Ekpeyong died on April 21, 2026, while in the custody of the Shwane Metro Police Department, while Amaramiro died on April 25th at Livingstone Hospital in the Eastern Cape, following an alleged assault by South African National Defence Force personnel. Nigeria is demanding full disclosure of autopsy reports, case files, and regular updates on investigations, insisting on accountability and disciplinary action where wrongdoing is established. The leadership of the People's Democratic Party has dismissed claims of a purported National Executive Committee meeting and the formation of an interim leadership, describing the move as illegitimate and misleading. In a statement, the faction led by Abdurrahman Mohammed said no such NEC meeting was officially convened, stressing that any decisions or announcements from the gathering are null and void. The group rejected claims by another bloc led by Adolphus Nwabara and Taminu Turaki, which announced the formation of a caretaker committee following a meeting in Abuja. Backed by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, the Mohammed-led faction also raised legal concerns, noting that the alleged meeting failed to comply with provisions of the Electoral Act 2026. According to the party, the mandatory 21-day notice to the Independent National Electoral Commission was not observed, and there is no record of INEC's participation, rendering the process invalid. The statement further questioned the role of Nwabara, citing internal disciplinary issues and arguing that he lacks the constitutional authority to assume leadership within the party. It also clarified that the party's board of trustees has only advisory powers and cannot take executive decisions. The PDP urged members and the public to disregard the development, insisting it has no legal or constitutional backing. Operators of commercial tricycle, popularly known as keke in Enugu State, have thrown their weight behind the re-election bid of the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mbah. Hundreds of the tricyclists who converged at the Michael Okpara Square in Enugu said that they were moved by what they described as visible achievements and administrative strides recorded by the governor across the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam captured the mood.
The Michael Okpara Square in Enugu came alive with chants of solidarity, songs, and colorful displays as tricycle operators from across the state gathered in what they described as a unity rally in support of Governor Peter Mbah.
Peter Mbah for tricycle, true of us! Peter Mbah for tricycle 2027, true of us! All tricycles!
Leading the gathering was the state chairman of the Tricycle Transport Union Association, Kingsley Ede, who told the crowd that keke riders across Enugu State had collectively resolved to endorse Governor Mbah as their preferred governorship candidate for 2027. According to him, members of the union are satisfied with the governor's leadership style and developmental strides since assuming office. He noted that the administration's policy on ongoing infrastructural transformation have positively impacted transportation and economic activities in the state. The union chairman further stated that the endorsement reflects the confidence of tricycle operators in the continuity of the present administration.
And the Kwani Honor, Funa revenue I on Abba somewhere. Then we heard Jarupata. We're from the Chinka and Catch Bugalachi. And the China will come with some bow. Actually, email governor, a big rally. Actually, made solidarity. Actually, made endorse. Actually, may endorse. My catch on 2027.
In a strong show of solidarity, the riders also unveiled their mobilization plans ahead of the 2027 elections, pledging support for the governor across the 17 local government areas of the state. As the 2027 political landscape begins to take shape, the endorsement by the tricycle operators adds to the growing list of support groups rallying behind Governor Peter Mbah's second-term bid. From the Michael Okpara Square, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News. The Michael Okpara.
Resident doctors at the Delta State University Teaching Hospital have embarked on an indefinite strike following the assault of one of their colleagues. The strike, declared by the Association of Resident Doctors, comes amid growing concerns over insecurity and unsafe working conditions within the hospital environment. In a statement, the association condemned the alleged attack on one of its members and former president, Aja Harrison, describing it as unprovoked. The incident reportedly occurred during a blockade of hospital access roads by members of the host community. Harrison, who had earlier complied with restrictions, was said to have been attacked after making a calm appeal for a motorcyclist to be allowed passage. He was allegedly slapped and assaulted by a group before being rescued by bystanders. Medical reports indicate he sustained injuries to his right ear, including bleeding and trauma to the eardrum caused by blunt force impact. The association said the attack reflects a wider pattern of insecurity, noting that many doctors now reside in nearby towns such as Sapele, Warri, and Benin City due to safety concerns. Following an emergency meeting, the doctors commenced a total and indefinite strike across all levels, from house officers to senior registrars. They are demanding a written apology from the host community, improved security, guarantees against future attacks, full medical care, and compensation for the victim, and the identification and prosecution of those responsible. The governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umoeno, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a sustainable aviation ecosystem. Following the successful maiden international flight from Uyo to Accra, Ghana. The historic flight marks a major milestone for Akwa Ibom, positioning the state as an emerging hub for tourism, trade, and investment within the region. After returning from Accra, Governor Eno said the development validates the state's readiness to handle international air traffic and compete globally in the aviation sector. He announced the creation of a new Ministry of Aviation and Airport Development to oversee and drive further growth, improve efficiency, and attract more international airlines. The governor highlighted ongoing investments in infrastructure, as well as the training of pilots and engineers, as part of efforts to sustain long-term development in the aviation industry. Stakeholders, including Senator Ekong Samson, described the achievement as a breakthrough that will boost economic opportunities and elevate the state's global profile. The maiden international flight is expected to enhance regional connectivity and accelerate the state's ambition of becoming a key gateway for business and tourism in West and Central Africa. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has raided the Bayero University Kano Old Site area, arresting 6 suspects linked to alleged illicit drug activities. The Kano Strategic Command of the agency said the operation also led to the dismantling of several drug joints within and around the university environment. According to a statement by the command's public relations officer, Assistant Superintendent of Narcotics Sadiq Maigatari, the exercise was conducted under the leadership of Commander C.N.D.Y. Lawal. The raid, code-named Operation Sharan Mafaka, followed a formal complaint from the management of Bayero University, Kano, over suspected drug-related activities within parts of the institution and surrounding communities. Maigatari said the suspects were arrested while items linked to illicit drug use were seized and destroyed during the operation. He added that the intervention reflects the agency's commitment to maintaining a drug-free environment, especially around academic institutions. The NDLEA also commended the university's management for its cooperation and urged the public to continue reporting suspicious activities to help dismantle drug networks across the state. The agency warned that using educational facilities as hubs for drug trafficking or consumption will not be tolerated. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has signed a memorandum of understanding with 2 Chinese firms to support the completion and operation of key refineries in the country. The agreement was signed by NNPC's Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Ojulari, alongside executives from Shenzhen Chemical Company and Jingachen Fuzhou Industrial Park Operation and Management Company Limited in Jiaxing City, China. The proposed partnership under a technical equity partnership framework is aimed at completing outstanding work and ensuring efficient operation and maintenance of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. According to NNPC, the collaboration will also focus on upgrading the facilities to meet cleaner and more profitable production standards while expanding their petrochemical capacities. The deal further includes plans to develop gas-based industrial hubs and explore downstream opportunities to enhance long-term sustainability. Ojulari described the agreement as a major milestone after months of engagement, noting that it sets the stage for identifying strategic partners to revitalize Nigeria's refining sector. NNPC says the MOU represents an initial step, with final agreements subject to further negotiations and regulatory approvals. Iran says U.S. military killed 5 civilians in attacks on passenger boats. UAE accuses Iran of attacks as large fire breaks out at oil refinery. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Iran has accused the United States of killing 5 civilians in the Strait of Hormuz, escalating tensions between both countries amid a fragile ceasefire. Iranian authorities say U.S. forces attacked passenger boats in the waterway, contradicting claims by U.S. Central Command that its troops destroyed vessels belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which allegedly tried to disrupt an escort mission. U.S. Admiral Brad Cooper had earlier stated that 6 IRGC boats were sunk, while U.S. President Donald Trump claimed 7 vessels were destroyed during the operation, codenamed Project Freedom. Iran state broadcaster reported that an investigation found no IRGC boats were hit, but instead 2 civilian vessels traveling between Oman and Iran were destroyed, killing 5 passengers. Tehran has called for the U.S. to be held accountable. The United Arab Emirates has accused Iran of launching a barrage of missiles and drones on its territory, marking a major escalation in tensions despite an existing ceasefire. UAE authorities say the attacks targeted critical infrastructure, setting an oil refinery ablaze in Fujairah and injuring 3 Indian nationals. The strikes are the first reported on the UAE since a ceasefire agreement between Iran and the United States took effect on April 8th. The assault comes amid renewed tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, where U.S. efforts to escort stranded oil tankers have drawn sharp warnings from Tehran. Iran's military had earlier cautioned that any foreign forces entering the waterway would face retaliation. According to the UAE Ministry of Defense, its air defense systems intercepted multiple ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as drones launched during the attack. The government strongly condemned the strikes, describing them as unprovoked and a violation of its sovereignty, while warning it reserves the right to respond. Russia and Ukraine have announced competing unilateral ceasefires in their ongoing war, highlighting deep divisions despite calls for peace. Russia says its ceasefire will run from May 8th to 9th to coincide with its annual Victory Day celebrations, marking the World War II. The announcement was made on the orders of President Vladimir Putin, with Moscow urging Ukraine to follow suit. However, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky rejected the move, saying Kyiv had received no formal communication from Russia. Instead, Ukraine declared its own ceasefire set to begin earlier, from May 5th to 6th. Zelensky emphasized that human life should take precedence over symbolic celebrations, calling on Russia to take meaningful steps toward ending the conflict. Meanwhile, Russia warned that any attempt by Ukraine to disrupt its Victory Day events would trigger a massive military response, including potential missile strikes on the Ukrainian capital. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered a full investigation after a deadly explosion at a fireworks factory in central China left dozens dead and injured. The blast occurred at the Huasheng fireworks plant in Liuyang, a major hub for China's fireworks production, killing at least 26 people and injuring 61 others. Chinese authorities say the explosion happened on Monday evening, triggering widespread destruction across nearby areas and prompting the evacuation of surrounding communities due to fears of further blasts. Rescue operations are ongoing, with hundreds of emergency personnel deployed to search for survivors, as the number of missing persons remains unclear. President Xi has called for those responsible to be held accountable and urged a nationwide review of workplace safety standards. Premier Li Qing also backed calls for stricter enforcement of safety regulations. And that's it on the foreign news.
Sports news is next with Christopher Lele.
Algeria will host the 2026 African Swimming Championships in the city of Oran as the continent's best swimmers prepare to compete for continental honors. The championship is scheduled to hold from May 5 to May 10, 2026 at the Melaoud Hadefa Aquatic Complex. Swimmers from across Africa are expected to take part in the competition, competing in different categories and events in what is regarded as one of the continent's biggest aquatic championships. The tournament is also expected to provide a platform for emerging talents to showcase their abilities alongside some of Africa's established swimming stars. In cricket, Jorut and Donbes took 4 wickets each as Yorkshire completed a 75-run comeback victory over Somerset in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championships. Yorkshire added just 6 runs at the start of the final day to post a second innings total of 371 in Taunton and leave the hosts chasing a target of 260. Root claimed 4-49 and fellow off-spinner Bess 4-60 to help secure their first side's victory of the season, as Somerset were bowled out for 184 shortly after tea. Somerset had led by 112 on first innings after Yorkshire were bowled out for 162 on the first day before the visitors bottled back for the win. In tennis, Emma Raducanu has been drawn to face Solana Sierra, or a qualifier in the second round of the Italian Open in Rome, as she prepares for her tournament since March and her first on clay this year. Raducanu is set to compete for her first WTA Tour event since Indian Wells, having extended her absence due to a viral illness. The British number 1 recently pulled out of the Mutua Madrid Open, citing an injury to her right hand, and is yet to play a single match of the clay court swing. She will open her campaign against either world number 72 Solana from Argentina or a qualifier, having been handed a bye into round 2. In golf, Tiger Woods is not expected to play at either the US Open or US Senior Open as he continues his recovery, according to United States Golf Association Chief Executive Mike Warren. Woods is reported to be receiving treatment in Switzerland after being charged with driving under the influence following a car crash near his Florida home in March. Having turned 50 in December, Woods is now eligible to play on the Champions Tour, where the physical demands are less. Looking to speculation, he could look to take part in the US Senior Open at Skiatos Country Club in early July, which follows the US Open in New York in June. One, though, feels it is highly unlikely the 15-time major winner will be back in action at either tournament. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Nigerian Afrobeat star Seun Kuti says he has no intention of reconciling with Grammy Award winner Wizkid. Canada-based Nigerian doctor Arinze Onwumelu urges singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. And Federal High Court in Abuja schedules May 28th for hearing into the death of singer Mohbad. Queeneth Mokonta has the details on entertainment news.
Seun Kuti has made it clear that he has no intention of reconciling with Afrobeat star Wizkid, stating that their disagreement is permanent. The fallout between the two artists began after Wizkid claimed he was greater than Afrobeat legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti. This came in response to Seun Kuti's earlier appeal to fans to stop comparing Wizkid with his late father. Speaking on a recent podcast, Seun Kuti stated that the conflict remains unresolved and will continue indefinitely. He explained that he cannot move past the situation because of the perceived disrespect toward his father, adding that such remarks have created a point of no return between him and Wizkid. A Nigerian doctor based in Canada, Arinze Onwumelu, has urged singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. The bout, which took place over the weekend in Lagos, attracted widespread attention online and among fans, especially after Portable, popularly known as the Zazu Krona, ended up on the losing side. In a social media post and a video shared on Monday, Onwumelu, also known as Dr. Zoe, recommended that the singer undergo a scan such as magnetic resonance imaging to assess any possible internal head injury sustained during the fight. He explained that Kata Ife appeared to land multiple punches to sensitive areas of parts of Portable's head, raising concerns about the risk of subdural hematoma, a potentially serious condition involving bleeding in the brain. The doctor also called on organizers of celebrity boxing matches to prioritize safety by making protective headgear mandatory for participants in order to minimize the risk of severe head injuries. Prior to the match, Portable had expressed strong confidence in his physical readiness and chances of victory, citing his previous win with Speed Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing encounters. The Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled May 28 for the hearing of a suit seeking to compel the Nigeria Police Force to reopen its investigation into the death of singer Mohbad. Justice James Omotosho fixed the date after confirming that all respondents, including the Inspector General of Police and the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, had been served. The suit, filed by the Break Silence Foundation, seeks an order of mandamus directing the police to carry out a thorough and impartial investigation into the circumstances surrounding Mohbad's death in September 2023. The group is also asking the court to compel the police to question individuals who were last seen with the singer, including his wife, Omowumi Cynthia Aloba, as well as close associates, and his father, Joseph Aloba. Mohbad's death sparked nationwide protests and the hashtag Justice for Mohbad movement amid widespread public concern over the handling of the case. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, learn and grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they know better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Wato and I am your host on the TSK show. Okay, today I want to welcome you to another eye-opening episode. We are going to be discussing something that is very relatable with teenagers, and that is telling lies. And the question is, why do teenagers tell lies? So on today's episode, I have two courageous teen girls who are joining me to share their own experiences and perspectives. We are not here to judge. Yeah, we listen, we don't judge, okay? Yeah. So we are here to understand, because the more we talk, the more we learn. And when teenagers feel heard, real changes happen. So today's episode, like I said earlier, we are looking at why do teenagers lie? We'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, we are going to meet our guests for today's show. Stay tuned.
Okay, why do teenagers tell lies a lot? We hear things like teenagers lie a lot. Do they really want to lie a lot? Most of the times it could be because of fear, threat, to be fear of being punished, when they are threatened ahead of time, ahead of the conversation that will bring out the truth. They will not want to say the truth. Imagine telling a teenager, oh, this report I got, if truly you did it, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to disown you. So they will have to mix it, you know, the way they mix someone and they will see soup, and it will still come out fine. That's how they will mix the truth and mix the lie, and it will still come out fine. So, but when a teenager knows that they can trust you with their weakness, they will always tell you the truth. When you create a safe space for them, like, okay, I know you are not perfect. I understand that you're struggling. I understand that you're still growing. I understand that you can make mistakes. You see them, they will tell you, oh, I did this. they will open up to you. But when you want to judge them, when you want to condemn them, when you want to make them look like it's the end of the world for them, nothing good is going to come out of them, they will always live on the lies. They will always dish out the lies to you to make them appear perfect. Because most of the times we want them to appear perfect. And in order to appear perfect, they will always tell us lies to make it look like they are perfect. And when we discover these lies, we feel that they tell a whole lot of lies. So for your teenager to tell you the truth, build a safe space. Let them trust you. Once they trust you, they will always tell you the truth. So bye for now. Build a safe space for your teenager. A space where they don't just survive, but where they will thrive. Bye.
Welcome back, and we'll be meeting our two guests on the show. I have shared my own perspective, but let's hear it from the teenagers. What and why do teenagers tell lies? So I have today with me Chidima and Amarachi on the TSK show.
Thank you for having me, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Okay, so we are going to be talking about teenagers and telling lies, and I hope you are not going to lie to me on this show.
No, we're not.
You're going to be very honest.
Yeah.
So the first question is, why do teenagers lie?
The first reason why teenagers lie is because of fear.
Fear.
Okay. When, for example, now you collect meat from the pot, and they ask you who took that meat. Obviously, I will not say it's me that took the meat, because obviously you know that your mom is going to shout at you. You're going to get embarrassed.
Yes.
Especially if you have senior siblings.
Yes.
Do you get? So that's one of the reasons why teenagers we always tell lies, especially in our homes, especially in our families. That's one of the reasons why teenagers.
So
lie.
why do you think teenagers lie?
Okay, we all are teenagers, and lying is like a daily habit. So I think the reason teenagers lie. Okay, one reason I lie.
Okay, you.
Yes.
You're personalizing it now.
Yes, one reason I lie is because I don't want to appear wrong.
Oh, you want to appear perfect?
Yes. Yes. I don't want to feel like I'm disappointing anybody. So
Minister
sometimes, yes, something like that. Sometimes there's not actually so much harm in telling the truth, but when you look at the situation and you see that you appear wrong, or you're going to be corrected, or you make that same mistake over and over again, so they just lie. So it just
is it
looks
wrong
like
for you to be corrected? Because you said you.
It is not wrong. It's not actually wrong to be corrected, but that feeling that you've done that mistake again makes you feel, as if you
failed.
Yes, you're like a disappointment.
And you see yourself doing it
again.
Over
so it's like a disappointment.
So you have to lie.
Till you finally get it right.
Okay. So sometimes you just lie so that you just appear perfect.
Yes.
And let it not be like they've corrected you over time and you keep making
that
the same mistake. So do you think that lying helps teenagers to protect their image?
Yes, it actually helps us.
How?
For example, now.
Okay, I don't actually think so.
No, it's some.
Okay, you think so. She doesn't think so. So you're going to tell us your why, and you're going to tell us your why. Okay.
Okay. Let me use for school instance. In secondary school like this, there was a time they asked me, "Did you do your assignment?" I said yes, I did my assignment.
But you did not do it.
I did not do it. In fact, I did not do it. I said I forgot it. The assignment was in my bag. But had it been, I said, sir, I did not do the assignment. I will not feel, I will feel like this girl don't have sense or something like that. So I need to get
to cover so that they won't say you're part of those or one of those people that don't do their assignment. So you just have to maintain your steez by lying that you do not do assignment.
Yes.
Imagine. So why do you think?
I don't actually think it protects your image because after telling the lies, deep down you still know you're the liar. So I don't actually think it protects image in the case that when you lie, because one thing with lying is you have to still tell more lies to cover up those lies.
Okay, you have to use another lie.
Yes, that is one thing with lying.
But
and
at the moment where you tell the lie, like the instance that she gave, like she did not do the assignment and she knows she didn't do the assignment, but she said she did it and forgot it. So at that point now she's trying to cover up like I'm one of the good girls in class.
She covered up for that time, for that moment. But if a student finds that same book in her bag and the person is a talkative or reporter, the person could still uncover the lie. So there's still no thing you're protecting actually, because a lie will still be a lie no matter what.
Okay, so let's look at it now. Are there things that adults do that will make a teenager lie? Because when I was sharing my own thought, I said sometimes it's out of fear, or sometimes it's because the teenager wants to appear perfect, or because the teenager is being threatened. So the teenager have to lie. So what do you think? Are there other things that adults will do that will make a teenager lie?
Yes.
Like
pressure, comparison. Pressure, comparison. Like some parents actually, it's not actually bad to expect good things for your children, but when you're trying to make them, how would I say now? When you're trying to compare them with other people,
I feel like they are not
measuring up to what other people's children are doing, then they would want to, please you, and then they might not actually do what you want them to do, but they will create an image that they are doing what you want them to do. It's still a lie. They are still lying to you. So I think parents should not come. If you're trying to correct or you want the best for your children, you should have a personal note. Don't look as if you're being intimidated by other people's children. Don't make them feel they are not doing their best. Let them be corrected based on their own.
Okay, you have something to say.
Yes, and also communication is very important. Sorry to say, but in Africa, it's as if our parents don't communicate. For example, you just do something. The next thing they'll do is, why do you do this thing? They'll start shouting. So, you need to communicate. You need to tell us. Because every small thing, any small, anything small, how do you expect us to talk? We just do like,
And so to avoid further beating,
you just cover up.
Yes. Just lie.
Mold one lie.
Yes.
That's it. So if there's more of communication,
understanding too. Yes.
Okay. But this lie of a teen, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, I met a boy that went to school and he followed his friends to go and swim. And he lied that he went for a burial, a condolence visit. So when I was asking him, his mom reported him to me. So when I was asking him, I said, how did you come about this lie? He said the group, they went, I think there were 4 of them. So in their group, they sat down and fabricated this lie. How often does it happen in your peer groups?
It does. It does.
Just fear alone can help you manufacture a lie.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It comes naturally.
Yes.
No, lie cannot come naturally.
No. I think it's just the environment.
Yes.
At that point will make you
the situation at that point will make you want to like come up with something.
Another thing is when you have a double event. Like there was a time we had a graduation. Was it a graduation? Okay, there was a time we had an inter-house sport. So on that same day, they planned a party somewhere at the base, one party. So due to we had an inter-house sport that day, they could just say they had an inter-house sport, whereas they are going to the base for that party. So, and when you're not the only one, you can actually vouch that you went for the inter-house party, whereas you went to the base. So I think people just
it's something that is open and something that is known.
Yes,
so that is known.
So
you use this one
to cover
one stone to kill 2 birds.
Yes,
but actually you're lying.
You're lying.
Okay. I want to ask us a very direct question now. Have you been tempted to lie? Have you been in a situation where you can't help it, you just have to lie?
Regularly.
Are you serious?
I
want to hear that. I want to hear it.
In fact, okay, I wanted to buy. Okay, when I bought this bangle, I told my mom. Oh, actually, I bought it then, no, because I don't know how much they're selling it now. I told my mom it was that I needed 5K for it. Actually, what the person told me was I can buy it for 3,000, but I needed small change. At least I needed small change because Ngwa had the exact price. She will give me that exact money, but transport going there, you see. So I just needed to form that line, and it worked.
Okay, it worked.
It worked.
Yeah, but that's lie.
That's lie. But the reason why I was doing it, I still achieved it.
You still achieved it.
I still achieved it.
But don't you think it would have been so much better if you were honest, like, okay, please, this is the amount of this bango, and I needed transport to get to the place?
Yeah, it could have been more, but you know, most of the time when teenagers want to plan, we plan with selfish interest.
Selfish interest. Oh wow, these answers have been so real and so relatable. I really appreciate your honesty and the way you're helping us see things from a teen's point of view. It's clear that lying isn't always about being bad, but often it's about feeling stuck, or maybe you're scared or you're misunderstood. Teenagers at home, I believe somehow you find yourself in such situations. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we are back, we'll continue with our conversation. Welcome back. And if you're just joining us, we've been having a powerful conversation with two amazing teen girls about why teenagers tell lies and what is going on really beneath the surface. So before the break, we uncovered some stories, honest truths about fear, pressure, and the desire to be understood. So now we are going a little much deeper into personal experiences and the lessons they learned and what it takes to create safe spaces for honesty. So let's get back to it. Yeah. I don't want to say you are liars. Because you've just been bringing it the way it happens every day, from the inter-house first to what, you know, there's this thing Igbo people call apricot. You know, sometimes you say it's 10 naira, you just collect 5 naira and put it inside your pocket and then enrich yourself. Why? And you now, you know, this one now, we call it stealing.
It's both stealing and lying.
Obtaining by falsehood.
Yes.
And is a criminal act. So I can charge you now, but I'm not going to charge you. So have there been any time you lied and you felt guilty about it? And what was the lesson that you learned, Amarachi?
Yes. I think yes, there's a time, because we lie every day, so I don't think I should.
I don't lie every day.
The experience, okay. I think it was when I thought we were actually having I told my mom I was going to school. But I was not actually going to school because I was not going to learn that day. I just used the opportunity that my brother was going to school that day, and I followed him. And then I actually said we were having a practical something, but we did not actually have it. And then it was actually supposed to be a meeting, like our friends. We planned we were going to come to school that day, so that we'll just have fun and talk and say our jobless.
And while away your time.
And say our jobless. So I came. But funny enough, those my friends did not come. So and then I was in school all by myself, and I felt so stupid. So I was walking from class, and due to our school is very big, you have like A to L class. I was walking from class to start looking for who I'll talk to. But all the science students were actually having practical, but we arts, we don't have anything. I was so jobless. Some people were telling me I should go home. I said I cannot go home now. I already told my mom I'm coming to school. So I just had to stay till school over.
Your reward
I
came
was
so
hungry.
fast,
I was everything. Oh God, that day was annoying. I said I will not trust those people again. Hi, what they did to me.
Okay, Chidema, let me hear your own very shortly.
Okay, when I was in SS2, I didn't have exam that day. It was only science students. So I told my mom that I want to go, that we have exam.
I don't want to believe that people are running away from home. Because what is this about not having exam and going to school?
If you are at home, they'll be
doing work,
they'll do a lot of things and
so you're running away from house chores. I think that should be another topic for another day. Why teenagers run away from home? Okay.
So that day we were just in the class, open class, everybody was just talking. Then we were making noise. One teacher now came and said, "Everybody kneel down." I was not like, God, what's this? Everybody, we knelt down for almost an hour.
Are you serious?
I was like, God, open Namakwa. I'll just stay in my house. It was so bad that after kneeling down, we think they would just say, "Oh yeah, go home." They flogged us. Everybody, "Oh yeah, five strokes of cane." I said, God.
The reward actually came like immediately.
Oh God.
I was like, if I had known, I would just
have stayed at home. Okay, now let's get real. We know that telling lies is not good. So I know there are teenagers watching us on this show now who are like, is it normal to tell lies? Should I continue telling lies? So what would be your advice to that teenager who feels, I need to lie to cover up, like I need to lie to feel accepted, I need to lie to belong, I need to lie to feel good? For any reason, lie is lie. So what do you have to say to that teenager?
Okay, I would say that, the truth is, people that lie, your friends will know when you lie.
Okay.
And there's a funny thing, actually, people haven't noticed. Friends actually love those people that are very honest about their situations. There's this boy in my class, his name is Emmanuel. He's not this guy that is forming fresh, he has money. He actually, he's very business minded. He does chim, 100 naira. He takes it to our canteen, he sells it. But some people feel embarrassed to do those things. Do you understand what I'm saying? But there's this kind of love we have for that boy because of his honesty. He tells you things and he tells you really. Like, he doesn't try to fabricate beautiful stories about his life. Some people always tell you there's no part of their life you know yet they are going out. But him, if he's at home, he tells he's at home, he's mopping, he's washing plates. And it's interesting because this is what real life is about. So when you lie, it's fake. And we know it's fake. So just be real. And people love reality because that is what we are in. We are not living in a fantasy world. We are not animation. Okay. So be real. We would love you better when you're real. We'll come to understand you because the more you lie, because when you lie, people believe you're perfect. And sometimes when you really need help, they won't help you because you have a perfect life.
Let's bring it down to the home. Like a teenager who lies to avoid trouble. Like somebody that's watching now and say, okay, since I should not lie about fake life, what of trying to avoid trouble?
I just think that we should learn to take responsibility. Because if we are able to be taking responsibility, that means you have to work with your time. When they say wash plate, you wash that plate. You know that there's a time, this is the time to read. This is the time to press my phone. Because social media,
that one is another topic for another day. So let's just focus on this.
So you time yourself, you take responsibility. When you know that, this is what I'm out to do, and you do it, that's why timing is very important.
Yeah.
Because if you work with time, a lot of lie, it will avoid all these lies.
And you not get into trouble. Not get into trouble. Okay. Oh, that has been a wonderful one, hearing from the two amazing teen girls on the show today. But before we wrap up, one more thing. Why is telling truth important?
It's very
important. Value, like it makes people know that you have integrity.
Okay. Okay, so what do you think? Why do you think it's important to tell the truth always?
You would build social capital. You would have a lot of people trusting you even when you don't know they trust you, because people are actually careful with people they roll with and people they talk to. So if you're not very honest, they might not tell you outrightly.
It scares people away from
yeah,
you.
they will gradually go
away
away from you.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful. I want to first of all say thank you for coming on the show and thank you for being so honest. So to the teenagers at home watching us, I want you to know that honesty takes courage, and your voice today matters a lot, and let it be the voice of truth. Let it be the voice of truth. It's very important that you tell truth, because when you tell the truth, it builds trust. It shows responsibility, and it also shows integrity. So remember, this is the TSK show, and my name is Ifeoma the Prof Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. I would love to hear your own story. If you're a teenager watching me, just send a DM to me on my social media handles, Ifeoma the Prof Nwato, on Facebook and on Instagram, and I will love to hear your own story. Remember that knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Catch you next week, same time on the Teen Should Know. Thanks for watching. Remember to thrive. Bye for
We are local.
International communities observing every. Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and the mandate say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing every. Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and the mandate say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be see by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to another beautiful day in the month of May. This month, I literally have 2 family members that are born in the month of May. That means I need to prep birthday gifts for them. Anyways, if you're born in the month of May, happy birthday to you. And of course, go get your pictures done. Go get all the glams you need to get prepared, because it's another beautiful year for you. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm pretty hyper today. I don't know why. I think it's evidence of good living. Anyways, here we tend to give you interesting stories making round in the entertainment industry. I have interesting stories for you today, and of course today we wouldn't be looking at celebrity peak. We'll be looking at the Met Gala that happened yesterday. So we'll be reviewing some outfits and some of the people you want to see on our screen. But first of all, let's delve into what exactly is happening in the entertainment industry. So Seun Kuti has made it clear that he has no intention of reconciling with Afrobeat star Wizkid, stating that their disagreement is permanent. The fallout between the two artists began after Wizkid claimed he was greater than Afrobeat legends Fela Anikulapo Kuti. This came in response to Seun Kuti's earlier appeal to fans to stop comparing Wizkid to his late father. Speaking on a recent podcast, Seun Kuti stated that the conflict remains unresolved and will continue indefinitely. He explained that he cannot move past the situation because of the perceived disrespect towards his father, adding that such remarks have created a point of no return between him and Wizkid. And we could remember when this happened, that was a very pretty long month, because it was going on and on and on and on, and Wizkid had to make a statement that literally caused chaos, because people were Wizkid is actually a great artist. He's going to be a legend too when maybe he retire or is done singing or something like that. But the truth is, the statement he made about himself, comparing himself with Fela and Nicola Kuti, or even saying he's bigger than Seun Kuti's father, made this whole thing escalate on social media that period, that people were literally coming either at him or even agreeing that he is a legend of this time, while Fela was a legend of that time. But the truth is, Fela is the legend. He has always been the legend. Even while in death, he is being given the stars and honors that is due to him. So that statement actually made them to fall out, made them to have this whole disagreement, made them to be in this whole fight. And he has said, Seun has said that this is permanent, that he is not ever going to resolve this. We don't know how true this is, because let me sound like a friend. He said life is a fickle, life is like a fickle or something. Because you will be surprised that a time will come when maybe you will need Whiskey to do something for you, and you'll find out that you tend to maybe just speak to him or reconcile with him. We know that whatever he said he's not supposed to say that. It's more like an insult to the late artist, you know. So let's just see. But to him right now, he's not interested in resolving any conflicts between the both of them. A Nigerian doctor based in Canada, Arinze Onwumelu, has urged singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. The bout, which took place over the weekend in Lagos, attracted widespread attention online and among fans, especially after Portable, popularly known as Zazukrona, ended up on the losing side. In a social media post and a video shared on Monday, Onwumelu, also known as Dr. Zoe, recommended that the singer undergo a scan such as magnetic resonance imaging to assess any possible internal head injury sustained during the fight. He explained that Kata Efe appeared to land multiple punches to sensitive areas of Portable's head, raising concerns about the risk of a subdural hematoma, a potentially serious condition involving bleeding in the brain. The doctor also called on organizers of celebrity boxing matches to prioritize safety by making protective headgear mandatory for participants in order to minimize the risk of severe head injuries. Now, prior to the match, Portable had expressed strong confidence in his physical readiness and chances of victory, citing that previous wins over Speed Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing encounter. Listen to what the doctor said.
And the money did not explain to you very well. This is an exhibition match. Exhibition match is meant for entertainment. You just come, touch Portable small, you touch it small, they give you the money and I go. Just like Portable and Charles Okocha, just like Portable and Happy, just like Portable and even Kiss Daniel bodyguard. It's an exhibition match. They don't say make kill him. They don't say make you murder Portable. You know, everything for Nigeria, everything is just fun and games. So hey, I will do this one. I watched this video and everybody should watch it closely. I'm telling you from a professional point of view, the kind of punches you throw this guy, he has not recovered from it. Anybody when no Portable supposed carry him go do MRI of the brain. Tell them, say, one Dr. Zoe for Canada say, may they do MRI of the brain looking for subdural hematoma. They get some artery, where they here, where they hit them several times, here and here on the temple region. If he bleed small. Boy, one day if you say person on drop. And and e-money. I know you guys don't mean any harm to Portable. But please, next time, if you're organizing this kind, give them head guard. Whether you did not get the memo, or whether and the money did not explain to you very well. This is an exhibition.
With that being said, I mean, he meant no harm. He is literally very, very right, because we saw the punches that Kata Efe gave to Portable, and I mean, this is not the first time that this boxing ring entertainment competition has been going on. And yes, truth be told, Portable has been on the winning side. This is the only time he lost to Kata Ife. So the doctor was able to point out the part. It looked like, oh, he's punching him that maybe he had previous what do they call it now, he had this whole feud with him. He had this whole misunderstanding with him. So this is the only time he could be able to beat the hell out of him, right? So it felt like this is more personal than an entertainment thing. So the doctor saying that he needs to go for his scan is actually right. You've received more than how many punches, despite the fact that you've won the other one. So it's very important that you tend to go check yourself, right? Before we would hear, oh, one day someone woke up and slumped and he died. We'll start looking for who poisoned him and who didn't poison him or her. So it's important that whoever that is close to Portable, we're not saying that he's weak or some sort. It's not like they are shading him or something. It's more like health first. We know that he has already made a statement that he'll want to contest for Happy Forex, right? With Happy Forex rather. So it's important that he goes to check himself before he continue this boxing competition. And yes, like he also said, organizers should make it something important that people that are competing could be able to wear a head guard, right, so as not to injure their brains. This is boxing we are talking about, so as not to injure their brain, to get internal injury or even have brain illness and all that. It's health first before entertainment. Let's get that into our daily thinking. All right, so the Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled May 28 for the hearing of a suit seeking to compel the Nigeria Police Force to reopen its investigation into the death of singer Mohbad. Justice James Omotosho fixed the date after confirming that all respondents, including the Inspector General of Police and the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, had been served. The suit filed by the Break Silence Foundation seek an order of Mandamus directing the police to carry out a thorough and impartial reinvestigation into the circumstances surrounding Mohbad's death in September 2023. The group is also asking the court to compel the police to question individuals who were last seen with the singer, including his wife, Omowumi Cynthia Aloba, as well as close associates and his father, Joseph Aloba. It's further urged that anyone found culpable be arrested and prosecuted. Mohbad's death sparked nationwide protests and the hashtag Justice for Mohbad movement amid widespread public concern over the handling of the case. So it is reopened, and I hope that right now, as it is open, they would finally give justice to him. He will finally get the justice that he deserves, because everything surrounding the death of Mohbad is looking like a horror movie. We are not understanding it. It's going in circles, and we are not even able to point out who exactly has a hand in this or knows something that could be the cause. Even when VDM had interviews with so many people that possibly are close with him, or maybe he had a fallout with or something, it is not pointing at, it's as if it's pointing at every single person, right? They've all gone for, what do they call it now, DNA test between different hospitals, from Omowumi and from his father, right? We've not heard the results anyways. But the truth is this, we would actually want this to be the last reinvestigation, that at the end of the day we can be able to find out, okay, this is what happened, this is what killed him, this is what led to it, and we will be done with this, and he would finally be given the justice he deserves. Because trust me, if that boy grows up, he'll want to know what exactly happened to his father. Anyways, moving forward, Uche Montana has achieved a major digital milestone as her latest film, Monica 2, surpassed 10 million views on YouTube 2 days ago after its release. The sequel, which premiered on May 2nd, 2026 on her channel Uche Montana TV, quickly gained momentum, reaching out to 1.2 million views within 4 hours, over 4 million in 12 hours, and crossing 6 million within its first day, before hitting the 10 million mark by May 4th. Now, reacting to the achievement, Montana expressed gratitude to her audience, attributing the success to divine favor. Monica 2 continues the story of Monica, played by Montana, as she navigates family tensions, particularly with her mother, portrayed as Blessing Onwukwe, while adjusting the married life with her husband. played by Joseph Momodu. The film also features John Ekanem. The film's strong performance highlights the growing influence of YouTube as a distribution platform in Nollywood, with digital releases increasingly revealing traditional cinema. Similar success has been seen with Omonyoboli's Love in Every World franchise, which has also recorded impressive online viewership with this milestone. Montana further strengthens her position among a new wave of filmmakers leveraging digital platforms to reach wider audiences, and we are super proud. I was having a conversation with a colleague and we were like, don't you think this movie would have been in the city? Oh, it would have been so long. Oh my God. Because part 1 is about 2 hours. Part 2 is about 2 hours. That's like 4 hours. But maybe if she had, you know, God have a way of blessing people, right? Yeah. It's possible that if she had put that out on cinema, it wouldn't have gotten the, you know, traction and everything that it gets now. So let's not say it would have, right? YouTube was the best platform for her, and she got the view. In fact, as of the time when I checked in the morning, it's about 11 views. I don't know for now. Maybe it has already surpassed 12 million views. It's about 11 million views in the morning. Now, what are we saying? One thing about storytelling is it's telling our own story, real life story, because Monica is a real life story. Even though we know that movies would always exaggerate some kind of stories, right? They'll always make it too stretched. They'll make it look so emotional that you would have to believe, you have to feel it, you have to cry, you have to smile, you have to live in it, right? Because this particular movie has been making people put out their tripod, their phone, and they're giving reviews of how they felt. People are creating content and all that. In fact, Monica's mother, it looks like she has taken the crown from Patience Ozokwo Susu, as we know her, right? It's as if she has taken over, because it looks like the role she played gave the highest grossing wickedness we've ever seen. Because I don't understand how, of all people, you're wicked to your own first fruit, your first child, your first daughter, all because you passed through the same trauma. So it's more like you expect it to be a generational thing, from mother to daughter to grandchild. You know, it's meant to pass from generation to generation, instead of you to be the one to break the course, right? Yes, and the fun fact is this: that movie would literally teach you a whole lot. First off, choose yourself first, because even the fact that she had to sacrifice a whole lot, her time, her age, her money, every single thing, she sacrificed every single thing for 36 years. For 36 years of her life, everything she did was for her family, father, mother, sibling. She didn't complete secondary school. She didn't get to go to university. Even the money that was given to her to get a sewing machine, she gave it to her mother to be able to further her siblings, you know, education. She didn't get a good education. The good thing is, yeah, we didn't expect it to end in a very sad note. I mean, I would have been so heartbroken if Monica did not oh God, if at the end of the day God did not bless her, that would have pained me so much, right? I'm even seeing people saying they need a patri. There's nothing we don't need patri. It's over. They got the karma they deserve. I know we expected more wickedness for them. It's over. We don't need patri. All we need to do is understand that there are lessons to learn from this, right? Trauma you had as a child or as a mother, you shouldn't pass it on. In fact, you should break that curse, right? You should break that curse in your own generation, that, oh, I wouldn't do this to my own child. Secondly, choose yourself first. And this sense of entitlement, we should stop it. Everyone should go work for themselves, right? Because I got more furious and pissed when Chika had to marry Uche Montana's boyfriend. Yes, I know people will say, oh, she broke up with him. Didn't she break up with him? Her mom told her not to marry him and she agreed, right? Yes, I know, but at the end of the day, you know that this person was in a relationship with your sister. In fact, she lured herself into him, because I had to repeat the part 1 yesterday, and I tend to see how she was, oh, you know, she doesn't like growth. She's still working in that tailor shop. I've always spoken to her and she doesn't want to listen. I've told her to choose herself and she has refused, you know. But look at me, I'm a graduate. I work in the bank. You know, statements like that. And of course, this guy just came back from America. He'll be looking for a girl of the same class with him. So Chika was there and he had to go with her. I was so angry at that point. He got her iPhone 17 PM. The mother did not say anything. The fact that the mother keeps saying Uche Monica as a jealous person, as someone that is how do I put it now? When she complains, it's as if she's doing too much or something. Like, it's more like you're meant to do whatever you're supposed to do as an elder sibling and not complain. There's this whole sense of entitlement that the responsibility must rest on your shoulder. So if you're not able to do it, no one is saying you shouldn't do whatever responsibility you're supposed to. But while you're doing that, choose yourself, because at the end of the day, every single person knows what they're doing. And are you being acknowledged? Are you being motivated? Are you even being thanked for the little things you do to start with? Because if you are able to give somebody 20,000 naira from a little money you have, and the person is more like, oh, this is too small or something like that, how would you feel? Personally, I don't think I'll give you money again, because you're not appreciative. You think I don't have other things. What happened to buying handbags and shoes? And I squeeze out my 20K to give to you, and you're telling me it's not enough. Anyways, congratulations to Uche Montana, and I'm sure she didn't expect this, because she made an emotional video where she was like, oh my god, she had to be so appreciative that what? She didn't expect it to get to this point. Imagine getting 11 million views in 4 days. No, it's not up to 4 days. 2 days yesterday, right? 3 days today. That's actually very huge. Congratulations to her. All right, this one is quite sad. Doris Fisher, the co-founder of Gap Inc., has died at the age of 94. The company announced on Monday she passed away peacefully while surrounded by her family. According to the statement, which did not disclose the cause or exact date of her death, Fisher and her husband, Donald Fisher, launched the first Gap store in San Francisco in 1969. Together, they helped shape modern casual American fashion by focusing on accessible, ready-to-wear clothing such as jeans, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. Now, Doris Fisher is credited with naming the company Gap, inspired by the generation Gap. And the younger audience, the brand initially aimed to attract, as noted by the New York Times. The Fishers also emphasize a simple but effective retail approach, making shopping convenient by keeping stores well stocked and sizes clearly organized. Under their leadership, the company grew into a global retail powerhouse, expanding its portfolio to include well-known brands like Banana Republic and Old Navy. So today, Gap operates around 3,500 stores worldwide through a mix of company-owned and franchise locations. So Doris Fisher is survived by her 3 sons, Robert, Williams, and John. This is celebration of life. Honestly, this is a celebration of life. Looking at the achievements and how long she has lived, this is a celebration of life. Well, she has lived a good life. She has left a legacy, and she has gone to meet her creator. We pray that may her soul rest in perfect peace. Well, that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and coming up next is the fashion review. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the Met Gala that happened last night, So the Met Gala returned a spectacular fashion yesterday, drawing some of the world's biggest celebrities, designers, and cultural features to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. The theme for the Met Gala 2026 is costume art. The official dress code for the night was fashion is art, encouraging guests to... Anyways, having this conversation or this analysis with me is Franklin Sochima. He literally loves analyzing people's fashion. Why? Because he is a fashion designer. He's been here before and he decided to join us for this whole review. He's going to be maybe the second or third Kenzie right now. So thank you so much, Franklin, for joining me on this show.
Thank you for having me. It's been a while.
Yeah! Is it up to a year?
Not
it's not up to a year.
Next week we make it a year.
Are you serious?
I was here actually after the AMVCA.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the last time I was here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You love reviews like this, so don't worry, we got you covered. So the Met Gala happened yesterday. You said you watched it live.
Yeah.
I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh wow. It was phenomenal. Like the celebrities, like one thing about the Met Gala, we look forward to what would these celebrities put out there. Yeah, because it's art. Like they will give their best, and all of them were looking special and amazing. Like the likes of Serena Williams, Venus Williams, representing their sports and everything. Like Venus Williams was representing the black culture in the tennis world. She was putting on an embrace of what's it called again, Wimbledon that she have won. The black people who have won Wimbledon, like she was putting it on her neck. So a lot was happening. It was just telling a lot of stories. What she was putting on.
I know they say costume is art. One thing about fashion I love so much is the fact that people are super creative and they have to bring their A game. In as much as they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get there.
And about $100,000.
I
think last year was $75,000.
And this is like $100,000. And you still need access to go into that place. So if you're able to pay that amount of money,
that you can get.
Well, true. But I saw most of their outfits, and I was actually sad at Nigerians. I didn't see Nigerians.
Yeah, you know, it's not about you can pay for the, you know, like the like of name say like Nike, Gucci. They have to, maybe they will buy a table, and they will invite their favorite celebrities.
Okay, to be there.
Yes. So if you're not if your brand doesn't call you.
Unfortunately,
you won't be there.
So you didn't see one Nigerian person.
To be honest, I was expecting Burna Boy.
Because it was there last year. I was meeting Arasta, Thames. They were there last year.
I was expecting Arasta, to be honest, because sorry to say this, because I think she's not always there.
But she was there last year.
Yeah, she was. She's not always there. I think last year was her first. So I was expecting Burna Boy and Thames, because these are the two.
Or even Davido.
I think Davido haven't been there.
Yeah, but I was expecting them.
I don't know, like, to be
I
honest.
felt so sad. I saw Tyler. I saw Tyler. Tyler's outfit was.
Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is one of the biggest African artists. So Tyler is very, very big. And again, every year, I'm expecting to see Tyler. And
at the Met Gala.
At the Met Gala. And she doesn't disappoint. But
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
Huh? Rema?
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
I think Burna Boy is the biggest artist in Nigeria. So I've won a Grammy and everything. He's global. So yeah. So that's why I was expecting Burna Boy. Like I was expecting Burna Boy. So it's so sad that no Nigeria was there.
Yeah. I was saying something about the facts and the reason why I love fashion is because it is art, right? Yes. Whenever I see Akin Faminu, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Because his designer take his or her time
to
give him something spectacular. I was also expecting, like, there are some people that you expect to see God. If you go to Met Gala, you're supposed to win something. You know Tiana that
Tiana went. I like.
There's this one I saw. Tiana went for Met Gala.
She did not go.
I thought she did. Because that outfit was giving.
It's everything. She could have taken the light off everything. She could have taken the light off everything.
She's one designer that
I'm like inspired. Like I'm so inspired.
She's supposed to do. I'm expecting her to do more. Like next year Met Gala, she's meant to get herself to that place.
I don't know. I wish because like you can just get yourself. Like I told Tiana,
she should find her way there. Even if she would appear.
Like, I'm telling you, Tiana
her outfit was even. I saw Akin Faminu's outfit. I also thought. Akin Faminu's outfit is actually a suit, but they did something with the cap and something in his hand or something. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, these are amazing people
I'm telling
that you expect to see at the Met Gala, but unfortunately,
like Vicky James, like if Vicky
she can do something very great.
She will do a lot better. Like Vicky, Nigerians are so talented in the fashion industry. That's why I can't wait for the AMVC on Saturday because I know it's going to be spectacular.
Honestly.
So, because Nigerians like that, I saw that Tiana's picture. I was like, wow.
She always wow us. She always give us that. I wonder how she does it.
I'm telling you, she's so creative. She's so creative.
How do you
make a gown with a
my God.
Have you thought about it before?
Do you remember the other ones she usually do with snails?
Pepper. Newspaper, like a lot. Do more, like I'm inspired.
People are creative, and may inspired. God continue to bless the works of your hands. Today we're going to be reviewing some of. Sorry, I might not be calling your favorites. Maybe the ones you saw on screen, but I'm going to be pointing out some of the people that I felt like, wow, this outfit is actually spectacular. All right, let's have the first on the list. There is nothing too spectacular about this look, but I liked it because of the whole swingery thingy.
It's something regular that we always see.
It's something regular.
We have been seeing it.
If I should rate her, maybe 4 over 10.
I'll give it 5.5. It's like body fitted and everything. So, but it's something that I'm always seeing. Like I'm always seeing this. So there's nothing. I saw this. I was like, wow, I just screwed. I did not pay attention to this clothes. Yeah, to be honest.
But she last year she gave us something to talk about.
To be honest, she was putting on a suit.
Yeah.
And she was one of the co-hosts. So yeah. So
I was expecting her to do more, but maybe she decided to go for simplicity.
Yeah, Tyler is she's always giving something good.
All right, let's have the next person on the list. I think it's Beyonce. Beyonce is the second person on the list. Let's have
Beyonce took the night,
outfit.
like, you know, she
Beyonce came out as
you know,
queen.
she hasn't been here for 10 years,
10 years.
and this is the reason why we miss her in the Met Gala.
You know, when I posted her on my status, people were like, oh my God, after how many years?
Yes.
Oh my God, after how many years? And you know, when you come out and you present yourself as a queen.
She took the night.
Honestly,
She took
like,
the night.
this is beautiful.
A lot.
This is 10 over 10. This is 10 over 10.
Gown, the tray,
the
everything.
the hand glove, every single
crown.
thing. It's giving skeleton.
Yes.
It's giving skeleton covered with some
Some
what do we call it
bead,
now?
I think it's beaded.
Yeah, it's beaded
It's
actually.
beaded, like, you know, the skeleton part is beaded, and even her dots are blue, looking good, you know.
I think this is her
like,
first
you know.
time.
Yeah, this is her first time.
So,
like, you know.
Maybe she's
And
supposed to
in her
promise.
interview, when they asked her about Blue, she said that Blue is ready. She's ready. She's ready to, you know, take the red carpet and
Every single time.
Every single time, like, she's ready.
I mean, of course, because she's all
ready.
grown and her mother is there to
You
put
know,
her at
push
that
her,
spot
you know,
and push
mentor her very well.
Yes.
Yes.
So of course we don't expect less.
Yes,
You know.
exactly.
All right. Next person on the list is Ellen. Let's see what Ellen. This one gave me a goosebump.
Yeah. She's an artist.
Because I'm more like, what kind of magical outfit is this? I had to pause to look for where the bubbles are coming out from.
Yes. This is why it is called art. This is something I will see, it will blow my mind. This is the real definition of the costume and everything. It's giving art. Balloon, you know, bubbles.
I don't know
coming
the
out.
magic they did.
Yeah.
But you know, she's been on my FYP for anytime I scroll, people actually talk
Because
about
the
this
outfit is
particular
very, very
outfit.
good. It's one of
It's
the
not
best-
the regular.
it's one of the best look
Yes,
of the night.
it's not the regular outfit. And what wow people the most is the whole bubbles. Where is it coming out from? I guess someone is blowing it around it, but I don't know.
No, like, you know.
But this is actually 1,000 over 10.
Yes, it's
for
very, very
me.
good.
This
very,
is
very good. Looking very, very classy and you know, simple and very
but
nice.
magical.
Yes.
Very magical. All right, let's have Tyler. Tyler was giving.
Honest.
You know, all this Pharaoh's daughter
Yes.
or Pharaoh's wife.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
I've been looking at this outfit.
Princesses from Egypt or
Yes.
something. And I've been looking at this outfit and I'm like, you did better last year.
You did way better last 2 years.
You did
I
better,
won't
even
feel
last
you know,
2 years.
That last 2 years, that sand, that's
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yes,
talking about.
that's
That was exquisite. So this one, I don't know what you were trying to portray. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, but
It's beautiful,
we have seen
but
something better.
we've seen something better. That was why I said when I saw this, okay, is she portraying a princess from Egypt or
Yes.
the queen, Pharaoh's
And,
wife
you know,
or
it seems
something?
like that outfit, I don't know if I'm going to call it corset, that outfit there.
Yes,
is like,
yes. And it's just
a
beaded.
mold, like, is it a
Yes,
I don't know if
yes,
they
it
molded
is.
that
It is.
thing.
Because I had to zoom to
Yes.
look at it properly.
So,
It
like,
is. It's
Taylor
not like
is
it's
doing-
bare.
that outfit is good. But
It's creative, but
yes,
we
it's
expected
very,
more.
very good, yes, I think so.
So I'll give her an 8 over 10.
Yes, exactly, 8 over 10.
Okay, let's check Anok. Yes, this one got me wondering.
I saw this
Now,
outfit.
can you see the tears?
Yeah.
Right? When I saw her outfit, I'm more like, is she giving a widow in tears or a mourning widow? Because
Or
first off,
like a slave, I don't know, like that was what I asked
because
myself.
she's dressed in all black. And there's tears in her eyes. She's not looking happy. She's looking like, if you know when a billionaire's wife comes to a funeral, her husband's funeral.
Yes,
So that's what it's giving. I am still the queen, but I'm mourning. I don't know the art behind the whole tears,
Yeah.
but it's explicit. I loved it because of the whole creativity, and maybe I'm not getting the whole idea behind the whole fashion. But
Creativity is, I'll give it a 7 over 10 because she tried and she was giving us something to talk about.
I
Yes,
think she
so-
wouldn't have smiled. She would have kept a more moody face
So
to make it more.
it's-
Anyways,
it's, you know, this is why we are watching the Met Gala, something that will make us talk, and you know, the creativity is
the only creativity in this outfit is the tears, because the outfit is not something we've never seen.
Yeah, it's something that
It's
we have
regular.
seen. I think what's it called again? What's her name again? Thames wore something like this at the and what's it called again? what's all this award?
Grammys?
Not Grammy. Oscars.
Okay.
Something like this at the Oscars. So yeah, we have seen something like this a lot.
6 over 10 for me. But the whole makeup on her face.
Yeah, like the makeup made me give her 7.
All right, next on the list is Emma Chamberlain. So let's see.
This was giving me a whole lot.
I don't know what I felt when I saw
when
this.
I saw this, I'm like, it's a butterfly. Giving me feathers. You know, I don't know, but the outfit is very, very good.
It's giving sea.
A mermaid fish, like, you know, something like that. So I saw this outfit. It was very, very good, colorful. You know, one of the best look of the night, and you know the colors there. You know, giving a lot of rainbow. A lot of things is just happening here. Like, you know, you can see a lot of colors. Like, you know,
I wasn't really wowed. I think I was just attracted by the colors, and I was trying to give it a name. But I know it's giving it. The whole idea is sea life or sea fish or sea whatever, you know.
Yeah, you see like a fish, like, you know, because the feathers, like, you know, that hand something is giving like feathers, and you know, and then the, you know, trade, like, so, and it's giving the tail of a fish. So it's actually very, very nice. Creativity, the creativity, I'll give this outfit a 9 over 10 because it is very good.
I think I'll give it a 9 over 10 too.
It's very good, and the skin color, everything, the shoes, the heels, is good. It's very, very good. I love this outfit. I think this is one of my top 5.
Really?
Yes. Yes. One of my top 5. This outfit is very good.
Let's check out Cardi B's outfits. You told me Cardi B was the last person to walk on the red carpet.
Queen of the night.
You know, she's actually the drama.
Dramatic.
She is the drama.
She is giving us the drama.
When I saw Cardi, I said, oh no.
Oh my God.
You are the drama. You can't do nothing.
Cardi B, like,
you are the drama.
I want to watch Met
because she's always there to wow you.
She makes me want to watch Met Gala. This is why I was awake till 3 a.m.
I don't know who this. Oh, you are literally waiting for Cardi B.
Yeah.
So if she didn't show up, you'd be disappointed.
No, I wasn't disappointed because I was like, wow, what's this?
No, like, but if she delayed, you would have been disappointed.
If she delayed.
If she didn't make it, you would have been disappointed.
Oh my, yes, she could have. I could have been disappointed if she didn't make it, and if she disappointed me with the outfit. Yes. Because
you can't make me wait for you, and you didn't show up looking all glam.
That's why, like, Cardi B has never disappointed.
But I don't understand. What do we title this outfit now?
I don't know. Like, and I haven't read her caption to know what she wrote about this outfit.
I don't know what to call this, but it's nice. It's explicit. I don't know the whole muzzle thing in the shoulder.
Yes.
I don't know what to call it, but it is not something we always
like,
see. It's not the
regular. Something we have seen or something. She brings us something new. And believe me, when we might say something like this at the AMVC on Saturday, you know.
Nigerians will always recreate something.
Yes.
But you know one thing someone asked me, the person said, after seeing my stories, the person said, at the end of the day, what do they do with this outfit?
I think, as they say, like, the Met Gala is to, you know, raise money for the less privileged, and you know, and that's just it.
It's actually for the museum. This particular one is for the museum.
Yes.
But the outfit now, because the guy was like, this is waste of money for me. Because you're not going to wear this clothes again. Now, you know how people reason most times. I've thought of it that even all these ones
this is her job.
Good. I don't know where, of course, they won't wear this again. It's more like, I'm going to give it back to the fashion designer, do whatever you want to do with it. Maybe make it an art or something. But the truth is, people have paid thousands and millions of naira for this out. So that's why the guy is more like, so at the end of the day now, after going for this Met Gala, what do they do with this outfit? I think there's this particular person, her outfit is giving tree with flowers and butterflies. I'm so sorry I didn't put it out there. It was also beautiful. It was exquisite. She was looking like a tree. A beautiful tree.
Oh yeah, I saw that outfit.
You saw it, right?
Make her way on time on the at the Met Gala.
I think she's
very, very like, it was good. And the person that started her, I've forgotten the name of the man. It's a man that started her. The person started Serena Williams last year, and it was good. I saw that outfit. I was like, wow, the outfit was very, very good. Like, I kind of giving something like
the butterfly was really
flying,
and I'm like, this is super creative. All right, let's have Doja Cat's outfit. Let's see how Now, when I saw this, my colleague was like, is it that they had to cut nylon and just stitch it together? Because this is looking like a trampoline. But it's beautiful anyway.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful.
This is what they call art. What can you do with a little piece?
Yes.
How can you be creative with it? So she made it something unique. This outfit is unique. It is unique and it is beautiful. And it matches her skin tone. If you watch the outfit, so it's nice. It's very, very nice. But
it's you know, when I saw this, like I said earlier, I felt like this is nylon, and whomever that come up with using a nylon to create a dress and thought of it on someone's body and maybe thinking that, oh, it's not gonna get torn or some sort, you are super creative, because only stitching a nylon would get it torn.
I'm telling you.
I'm sure people will say this is not nylon, but of course it's looking like
it's a nylon.
It's looking like
a fabric nylon.
Yes.
We have seen this type of fabric a lot of times.
Yes. It's not like she's doing something spectacular. It's not new. It's not new.
It's not new. We have seen something like
the creativity and mindset
towards
it gave it a wow. Anyways, I'll give it an 8 over 10.
I'll give the outfit a 7.
Okay, next on my list is Kim Kardashian. I do not know what she looks like.
I don't really like it.
I told my colleague that no, I don't think we should display this. She said no, this one is the right one to display, because what exactly are you looking like? What exactly is it? It's giving Power Rangers.
Yeah, giving Power Rangers, giving a lot of stuff. But I don't really.
There is nothing.
The colors of the outfit are nice, but you know, I don't know what she was trying.
It's giving, you know, all these Marvel movies.
Exactly.
The ladies and all.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
Yeah.
It's just there.
It's not just. It's just there, but
I don't see anything to talk about.
I can't picture this outfit, but it's just the colors. The colors are nice, but the cutting of these clothes and you know how they bodied it, I don't know. There's something really off for me about this Kim's
I think
outfit.
it needed more. I think it needed more, maybe in her hand or something.
Like, you know, if there was a material, like, you know, down here, because I think the up is good. The up
but
is
the down
good,
is
the down
something else.
Is
and the hand is so bare.
Yeah, it's so bare.
This is a 4 over 10 for me.
I'm rating it 2 over 10 because there's nothing really good. I'm trying to picture this outfit. I want to give the 2 is just for the up because she did a lot of job.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the
it's
upper part of
giving
the
Power Rangers.
But the down is not that, you know, I've seen something, you know, very, very short, but at least give me something good. Like, you know, maybe.
I mean, you are Kim Kardashian.
Yes. I was like, you know, she's one of the people that we
want to see you do exploits.
Yes,
anyways, last person on our list is Sabrina Carpenter. Let's have Sabrina Carpenter.
My
Beautiful.
God.
Beautiful.
My God.
I loved it. See, fashion designer. See, it's not by merging to Ankara. You need to go for an upgrade. You need to be super creative. Sabrina Carpenter's outfit is very beautiful.
Yes. Very, very beautiful.
Super beautiful.
One of the best look of the night. Very, very beautiful.
This is explicit. I don't know the material for this. It's giving that tape in, you know, that disc cassette when that's
so creative.
So I'm like, okay, that
like the creativity is
behind it.
It's so nice. It's so creative, and like the hair, the little you know, jewelry on the front of the hair is given. And you know, the corsets and you know, the neck piece, like, you know, the turtleneck,
it's actually
and the tray, like everything is just good. Everything is so good.
They all brought out their A game.
I'm telling you,
right? Every single person. Oh, I didn't display the men. There's this particular Sam what now?
Sam Smith.
Sam Smith. I forgot to display his outfit. When I posted it on my story, people were laughing. He looked like a witch in that outfit because there was something on his hair that looks like he's trying to fly. You know this whole wizard. Have you watched Wizard in Waverly Place?
No, I haven't.
In Disney Channel.
No.
He was looking like a wizard. The creativity great, but when I saw it, I laughed because what in Jesus' name is this? Anyways, all the creative, all the fashion designers, each and every one of them that put out their A game, and all the celebrities that showed up at the Met Gala did amazing. We are super proud.
It was so nice.
It gave us the real costume arts.
Yes.
We expected it, and of course they said it's all for the fundraising of the museum. So we hope it actually gets to what they expected, and it really raised the fund that they are expecting.
Obviously they will, because a lot of millions of dollars
has been put into it.
Like
so of course, yes.
Yesterday night. Last night was amazing, and it's something to talk about. And
you know you had more fun because you watched it live.
Yeah. I was screaming. Like when I saw Beyonce's outfit, I was like, wow.
I didn't even bring out Rihanna's own.
Rihanna kind of, we already seeing Rihanna's video on clip, like when she was living in the hotel room or something. Yeah. We already seen the clip before she made it to the red carpet. So so we already Rihanna's outfit was very, very good. Like that kind of. But it's something, I don't know, kind of...
Sorry, it looks like Spyro for me.
The outfit is very good.
No, it's good. But I'm like, what do I team this? What do I call this, right? It's giving Spyro Jira. I don't know.
Yeah. It was the husband.
Yeah, oh my God.
Nice.
I regret not bringing up the man for this.
Yeah, I think that was the best look for me at the man. Like, that's his husband's outfit. That's the best look for me for the night. And... yeah.
Franklin, I love doing this whole review with you. AMVCA is happening this weekend, so we know Nigerians are not going to feel us.
Exactly.
We're going to be reviewing your outfits.
Yeah, so don't feel us. I already seen a clip. What's it called? Tosi Silva. He's a blogger. And there's this outfit. Just a normal gown, pink gown, selling for $10,000. That's 30,700,000 naira. Just for AMVCA. So I am expecting Nigerians to do a lot, because Nigeria, this is their brand. This is where you show yourself to brands. So yeah.
You know the sad things, someone also part of the Nollywood said this might be the last AMVCA. So like, if it happens, it might. It's not a probability.
It's impossible.
We don't know yet.
I think it's impossible. They make that, like, there's no how they can count. It's just like you're saying that this might be the last Grammy Award.
No, you don't get why they said it's the last one.
Why?
It's the whole fight between MultiChoice, Paramount, Warner Bros, and all that.
No, the thing is that
because you know they showcase AMVCA on African Magic Series.
Yes.
So that's why. That's why they said it might be the last. Our time is almost up. Anyways, Franklin, I had a great time doing this review with you.
Same here.
I think we'll do this maybe on Monday. Let's see what Nigerians are going to do in the African Magic Viewers' Choice Award.
Yeah.
So the show has come to an end, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for not leaving us. I'm sure you had a great time, from the stories to the fashion review. We'll be doing this more often. I know you missed fashion reviews like this, and we had to do it today being Tuesday because Met Gala happened last night. So follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course join us same time tomorrow for more insights like this. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I remain your baby girl, Queeneth Wokunta.
We are local.
The international community is observing every... Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing Right, the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, FG demands probe into killing of Nigerians in South Africa. Keke riders in ENUGU endorse Governor Mba for 2027. Iran says US military killed 5 civilians in attacks on passenger boats. And UAE accuses Iran of attacks as large fire breaks out at oil refinery. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has demanded a thorough and impartial investigation into the deaths of 2 Nigerians in South Africa. amid growing concerns over xenophobic tensions and the safety of Nigerian nationals abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says Nigeria is also pushing for the fast-tracking of a bilateral early warning mechanism with South Africa to prevent further escalation of violence and improve crisis response. Speaking in Abuja, spokesperson of the ministry, Kimiebi Imomotimi Ebenfa, said the government's position was conveyed after a closed-door meeting between Nigerian and South African diplomats. The meeting involved officials from Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Permanent Secretary Dunoma Umar Ahmed, and South Africa's Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria, Lesoli Machele. Nigeria raised concerns over protests in parts of South Africa, reportedly calling for foreigners, especially black Africans, to leave the country, describing the situation as disturbing and capable of straining bilateral relations. The Defense Force personnel. Nigeria is demanding full disclosure of autopsy reports, case files, and regular updates on investigations, insisting on accountability and disciplinary action where wrongdoing is established. The leadership of the People's Democratic Party has dismissed claims of a purported National Executive Committee meeting and the formation of an interim leadership, describing the move as illegitimate and misleading. In a statement, the faction led by Abdurrahman Mohammed said no such NEC meeting was officially convened, stressing that any decisions or announcements from the gathering are null and void. The group rejected claims by another bloc led by Adolphus Nwabara and Taminu Turaki, which announced the formation of a caretaker committee following a meeting in Abuja. Backed by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, the Mohammed-led faction also raised legal concerns, noting that the alleged meeting failed to comply with provisions of the Electoral Act 2026. According to the party, the mandatory 21-day notice to the Independent National Electoral Commission was not observed, and there is no record of INEC's participation, rendering the process invalid. The statement further questioned the role of Nwabara, citing internal disciplinary issues and arguing that he lacks the constitutional authority to assume leadership within the party. It also clarified that the party's Board of Trustees has only advisory powers and cannot take executive decisions. The PDP urged members and the public to disregard the developments, insisting it has no legal or constitutional backing. Operators of commercial tricycle, popularly known as keke in Enugu State, have thrown their weight behind the re-election bid of the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mbah. Hundreds of the tricyclists who converged at the Michael Okpara Square in Enugu said that they were moved by what they described as visible achievements and administrative strides recorded by the governor across the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikemunam captured the mood.
The Michael Okpara Square in Enugu came alive with chants of solidarity, songs, and colorful displays as tricycle operators from across the state gathered in what they described as a unity rally in support of Governor Peter Mbah.
Peter Mbah for tricycle, true of us! Peter Mbah for tricycle 2027, true of us! All tricycles! Makai Geso!
Leading the gathering was the state chairman of the Tricycle Transport Union Association, Kingsley Ede, who told the crowd that keke riders across Enugu State had collectively resolved to endorse Governor Mbah as their preferred governorship candidate for 2027, According to him, members of the union are satisfied with the governor's leadership style and developmental strides since assuming office. He noted that the administration's policy on ongoing infrastructural transformation have positively impacted transportation and economic activities in the state. The union chairman further stated that the endorsement reflects the confidence of tricycle operators in the continuity of the present administration.
And nekwa ihe ọ na-arụ fụ na revenue anyị na-akụ ọ na-aba somewhere na-enwe ihe eji arụpụta wee fụ na ọchịchị nke a dị iche na nke a chịbugoro achị a na-eche anya wee kpọọ m wee sị m mba na ha chọrọ ime gọvanọ a big rally ha chọrọ imere solidarity ha chọrọ imere endorse ha chọrọ ime endorse n'ọnya ka ha chọrọ na 2027.
In a strong show of solidarity, the riders also unveiled their mobilization plans ahead of the 2027 elections, pledging support for the governor across the 17 local government areas of the state. As the 2027 political landscape begins to take shape, the endorsement by the tricycle operators adds to the growing list of support groups rallying behind Governor Peter Mbah's second-term bid. From the Michael Okpara Square, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News. The Michael Okpara.
Resident doctors at the Delta State University Teaching Hospital have embarked on an indefinite strike following the assault of one of their colleagues. The strike, declared by the Association of Resident Doctors, comes amid growing concerns over insecurity and unsafe working conditions within the hospital environment. In a statement, the association condemned the alleged attack on one of its members and former president, Aja Harrison, describing it as unprovoked. The incident reportedly occurred during a blockade of hospital access roads by members of the host community. Harrison, who had earlier complied with restrictions, was said to have been attacked after making a calm appeal for a motorcyclist to be allowed passage. He was allegedly slapped and assaulted by a group before being rescued by bystanders. Medical reports indicate he sustained injuries to his right ear, including bleeding and trauma to the eardrum caused by blunt force impact. The association said the attack reflects a wider pattern of insecurity, noting that many doctors now reside in nearby towns such as Sapele, Warri, and Benin City due to safety concerns. Following an emergency meeting, the doctors commenced a total and indefinite strike across all levels, from house officers to senior registrars. They are demanding a written apology from the host community, improved security, guarantees against future attacks, full medical care, and compensation for the victim, and the identification and prosecution of those responsible. The governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umoeno, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a sustainable aviation ecosystem, following the successful maiden international flight from Uyo to Accra, Ghana. The historic flight marks a major milestone for Akwa Ibom, positioning the state as an emerging hub for tourism, trade, and investment within the region. Speaking after returning from Accra, Governor Eno said the development validates the state's readiness to handle international air traffic and compete globally in the aviation sector. He announced the creation of a new Ministry of Aviation and Airport Development to oversee and drive further growth, improve efficiency, and attract more international airlines. The governor highlighted ongoing investments in infrastructure, as well as the training of pilots and engineers, as part of efforts to sustain long-term development in the aviation industry. Stakeholders, including Senator Ekong Samson, described the achievement as a breakthrough that will boost economic opportunities and elevate the state's global profile. The maiden international flight is expected to enhance regional connectivity and accelerate the state's ambition of becoming a key gateway for business and tourism in West and Central Africa. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has raided the Bayero University Kano Old Site area, arresting 6 suspects linked to alleged illicit drug activities. The Kano Strategic Command of the agency said the operation also led to the dismantling of several drug joints within and around the university environment. According to a statement by the command's public relations officer, Assistant Superintendent of Narcotics Sadiq Maigatari, the exercise was conducted under the leadership of Commander CNDY Lawal. The raid, code-named Operation Sharan Mafaka, followed a formal complaint from the management of Bayero University, Kano, over suspected drug-related activities within parts of the institution and surrounding communities. Maigatari said the suspects were arrested while items linked to illicit drug use were seized and destroyed during the operation. He added that the intervention reflects the agency's commitment to maintaining a drug-free environment, especially around academic institutions. The NDLEA also commended the university's management for its cooperation and urged the public to continue reporting suspicious activities to help dismantle drug networks across the state. The agency warned that using educational facilities as hubs for drug trafficking or consumption will not be tolerated. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has signed a memorandum of understanding with 2 Chinese firms to support the completion and operation of key refineries in the country. The agreement was signed by NNPC's Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Ojulari, alongside executives from Shenzhen Chemical Company and Jingachen Fuzhou Industrial Park Operation and Management Company Limited in Jiaxing City, China. The proposed partnership under a technical equity partnership framework is aimed at completing outstanding work and ensuring efficient operation and maintenance of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. According to NNPC, the collaboration will also focus on upgrading the facilities to meet cleaner and more profitable production standards while expanding their petrochemical capacities. The deal further includes plans to develop gas-based industrial hubs and explore downstream opportunities to enhance long-term sustainability. Ojulari described the agreement as a major milestone after months of engagement, noting that it sets the stage for identifying strategic partners to revitalize Nigeria's refining sector. NNPC says the MOU represents an initial step, with final agreements subject to further negotiations and regulatory approvals. Iran says U.S. military killed 5 civilians in attacks on passenger boats. UAE accuses Iran of attacks as large fire breaks out at oil refinery. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
We are local.
The international community is observing every Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Iran has accused the United States of killing 5 civilians in the Strait of Hormuz, escalating tensions between both countries amid a fragile ceasefire. Iranian authorities say U.S. forces attacked passenger boats in the waterway, contradicting claims by U.S. Central Command that its troops destroyed vessels belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which allegedly tried to disrupt an escort mission. U.S. Admiral Brad Cooper had earlier stated that 6 IRGC boats were sunk, while U.S. President Donald Trump claimed 7 vessels were destroyed during the operation, codenamed Project Freedom. Iran state broadcaster reported that an investigation found no IRGC boats were hit, but instead 2 civilian vessels traveling between Oman and Iran were destroyed, killing 5 passengers. Tehran has called for the U.S. to be held accountable. The United Arab Emirates has accused Iran of launching a barrage of missiles and drones on its territory, marking a major escalation in tensions despite an existing ceasefire. UAE authorities say the attacks targeted critical infrastructure, setting an oil refinery ablaze in Fujairah and injuring 3 Indian nationals. The strikes are the first reported on the UAE since a ceasefire agreement between Iran and the United States took effect on April 8th. The assault comes amid renewed tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, where U.S. efforts to escort stranded oil tankers have drawn sharp warnings from Tehran. Iran's military had earlier cautioned that any foreign forces entering the waterway would face retaliation. According to the UAE Ministry of Defense, its air defense systems intercepted multiple ballistic and cruise missiles, as well as drones launched during the attack. The government strongly condemned the strikes, describing them as unprovoked and a violation of its sovereignty, while warning it reserves the right to respond. Russia and Ukraine have announced competing unilateral ceasefires in their ongoing war, highlighting deep divisions despite calls for peace. Russia says its ceasefire will run from May 8th to 9th to coincide with its annual Victory Day celebrations, marking the World War II. The announcement was made on the orders of President Vladimir Putin, with Moscow urging Ukraine to follow suit. However, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky rejected the move, saying Kyiv had received no formal communication from Russia. Instead, Ukraine declared its own ceasefire set to begin earlier, from May 5th to 6th. Zelensky emphasized that human life should take precedence over symbolic celebrations, calling on Russia to take meaningful steps toward ending the conflict. Meanwhile, Russia warned that any attempt by Ukraine to disrupt its Victory Day events would trigger a massive military response, including potential missile strikes on the Ukrainian capital. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered a full investigation after a deadly explosion at a fireworks factory in central China left dozens dead and injured. The blast occurred at the Huasheng fireworks plant in Liuyang, a major hub for China's fireworks production, killing at least 26 people and injuring 61 others. Chinese authorities say the explosion happened on Monday evening, triggering widespread destruction across nearby areas and prompting the evacuation of surrounding communities due to fears of further blasts. Rescue operations are ongoing, with hundreds of emergency personnel deployed to search for survivors, as the number of missing persons remains unclear. President Xi has called for those responsible to be held accountable and urged a nationwide review of workplace safety standards. Premier Lee Quing also backed calls for stricter enforcement of safety regulations. And that's it on the foreign news.
Sports news is next with Christopher Lele.
Algeria will host the 2026 African Swimming Championships in the city of Oran as the continent's best swimmers prepare to compete for continental honors. The championship is scheduled to hold from May 5 to May 10, 2026 at the Melaud Hadeifa Aquatic Complex. Swimmers from across Africa are expected to take part in the competition, competing in different categories and events in what is regarded as one of the continent's biggest aquatic championships. The tournament is also expected to provide a platform for emerging talents to showcase their abilities alongside some of Africa's established swimming stars. In cricket, Joe Root and Don Bez took 4 wickets each as Yorkshire completed a 75-run comeback victory over Somerset in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championships. Yorkshire added just 6 runs at the start of the final day to post a second innings total of 371 in Taunton and leave the hosts chasing a target of 260. Root claimed 4-49 and fellow off-spinner Bez 4-60 to help secure their first side's victory of the season, as Somerset were bowled out for 184 shortly after tea. Somerset had led by 112 on first innings after Yorkshire were bowled out for 162 on the first day before the visitors bottled back for the win. In tennis, Emma Raducanu has been drawn to face Solana Sierra, or a qualifier in the second round of the Italian Open in Rome, as she prepares for her tournament since March and her first on clay this year. Raducanu is set to compete for her first WTA Tour event since Indian Wells, having extended her absence due to a viral illness. The British number 1 recently pulled out of the Mutua Madrid Open, citing an injury to her right hand, and is yet to play a single match of the clay court swing. She will open her campaign against either world number 72 Solana from Argentina or a qualifier, having been handed a bye into round 2. In golf, Tiger Woods is not expected to play at either the US Open or US Senior Open as he continues his recovery, according to United States Golf Association Chief Executive Mike Warren. Woods is reported to be receiving treatment in Switzerland after being charged with driving under the influence following a car crash near his Florida home in March. Having turned 50 in December, Woods is now eligible to play on the Champions Tour, where the physical demands are less. Looking to speculation, he could look to take part in the US Senior Open at Sciatos Country Club in early July, which follows the US Open in New York in June. One, though, feels it is highly unlikely the 15-time major winner will be back in action at either tournament. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Nigerian Afrobeat star Seun Kuti says he has no intention of reconciling with Grammy Award winner Wizkid. Canada-based Nigerian doctor Arinze Onwumelu urges singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. Federal High Court in Abuja schedules May 28th for hearing into the death of singer Mohbad. Queenette Mokonta has the details on entertainment news.
Seun Kuti has made it clear that he has no intention of reconciling with Afrobeat star Wizkid, stating that their disagreement is permanent. The fallout between the two artists began after Wizkid claimed he was greater than Afrobeat legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti. This came in response to Seun Kuti's earlier appeal to fans to stop comparing Wizkid with his late father. Speaking on a recent podcast, Seun Kuti stated that the conflict remains unresolved and will continue indefinitely. He explained that he cannot move past the situation because of the perceived disrespect toward his father, adding that such remarks have created a point of no return between him and Wizkid. A Nigerian doctor based in Canada, Arinze Onwumelu, has urged singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. The bout, which took place over the weekend in Lagos, attracted widespread attention online and among fans, especially after Portable, popularly known as the Zazu Krona, ended up on the losing side. In a social media post and a video shared on Monday, Omumelo, also known as Dr. Zoe, recommended that the singer undergo a scan such as magnetic resonance imaging to assess any possible internal head injury sustained during the fight. He explained that Kata Efe appeared to land multiple punches to sensitive areas of parts of Portable's head, raising concerns about the risk of subdural hematoma, a potentially serious condition involving bleeding in the brain. The doctor also called on organizers of celebrity boxing matches to prioritize safety by making protective headgear mandatory for participants in order to minimize the risk of severe head injuries. Prior to the match, Portable had expressed strong confidence in his physical readiness and chances of victory, citing his previous win with Speed Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing encounters. The Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled May 28 for the hearing of a suit seeking to compel the Nigeria Police Force to reopen its investigation into the death of singer Mohbad. Justice James Omotosho fixed the date after confirming that all respondents, including the Inspector General of Police and the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, had been served. The suit, filed by the Break Silence Foundation, seeks an order of mandamus directing the police to carry out a thorough and impartial investigation into the circumstances surrounding Mohbad's death in September 2023. The group is also asking the court to compel the police to question individuals who were last seen with the singer, including his wife, Omowumi Cynthia Aloba, as well as close associates, and his father, Joseph Aloba. Mohbad's death sparked nationwide protests and the hashtag Justice for Mohbad movement amid widespread public concern over the handling of the case. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethmokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
A friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then I told them my story. I didn't know that there were some pressmen who were hanging around. All the inspiration, all the good things I said, they left it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My friend was not speaking to me for years. Called me from America. Why now? Why you don't want to kill yourself? Why? Now broke you broke. We go help you. I said, now broke, I broke. You will not tell them we will help you. Now broke you broke. I said, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me.
My brother and friend, the comedian, filmmaker, actor, and musician ONG is my guest today. ONG is a true pioneer. He you know, is one of the pioneers of the skit culture in Nigeria from as far back as 2001.
And I was happy when Thelma told me. She said she was 11 or 12, and my skit was one of the first things she ever saw.
That's amazing.
And said, I want to do this. I think I can do this like this man. Wole Agba said every time my skit was being played, because my montage, you'd hear a funny dog chasing a comedian is running home to go and watch. So every time he hears that sound, it goes, you know, to one and says, man, I want to do this. So those things inspire me. So many others, they act as if you didn't start it, you know, and I can't go up and down saying I started this gangster shit. It's just the thanks I get for all the, you know, but it's good.
You know, this is a man who tells me that he left his own wedding, left his wife dancing to go and do a show.
One of the banks had called me Thursday, are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Only for me to remember that at the wed, when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. You know, and my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now only me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as I say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody.
We talk about how that marriage has evolved, you know, with him being Niger Delta and she being Yoruba, he being Christian and she being Muslim, watcher of NSPPD.
Let me shock you. Every morning, you cannot take my wife away from NSPPD. 7 to 8:10. I say 8:10 because you know by 8:10 is when the man will now put account and say. That is when the Lagos Island in my wife comes out. Say, you know, me the man for every day.
He being a hardcore rap fan and she being, you know, a Muslim who also listens only to Fuji music.
I am a strict hip hop guy.
Yes.
247.
Yeah.
My wife has always been a Fuji person.
Yes.
My wife keeps telling me that we're not going to renew our vow until I am rich enough for her to pay Kwam1.
I support it.
To sing at her traditional wedding.
Then we talk about 2018 or so when he wanted to take his life because everything had gone. Everything, he had lost everything.
The sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. If you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
Only 2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11.
It's like dying.
Yes. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. And someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. Went to the dispenser, I poured water in a cup. I gave it to him. He drank the water. When he finished, he drank. He hugged me. Thank you, Daddy. And then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? I packed the thing. Pack him. I said, I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool.
It was a funny show. We started it laughing and we ended it in a place of reflection, of lessons, and of beauty. Welcome to With Chide.
Come for me.
Make I wake up. Her 24th tattoo, I will.
Who do do tattoo?
My next guest.
Well, we not fit to. Not fit do tattoo.
You do fear?
My wife told me she wanted to do a tattoo. Kept insisting. Because for her birthday this year, she's going to be 45.
Right.
So she wanted a tattoo. I said, don't leave all this one. Say she want tattoo my name. I say, why? You know whether me and you go quarrel. Go separate. You can't carry down and they go show people up and down. See the idiot. I still tattoo his name for my body. The man see they do anyhow. I say, I beg. No. She say, oh, so you have it in mind to quarrel with me. I say, you know, see, when there's no money, you will not know the real attitude of a man.
Yes.
I don't get money now. And with the kind of blessing God is preparing for me,
yes,
I don't know what I might do.
I love it.
You understand? God, my dog, shock me. And I will look down, okay, this woman, you've been with me for donkey years, Armageddon. You have suffered, you've washed clothes. Let's bring in one small girl to come and be assisting you. You understand? You know, all those kind of things.
Yes, she won't be stressed.
You understand? You say, no. I say, it's not good for you. You've suffered, you know. You should just be traveling all over the world, spending my money. While you are doing that, let one small girl be at home. Just be doing all of this little thing, cleaning house before you come back. By then you not say you've tattooed my name on your back. No, don't do it.
So she didn't do it?
No, so leave tattoo. Don't worry.
Let's start with that.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with your wife, because you and your wife have a fantastic story.
Yes.
So first, I want to talk about the scandalous part. If they never hear, for me they hear.
Yeah.
Say during your wedding, you left your wedding.
Yes.
To go and MC an event.
Yes. It was like that then, because as at the time when I was marrying my wife, it wasn't about all of the whole society wedding thing. It was just, you know, wanting to marry the person that you love. You didn't care what form it took place. So it wasn't something elaborate. It was something big. It was a normal, okay, let's go to the registry, Ikoyi. From the registry, we'll now go over to the reception. But incidentally, a week to the wedding, one of the banks had called me. I was running a promo then. It was a sharp promo, you know. One of those 1 hour promos that they would just do, raffle, you know me, and they like the way I just spice it up when I do my thing. So they called me and said, so the Thursday, are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Why not? So, only for me to remember that I did wed that particular. So I now called back. And the first thing I asked them is, how much will they pay this time? So when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. And so, after we'd finished everything, we'd got in there, we had dancing, we had sat down, you know, and my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now only me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as I say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody. And I just disappeared. PM. So I got there, I was in my, tuxedo with the bow tie and they were looking like, man, you're looking so sharp. So immediately I started saying, you welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and honor to you. I'd like to welcome you to the blah, 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 blah promo draw. In fact, I'd like you all to congratulate me. I'm just coming from my own wedding reception. I got married today. They started laughing. They thought it was a joke. Like, you can't be serious. They took it as one of my. I said, okay. So I started telling them, as I'm standing here in front of you, I have a retinue of people waiting for me who don't know where I've actually gone to. I know today is going to be war for me and some of my friends. My in-laws don't even know what's happening. In fact, the only person who knows that I'm actually here is my wife. And they're like, this guy can't be serious. And then I did the thing. By the time I got back, it was just about 2 of my friends. My wife was still dancing, and the rest, they're still just spraying her, and the rest. So when I came in, I could see that frown on my face. So my wife, so I just went to meet her. I said, how far? I said, everything went on. Okay. So I just continued dancing with her. And then from then on, I carried on, we went home. And we've been happy ever since. Yeah. She has never mentioned it. There has never been any mention of it. And I'm hoping that when I finally hit that money, get that big endorsement, get that big money, like the type of money you have, I'm hoping.
We receive it.
Amen. We've seen your views on YouTube. That's why we are here. We've seen the views. We've seen this will be like play. Will be like play. The first time I saw you doing, I said, children are very, I keep telling people about how far we go. Right from your NYSC days in the oil company and brilliant. But today you get brain. Jesus, if today writes for you, write this thing. I purposely used to just avoid you. Then don't brief me. Don't even be the one to talk to me, so that my head will not blow. And I will saw the views and the rest. So when I finally blow, collect YouTube money like you, I'm hoping I could renew my vow with her. You understand? And that day I'll make an announcement before the reception. No organization should call me whatsoever. In fact, I'll do it on a Monday morning.
When they do board meeting.
You understand? 7 a.m.
You are one of the original skit makers.
Yes, sir.
You started with skits, like, creating them. Those are the things that made you blow. Are you fascinated now by how skit culture has overtaken everything?
Thank you for having to acknowledge that. Very few people try to acknowledge it. And my friend Kofi, a Boston friend, would always say, why don't you like giving yourself the proper credits that you deserve? You have worked. I say it is not in my right. I'm not used to bragging. Because I want my helpers to locate me. Helpers always like to see you like your hand like this. They don't like to see your hand like this. You can't meet your helper now and say, Alpha. When is your helper say, Baba? Let me just tell you about the whole skit thing, how it started. It was in the mid-2000s. I think it was it 2004, 2005? I started watching some foreign films again because I started out earlier on in life knowing I was going to be an entertainer. Very young, at 8 years. It was even 2. I started as a dancer at 2. But my father used to take me to parties and would use me to win bets with his friends. My pikin, fit dance past your pikin. They stake money, my father will win. When he win, he's the one to drink beer.
I love it.
When I was getting 9, 10, I used to watch some mothers who have Frank Spencer. And I had a quick flair for just learning how to imitate. That is one thing I want to go back to doing now. I love mimicry. I've not tried it in a while. As I was coming, I was just trying. I said, when you should be able to start doing mimicry again. If I just come, for example, now and say, hey, today, all this time where you don't talk, say my husband no fit to be president. Now they don't give you man way strong past you, your eye don't clear. Today now only you walk and come. There is God, oh. Today where is God, oh. Or when I say, look, let me tell you something, look. Enough is enough. Tell your gods to come and see me. Stop putting juju. Stop putting juju on the road. Open your eye every day. Newspaper. They say wicked. Afternoon wicked. Child, Chude. Is that why we are here? I can't believe it. People have been carrying a lot of rumors about me, but they don't know how talented I am. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
For those who are not following, we've moved from Patient Jonathan to Governor Wike to Julius Agu.
And then it's just like that. If you not got money, go face swallow. I go by the name Portable Amalalami, aka Zazu Pokoto Ameme Ministry. If you not get money, go face. You get passport, not get money, they there. Kini ma faja, kini ma bo. Wala. No get money, they make mouth. Now you guys Zazu. Now you.
As I woke up this morning, my motivational speech for this morning was from Portable. I just watched a full interview. I said, I'm ready to face life now.
He motivated you.
Yes, he motivated me. Yes, I'm ready to now face life. But let's continue back to the story.
So I now thought, okay, I said, I was seeing things that people like Chris Rock were doing, Martin Lawrence, and I was fascinated. I'd watch their sitcoms, I'd watch all those short things that they were doing. I was like, okay, I think I can start doing short 2, 3, 4 minutes plays or something, you know. Just do them in form of funny videos. It doesn't always have to be just hold the mic alone and talk. I could shoot these things and then we could put them, you know, into small videos and put them on TV. So I said, okay, it was possible. But I didn't have the resources. I didn't have the cameras, and I only had the ideas. So I took the ideas then, and then I started going around. There were not too many TV stations then, so I went to a couple of them. I went to Galaxy, I went to AIT, I went to NBI. You know, I was turned down a lot. They couldn't understand the concept of what I wanted to do. So then myself and Kofi were already friends. I discussed it with him, I discussed it with Bumi Davis, and I said, okay, let's try something out. So we started a little program called Comedy Zone. It wasn't still in the line of skits. It was, you know, there's a difference between skits and sketches.
Right.
You know, skits are what is on now. Sketches is you assuming different characters, standing on a stage to do something, and then you can also just video that person sitting down. You know, I can sit here now and assume different characters while sitting here, you know, and put that out. That's a sketch. But the skit is when I bring in 2 or 3 people and then we try and play the whole scenarios out. So it wasn't still what I wanted to do.
A few years ago, you shocked people when you shared the story of a time when you were suicidal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people were shocked because, first of all, you're a funny man. Secondly, you've had a blast in this industry. You know, so people cannot imagine it. What was going on then?
It was a lot of bad moments. I had invested a lot in the arts, and I hadn't gotten the return backs. I was losing on and I had worked my ass off. You know, I was broke to bankruptcy. I was tired. I was fagged out. I had given every single thing. The industry, people, everything I've been, up until now, today. There has never been any projects I have done that I have gotten sponsorship to do. I just mentioned one now. Think of how much it has cost me, millions of my money. I have approached sponsors. Nobody wants to invest in what will not yield for them immediately. And life can't be like that. I wasn't seeing any light again. You know, I was making people laugh, but I wasn't laughing. And I was like, man, honestly, I'd gone as far as I was stupid. That's what I'll call it. I was stupid. I came out, I prayed to God because I love to pray. And I told God, I said, Father, Lord, it's time for me to come and I want to come and give you the best show in heaven. I said, I'm going to crack, the angels are going to laugh so hard. There's a lot I have to tell you. You go, I said, every day is going to be a comedy performance in heaven. I'm going to shake the place. But it's just time. As you know, one great help me. Make a yoku come. May I come be with you. May we say they look how we feel help some other people. So I had the pills and I had everything. I prayed from like 1 to like 3 a.m.
You were praying while you had the pills?
Yeah, our pills were there. So I was praying, telling God, I'm coming. I beg. It's not what. So right at 3, I had made up my mind. I sat down. Let me just think about this for 3 minutes. That 3 minutes was for me to think. My wife was sleeping. My kids were sleeping. Because I'd stylishly been telling my wife, if anything should happen to me, don't stay a widow for the rest of your life. In fact, don't even stay more than 1 year. Look for somebody you really love. I've gone. Move on. Marry. Be happy. Take care of my kids. Live your life. She was crying with me, you are a useless man. What are you talking? If you were drinking, to say you drink, now go say now drink. Why are you talking this rubbish? She didn't know what I had in mind. You know, so I now thought of her. I said, this woman will cry, oh, this woman will. So I looked at the stuff, the sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. I don't know the name. I don't want to call it now so that people who will not, you know, yes. But when you take those pills, when you take only one, the sleep is always, it's for depressed people. The sleep is always so sweet today. Oh, you can, if you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11,
like
yes. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. He just came out. His eyes were, he came out, and someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. So I stood up. I said, you want to drink water? Yeah. So I stood up. I took him. He held my hand. Went to the dispenser. I poured water in a cup. I gave it to him. He drank the water. When he finished, he drank. He hugged me. Thank you, Daddy. And then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? Who will give him water? I packed the thing, pack him. I said, me, I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool. I was selfish. I was thinking about myself alone. I have millions of people to mentor. I have people to feed. I have people to inspire. I have a family to take care of. Just use me as I am. From now on, irrespective of what happened, I just want to be happy. I will not put anything to heart again. And then that was how I packed. So even my wife, nobody knew. So a friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then he brought me in as, a spokesperson. You've gone through this. You've come and inspire them. Come and talk to them. So he brought them. And then when they first saw me there and the rest, they thought it was going to be entertainment. I cracked them up, jokes, and then I told them my story. How I was them. How I overcame it. I didn't know that there were some pressmen who were hanging around. Those pressmen, all the inspiration, all the good things I said, they didn't let it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My parents read it. My family members read it. I was saying this, you want to disgrace our family. You want to kill yourself and go. You don't want to inherit your father's property. You are wicked. You are I couldn't. So, in fact, that was one of the last times I stopped doing those kind of public things, truly coming out to speak about my problems. In this part of the world, the press, social media, they will amplify it. They will turn the story upside down. They don't see the inspirational parts. They don't see the parts where you are trying to help somebody. So they just ended up creating more problems. Because something where I don't forget, I hide them. They don't go. People come back they call me. My friend who has not spoken to me for years. Call me from America. Why now? Why you go want kill yourself? Why? Now broke you broke. We go help you. I said, now broke, I broke. You will not tell us we will help you. Now broke you broke. I said, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me. Up to today. That's life for me.
This life.
This life.
My brother. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you brought just everything I thought this conversation was going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my love to your fantastic wife.
My brother.
And to your beautiful children.
God bless you. Thank you so much. You know that you're the only person who I've known for like more than 15 years who sends me a birthday message on every of my birthday, March 6th. You never, I know in my heart that today would wish me happy birthday. You would either call, but that message, that shop banker, I must get it. This last one, you not send me. We get quarrel. This is the first time in over.
Sorry, I did retreat that time. I was in a 2-week retreat. I swear, when I came back, I saw, I'm saying, I have not wished ONG, but I can't say now overdue now.
Because I just sit down. You say, once you know, I can't sit down, say, okay, I can't say, I not collect you the wife, we not quarrel. Why do they not send me message? I go, why do they not? I don't know who to ask because when you send her, I don't show anybody. Should they not send me? So I beg, send her.
Thank you, sir. I'll go do it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Well, life they say begins at 40. Yes, some ailments. Life they say starts at 40. Yet some ailments actually show up at about that time when someone clocks 40. From unexplainable weight gain to increased risk of diabetes, hypertension, and hormonal changes. Seems as though to stay healthy after 40 demands intentional and proactive health and lifestyle changes. Welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, a show where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized information enough to help you take charge of your health and your welfare. I'm Chigi Chagoram, and today on the show we are discussing staying healthy after 40. How you can outsmart diabetes, hormonal changes, and of course weight gain. We're going to be discussing all that pertains to ailments that affect persons 40 and over. Well, I invite you to be a part of this conversation, so you can go online at Signature TV Official on YouTube, on Facebook, and of course on Instagram. Like, comment, share. We want to hear from you. We are also live 247 on SLTV channel 265, and you can download Signature TV app from Google Play Store so you can get notifications each time a new program drops. Don't go anywhere. New day, I beg your pardon, don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues right after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thanks for joining us. This is Inside Health, a show where we break down complex health issues to bite-sized information. Well, we are still discussing staying healthy at 40, how to outsmart diabetes, weight gain, and hormonal changes. Our guest is Professor Christian Okafor. He's a professor of medicine, a consultant physician, endocrinologist, and diabetic doctor.
Diabetologist.
I beg your pardon?
Diabetologist.
Diabetologist. You heard that from him. He's a diabetologist. So he's going to bring his expert insights into the subject matter for today. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us on the show.
Thank you, Dr. Chigi.
You're welcome.
For bringing me back here once again.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon to our viewers, on whichever channel you are watching us or listening to us. I play with you to stay put and take away one or two things from this discussion.
And you'll be glad you did.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Doctor, you did listen to my introduction. It seems as though, is this fact or fiction, once someone starts, approaching that 40th mark, that's, crossing what as they call it, crossing the fourth ladder. Yeah, you're being inundated with information as to take care of your health or diabetes or hypertension. Or why is that an issue that once an individual gets to 40? These ailments begin to creep up on this person.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, the age of 40 years and above, and particularly up to 60 years, is the age bracket we classify as middle age.
Okay.
And one thing peculiar about that middle age is that appears to be the age bracket for productivity. People speak productivity.
Yes.
And so I can understand that it's quite a concern that when you are at the peak of your productive age years, you are now beginning to battle with health challenges. But there is no magic about it. For me, it is simply aging. The moment somebody is born, every passing day you are getting older.
True.
And as you're getting older, you're already beginning to lose some things, okay? So as you get older, you get to a point when a number of cells, tissues would have been started depreciating, okay? So it's just a natural process. Let me put it that way. Nobody stays here on this earth forever. And it is God's own design that you start off somewhere, get to a peak, and then you begin to diminish. So that is one. And of course, as that goes on, there are a number of changes in the body. And today, well, we're going to be looking at the hormones, maybe what happens to them and the roles they play in some of these diseases.
Okay, interestingly, I wanted to find out, is it the same thing for the women as it is for the men? The hormonal changes, the weight gain? Because you notice that even when you're probably not eating as much, you're adding weight, especially around the belly area. You're just packing on weight. Now, is this the same change in the women? Do we see the same changes in both genders, or some is different for both?
Okay. Again, the difference between a man and a woman, of course, is genetically determined. And that genetic predisposition or determination also drives the hormones that may be elaborated in higher amounts in the different genders. And that is particularly when you talk about the sex hormones. So what makes a man is the androgens. What makes a woman are the estrogens. So in men, you have more of the androgens. That is driven by your genetic determination. In women, because of their reproductive roles, you have more of estrogens, again, driven by their genetic build-up. Okay? But outside that, for most other hormones, other glands, they are the same thing. They go through the same course. And you know that the endocrine system drives the metabolic processes of the body, and you have glands all over, from the brain to the neck, to the abdomen, to the heart, to the kidneys. All these are organs that can elaborate endocrine hormones. And these hormones have roles to play in the body's metabolism. So the major difference is in the sex hormones. And that difference is simply that by the time the women begin to get to 40 and above, they begin to approach what you call the menopause. That tends to mark a kind of the cessation or the end down of their reproductive capacity. So at that age, even though the age of menopause for many people comes to about 47, 45, down to some may cross 50 and otherwise, but the same thing that happens that at that point, the estrogen levels begin to go down. For men, yes, the androgens may also begin to go down, but maybe not at the same rate as that of the estrogens. So for women, they now notice that significant change in their sex hormonal profiles. That is why they are women. And particularly within the childbearing age, 15 to 45, as we generally regard, these hormones, estrogens, they tend to confer some protection to the women. But the moment the hormonal levels begin to go down, then they lose that protection. And that is why you may find an increase in cardiovascular diseases in women once they begin to approach menopause.
Okay. So what I'm able to pick out is the fact that hormones play a very major role in the metabolism of the human being, both in the males and in the females. Now, someone approaching 40, are there some lifestyle choices they should make to ensure that the hormone does not drain drastically? Because you see some people, they age faster than others. You could place two 50-year-olds side by side, and one looks 40 and the other one actually looks 60 or 70. What is happening there? What's playing out? Is it a hormonal thing or is it a lifestyle thing?
Okay, I think I would say both of them are playing out.
Okay.
We are all different creatures from God. Okay, but then, given that, the way we run our bodies, that is where our environment and the things we do would also come in. And I think it's a simple analogy. Let me just use a situation whereby you produce, let me say, brake parts used by vehicles. Of course, the more you apply your brakes, the faster your part wears. Okay. Now, somebody who buys the same vehicle with you, the same day, the same time, and moves his vehicle once in a month, may not change his brake pad for upwards of 1 year and above. But if you run that vehicle every day, 5-6 hours, definitely, I'm sure that in about 3 months, your parts would have worn out, and you're required to change them. So that way, the way we drive our bodies also plays a role. That's why you may have two individuals at the same age, and one looks younger, one looks older. And behind that scene also, the metabolic processes are also implicated. Okay, so that is how it goes. We may not want to go to molecular levels for ease of understanding.
Yes.
So I'm trying to make it as simple as possible.
And I actually appreciate the analogy of the brake path, how it works, illustration. But what's coming to my mind is actually, are you trying to uphold sedentary, lifestyle? Because one drives the car once in a week, probably the other one drives the car multiple times. Are you in any way trying to maybe?
No, that's not where I'm going to.
Okay.
But moving that way, because since we're maybe using diabetes as a case reference, okay, we will be talking about risk factors. Risk factors, and so if I go back to that illustration, and I want to apply it in this scenario, I will now want to say that the frequency and the intensity of usage of brake pads has a lot to determine or to do with their lifespan. That simply means the more you use this, the more it will likely wear out. The less you use the other one, the more it will last longer. It's a simple analogy. So when you come to health, we talk about risk factors a lot, especially in field of cardiometabolic medicine. And these risk factors are nothing but things that predisposes you to a higher chance of developing these disorders. Ordinarily, these disorders are usually disorders that you find commonly in the middle age and the elderly people. Okay, so there are a number of things that when one begins to see, if you are well informed, then you need to begin to watch certain things. And these risk factors that are common to diabetes, hypertension, obesity, or weight gain, and all whatnot. Okay, now some of these risk factors, some of them you can modify, you can change, you can control. There are some you cannot control. For instance, age is a risk factor. Okay, some diseases are common in some ages, and so on and so forth. But for cardiometabolic disorders, they tend to be commoner as we get older. There are reasons for that.
Could you explain in simple terms
cardiometabolic disorders simply means disorders that affect or that emanate from the cardiovascular system, the heart, the blood vessels. That is where hypertension, heart diseases, and many other things fall in. Metabolic disorders will now refer more to those disorders that come from the endocrine system, which is the system that directs the production of hormones. And they tend to work hand in hand. So that is why sometimes we join those words. And when we join them, we are not talking about cardiometabolic disorders. If you want to separate them, you can be talking about cardiovascular disorders or metabolic disorders, but they go hand in hand. So we tend to join them because these three factors, as I said, are common. It's common to both group of disorders. So going back to the risk factors, age is a risk factor. You cannot change it. You can't change your age. No matter how many times you doctor it on paper, you are getting older day by day. Okay? So that is a non-modifiable risk factor. Gender is also another non-modifiable risk factor. I can't change my being made a man. You can't change your being made a woman. Forget about the plastic and the cosmetic surgeries that people are doing these days, and that has brought us into transgender and all whatnot. Yeah, you are changing just what is on the surface.
You're not changing the DNA.
You are not changing the DNA. So you are still what you are. And that is why those people eventually, they will run a lot of risks, okay? Then things like hypertension, obesity, abnormal cholesterol profiles, you're being able to either exercise or not exercise, what you eat. All these are also risk factors, and we call them modifiable risk factors. Simply meaning that you can take control of them. Okay? If you don't take control of them, then they will make you develop these disorders faster than somebody who has taken control of them. So that is the two groups of risk factors we have. Also, on the other non-modifiable part, to some extent, our personality build also comes in. And that brings us to talk about type A and type B personalities. You know, people that are on the anxious side of life, let me put it that way, perfectionists. They are very meticulous. They are a very tiny thing, you know, they want to get it right. There are some other people, you know, even if this house is on fire, you might get them sleeping and it's like nothing is happening.
So these are the two extremes.
Yes, these are the two broad groups of personalities. And again, with these personalities also comes the way your hormones also run. Now, why the type A personality, that's those people that are very meticulous, anxious, why they may be more prone to cardiometabolic disorders is because some of the hormones that drive these metabolisms are elaborated more in them. Okay, something like cortisol, for instance. Cortisol is the hormone that is produced by the adrenal gland, one of the glands in the abdomen. Okay, but when it's elaborated in high amounts, it has a myriad of effects on the body.
Cortisol is the one known as stress hormone.
Stress hormone is one of the stress hormones. There are many other stress hormones, but that is one of the major stress hormones. So, for such people, they might have higher amounts of cortisol. Cortisol can make you to get hypertension, can make you to gain weight, it can make you to develop diabetes, and so on and so forth. So you see that such personalities, for instance, may now be prone more to hypertension, diabetes, obesity, weight gain, and all whatnot. That is how personality build-up tends to link up with cardiometabolic disorders. Okay, so that is just on the part of non-modifiable risk factors. Then we've talked about, or we've listed some of the modifiable risk factors. Okay, now talking about staying healthy when you get to 40 years and above, that will bring us to talk more about those modifiable risk factors. How do we manage them?
Exactly. And this actually flows into what I had in mind to ask next. I really appreciate the way you talked about cortisol, that it actually predisposes an individual to diabetes, weight gain. And how can someone know, okay, this indicator is on the increase for me, and what do I do to curb it so that it doesn't, go into full-blown diabetes or things like that? Because I have a friend rather that was gaining weight, unexplainable weight, and after some conversation, she said it was a cortisol issue. So how can someone know that? Okay, so this stress hormone is high, or is it when the person is stressed? Is that a way of measuring it? So how does it play out? So someone can actually say, okay, at this point I need to relax, or I need to do this so that my cortisol level can come down.
Well, that is part of the essence of this program. Ordinarily, if you're not a medical personnel, you may not know all this. But listening to us and picking out some of these features, a time comes when you might have to, ask yourself one or two questions. But to get it right, you will need the assistance of a medical personnel. Because for cortisol, for instance, it's only when you measure it, the amount in the blood, that you can now say objectively that it is high.
So there are no signs you feel in your body, and
yeah, those signs are some of the things we're talking about already.
Okay.
But when you begin to consider it as the cause of that problem, okay, there are still other things that you need to consider. Okay, I have said before that cortisol naturally is a hormone that has been placed within the human body to assist the body respond to stress. It has its own physiological functions. Some of these things begin to come when the level begins to go up. And it's not only stress that can cause
a spike,
elevation in the level. There are other disease entities domiciled to that adrenal gland or the pituitary that can elaborate cortisol in excess. That is a different kettle of fish, let me put it that way. But when you talk about hypercortisolism, it's a disease, it's a disorder. For instance, that's a disease that we call Cushing's syndrome or Cushing's disease. Okay, that is a situation where you have a tumor for Cushing's disease, okay, in the brain, elaborating excess cortisol. Now, by the time you begin to pick some of these abnormal features, you are beginning to gain weight unduly. You are beginning to get tired more easily, your hairs are turning out, and you begin to put on this abdominal fat. Once it's to you, it is unusual, then you go for a check.
Good.
The physician or the doctor, after you've narrated your story, will be the one to tell you, this is what I'm suspecting. Okay, outside that, there are so many other, even some drugs that people abuse can also do that. And let me just say it right away. Steroids is a class of drugs that people abuse a lot because they have a myriad of effects, good effects. And some people, because of those good effects, they begin to abuse it. People that have arthritis, in particular, especially in the villages. And for people that have worked around health personnel, they've known that this drug, there's a dexamethasone and all whatnot, prednisolone and all whatnot, because they know that these things can have anti-inflammatory effects. And when you now go to this mix-me syndrome kind of thing, chemists, they add that drug for people. And so when you take it for over a long time, definitely the level is going to go up. And that is why for such people, after a long time, they might begin to know that they're gaining weight, they begin to note some stretch marks that are unusual and all whatnot. Well, in the hands of an experienced person, once the person picks all those things, the person knows that there's something wrong with your cortisol metabolism, and then the search now begins. Okay? So this issue of drug abuse, people have to be very, very careful. We have lost a doctor from that. There's time will not permit us to go because we'll be veering off our discussion.
I understand. So for a woman who is approaching 40 or who is in her 40s and preparing for menopause, how can she seamlessly or easily transit into menopause without having to go through all the issues with hot flashes, all the hormonal things that, come with it? How can she, by maybe her lifestyle choices, diet, how can she actually transit seamlessly?
And for menopause, it's a natural process. You can't run away from it if you're a woman. So I think the best approach to it is prepare your mind and accept it. Is this issue of not my portion syndrome? Just
how can someone say it's not? It's not.
And some people do that.
So they don't want to go into menopause?
Until you soon encounter people, everything negative is not my portion.
Well, coming from a clergyman, yes. Not my portion. So we're not very enough. I'm a bit surprised because it's a religious saying.
Yes, it's a religious saying, but that is for people who don't want to face reality. You must, part of your being an adult is that a time comes when you face reality. Call a spade a spade. And the earlier you do that, the better for you. When you deny it, it is there. By the time you come to accept it, the damage may have been done. So you're not chasing from behind. But if you are proactive and you know that, look, this thing is not your making. You're not the only woman. Your mother went through it. And perhaps maybe she lived up to 8. She didn't die because of menopause. So a natural process is a natural process. And it is God that designed it that way. You can't change it. And so that is why for some women who don't want to go through some of those symptoms, the hot flushes, it's part of the symptoms of menopause, okay, because of those hormonal changes. Now, when you see people who don't want to experience such, and they now go on part of hormonal replacement therapy,
yes,
then you are creating you will likely create another problem along the line because you are fighting a natural cause.
Mm.
If you go to build a house on a flood, on a waterway, maybe in dry season, when the rains come, whether you like it or not, the water will find its channel through that house, and that house will likely be uprooted if it's a very strong flood. So we must appreciate natural things and then know the good parts of them and the bad parts of them. Now, the bad parts of them are the areas that we should begin on time to begin to ask questions. What do we do? Okay? So that is where the risk factors again comes in.
Mm.
Now, I've said you can't change your age, you can't change your gender.
Yes.
But let me go to the area that is very common. The area of weight gain,
Yes.
exercise, and what we eat. Now, weight gain primarily is simply a product of the equation of how much calories you take in and how much calories you burn out.
On a normal
On a normal,
circumstance.
just put on a normal equation.
Or that every other thing being equal.
Everything
All
being
of them
equal. Okay? If I consume too much calories and I am not active, because it is being active that helps you to burn the calories. The calories are what gives you energy. Every human being, every process in the body requires energy. Without energy, there is no life. Both the ones you know and the ones you do not know.
Mhm.
That your brain is functioning is because it is burning down glucose.
Mhm.
That is what it takes as its primary source of fuel. The moment the amount of glucose in the blood goes down, your brain is at risk and it is going to manifest. And it is also put there as a protection by God. So that if you have some of those features, something tells you that, look, the blood glucose might be low. Check it and replace it.
Yes.
And then you get your glucose from eating starch, carbohydrates in various forms, both the natural ones and the processed ones and all whatnot. Okay? So, when you take too much calories and you're not burning up, then the excess of that glucose is converted to fat.
Mhm.
That is why excessive eating, that's how excessive eating is connected to weight gain.
Again.
Okay? And then also how, if you are not active, your job is sedentary, always sitting down, then you are not burning much when you are sitting down. So as a doctor, I might sit all through the day in the consulting room. And at the end of the day, I get tired and I say, I have worked very hard for the day.
Oh, wow.
That working very hard for the day has not impacted my energy profile much.
Hmm.
The brain has been using the glucose, but in a small amount. So all the things you're taking as tea, and in between work, whatever, breaks and all whatnot, when it is in excess, the body converts it to fat. And that fat is what you see commonly accumulated in the abdomen.
Hmm.
So you now talk about abdominal fat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, if you watch again between men and women, you will discover that men tends to put on weight in the abdomen. When I was small, they used to associate that with affluence and maybe excessive alcohol intake. For those of us who are Igbo, there was this popular
Yes.
thing that say aphobia.
Yes.
And it's because of the calories that accumulate when they take this in excess.
Mm.
Okay? So you begin to accumulate the fat. For women, they put on fat more at the peripheries, at the hip. So your figure 8 and all whatnot, but then, when you now get to menopause and you begin to lose the hormonal protection,
Yes.
the amount of fat in the abdomen for a woman begins to rise. And it is that abdominal fat that actually puts you at increased health risk.
Okay, hold that thought, doctor. Because when we get back, we're going on a short break. You're going to tell us exactly how the belly fat for a woman who is menopausal puts her at risk. I'm sure you've picked one or two interesting information from our conversation so far. Don't go anywhere. We're going on a break. And when we come back, Inside Health continues.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And our guest is still Dr. Christian Okapo, Professor Christian Okapo. So, Prof, before we went on the break, we were talking about women packing on fat or weight around the midsection, women who are menopausal, and it increases their risk of, these diseases,
metabolic disorders.
metabolic disorders. Can you tell us exactly how and why this happens?
Okay, it's not only for women. Okay, so the bottom line is that the more fat you accumulate in the abdomen, whether you're a man or a woman, it puts you more at a health risk.
Mm-hmm.
And it simply borders on what we call insulin resistance. Okay, well, that is technical, but it simply means that insulin is the key hormone that regulates how your body utilizes glucose. Whether it's converting it to fat or whether it's pushing it to the energy production pathway, that hormone is key. Okay, so when you begin to begin to put on that fat, the fat adds up or contributes to fighting how your body utilizes insulin.
How it is okay. How
That
it
is the
that?
insulin
Okay.
resistance. That means
Okay.
the body is resisting the insulin from doing its work.
Hmm.
And it also has effects on the liver, because all these organs, the liver, the muscles, okay, they all play a role in this insulin resistance. Of course, when you're active, the energy you're using physically
Mhm.
is coming from the muscles.
Mhm.
Okay, that gives you that energy to run, to do so many things physical. Okay, so when this begins to happen, this fat is not just in the abdomen, it is there, but it's also around the other tissues, but it's more in the abdomen. Okay, so it fights how your body allows the insulin to function. And once that starts, so many things might begin to happen. Your blood sugar begins to creep up, because remember, insulin is what pushes down
Yes.
the sugar,
The sugar.
from when it goes up, because each time you eat, it must go up. But
There must be a
insulin,
mechanism from insulin to bring it down.
yeah, that one is technical.
Okay.
It is the pancreas.
Okay.
Just know that the body releases the insulin, and there's a sensor in it. So as your sugar is going up, the body is sensing the height of the sugar,
Okay.
and it's releasing insulin in that proportionate amount to bring it down, so that the sugar doesn't go too low.
Mhm.
Okay, so when you begin to fight insulin, bringing down the sugar, naturally what happens? The sugar level begins to creep up. Okay, but it doesn't just get straightforward to diabetes. It crosses some stages that you call pre-diabetes, impaired glucose tolerance, impaired fasting glycemia. All these things are things that you can only determine when you run some tests. Okay, so that insulin resistance also has some link with retention of salt, sodium in particular.
And that's why is that why they are advised not to take too much salt?
No, that's for hypertensive.
Okay.
For people that have hypertension.
Okay.
Okay, and that is, I'm just trying to connect that to why people who are insulin resistant may also develop hypertension. And then you now discover that people who have either of these disorders will end up having the other.
The other.
Many at times. I mean, it's not 100% kind of thing.
Certainty.
So there is connection between these organs and these mechanisms that drives these disorders. The same thing also happens with it. Your cholesterol profile and handling begins to also get abnormal. And so
It's as if everything goes here.
everything, yes, they link up themselves and they now begin to come up with these disorders. Okay. Now, more importantly, talking about staying healthy when you get to 40 and above, the focus should be on how to prevent some of these things from coming up.
Yes.
And that boils down to how we live. How active are we? What kinds of foods are we eating? So, going back to activity, the world has become globalized. A village, urbanization is one of the problems. You know, technology and all whatnot. Where they say something that is good also has a negative side of it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you can do so many things right from your bedroom.
Yes.
Day in, day out, just punching buttons and here and there. I can pay you without going to the bank, isn't it? But many years ago, I can't do that. I must have to go to the bank to do that transaction. That somehow makes me to be a bit active. But these days, because of technology, people have become physically inactive, sedentary. That is where sedentary comes in. The type of job you do and all whatnot, technology and all those things. So, because when you sit in one place, even one cup of tea you will take here is going to add so many calories.
Yes.
Because you're not burning them. So you see yourself adding weight.
Right.
You might say you're not eating much, but because you're not active.
Yeah, you're not active.
You are not.
All right,
burning.
Prof. I'm still going to ask you another question on the difference in the metabolic rates of men and women. But before we get to that, I want to bring your attention to some of the tweets and comments online, as regards what we're discussing. Ngozi Obasi from ENUGU says, I'm in my early 40s and I've started to experience more weight gain, especially around my belly. Is this just age, or could it be something more serious like diabetes or hormonal changes? How would you respond to this? I know you have spoken to it, but
yes. Well, that person is already in the middle age bracket we talked about.
Yes.
Okay, so the hormones may be playing some roles, but what she didn't tell us was her lifestyle.
Should she go see a doctor immediately?
Yes, if the weight gain is a concern to her, let her see a doctor. And by the way, a time has come when we must have to change our health-seeking behaviors. People don't plan for their health. That's what I've discovered. They always wait for it to become an emergency. But somebody can, because you want to attend a wedding next 2 months, you begin to save to buy that ashebi or whatever. But you will not save money to go and run some basic checks that you might need to do once in a year. Okay? But for somebody at 40, that person by now ought to have cultivated a habit of running some basic checks on himself or herself at least once in a year. Again, in the right of a good physician, you'll be appropriately and properly guided. You don't run them every day, every week.
True.
Okay, so
she should go see a doctor.
So yes, she needs to see a doctor, and then run some cardiovascular risk checks and all whatnot.
Chidimoka for Lagos says, please, doctor, can you recommend a good diet plan for women over 40? I need something to help with my hormones and weight gain, but I don't want to starve myself. We are in an era where there are a lot of diet fads. How would you advise Chidima?
Okay, so as I'm advising her, I'm advising every person, because diet is another arm of what we're discussing today. How we eat, what we eat. Okay, it's not natural for you to starve yourself. If you starve yourself, you will also create
run into
health
more problems.
Challenges. But the natural person, okay, first of all, must have a balanced diet. And a balanced diet is nothing but a food that contains all the food classes: carbohydrates, protein, fats, oil, water, vitamins, okay? But in right proportions, okay? As I said, it's the carbohydrate that gives you the energy. And you are designed in a way that if you are actually active, 70% of your dietary content should come from carbohydrates, because that is what gives you the energy to sustain whatever you are doing. The proteins are there for maintaining the body, the tissues, the cells, growth, replacement, and so on and so forth. The fats are also there doing their own work as naturally designed. Okay, so a normal, balanced, healthy feeling meal should contain carbohydrates to about 60 to 70%. Now, depending on what you do,
The kind of work.
if I'm a laborer, I expend more energy cutting the grass than you who is in the office. You may be walking up and down. So that man cutting grass will require more carbohydrates. You that is not expending as much as he is doing will require less. Okay?
Okay, so does it mean that the metabolic rates of the two genders are different? Do men burn more calories than women?
No, metabolic rate is physiological.
What does that mean?
What it means is that we are designed, we are made by God. Okay, what you call basal metabolism is just that rate at which your body functions.
Okay.
It's almost the same for every person. Okay, but then some activities that you do can now influence the rate. If I go back to the laborer, when he is cutting the grass, he requires more energy. So that naturally drives up the metabolic rate. The body is naturally responding to the demand placed upon it because of what the man is doing.
Yes.
So those processes that have been assigned to produce energy now goes on a faster rate to make sure that they supply the energy that the man needs. When you are sedentary, when you are sitting down, you are not burning up much. So again, physiologically, the body tunes itself and it goes down. Okay? Some diseases can also influence your metabolic rate. For instance, when you have hyperthyroidism, that is, you have excess thyroid hormone.
That'll be when.
Yes, when your thyroid
For
gland.
women, right?
For every person. It may be commoner in women, but again, it's still common in men. And you still see it in men. So if you have anything that will cause your body to produce more thyroxine, that's one of the products of the thyroid gland that drives the metabolic rate, then the metabolic rate will go up. If you have anything that is suppressing the production, such that the level of that hormone goes below normal, your body metabolic rate goes down. That's why people with hyperthyroidism will lose weight. They are losing weight because they cannot control that process. They are just pushing fuel, let me use that word, into the system. As long as the fuel is there, the fire will continue to do what?
Burn.
Rage. So you see such people, they lose weight significantly. And the rate and the degree makes them to know that something is wrong. Vice versa, when the hormonal level is low, the body slows down. So they begin to gain weight. So that when there is undue weight gain, that is one of the, I now talk about hypothyroidism as a possible cause. That's why I said that when you begin to notice this, it is a physician who will listen to you, put some things together, and be able to say, look, we might be dealing with this or that. And then by the time they finish the investigations and the results come out, you'll be told whatever the problem may be.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Okay.
So,
all right. So moving on, Ngozi Adebayo Ibadan says, is it possible to manage diabetes naturally without medication after 40? I've been diagnosed with early stage diabetes and I don't want to go on medication if I can avoid it.
yes, it is possible.
How so?
Now, that is what brings us to what we call lifestyle modifications. I had earlier on said that if you are informed and you know this puts you at a risk or at a higher risk of developing diabetes, then when those things begin to show up in your body, you begin early to do something about it. Okay? Now, if my work is sedentary and I see myself gaining weight, with this knowledge, I should begin early, not when I get to 40. I should begin early to do something about my physical activity. Design a plan that will help you to burn off that calorie you are accumulating. If you're able to do that, by the time you get to 40, you will not be having a challenge with this. However, if you've gotten to 40 and there are early signs, if
She's
you're
already been diagnosed with
diabetes,
stage, yes.
fine. If she can modify her lifestyle, that is simply becoming more active, exercising, and then eating properly.
She can control.
It is possible.
Wow.
It's possible. But this will now depend on the stage or the degree of the damage that has been done that brought the diabetes, okay? Because apart from the insulin resistance, those cells in the abdomen, the pancreas that secrete insulin, you also need to check out their state of health. As a matter of fact, by the time the diagnosis of diabetes is being made, it is noted that people have already lost about 50% of their pancreatic islet beta cells. Those are the cells that produce insulin. And that is a natural process. You understand? So, if those risk factors begin to show up, and you begin on time to watch it, you may not be able to develop them. But if you develop them, then, and you intensify some of this, you may be able to. That's why some people can control the diabetes with diet and activity.
And exercise.
Yeah, but if the body has gone down so much, those activities, both diet and may not be enough
to control
it. And at that point, you might need to be helped with some drugs, actually, to get the sugar under control. So that is about that.
All right, Professor, you're going to be busting some myths for us. These are some of the ideas people have of the subject matter. So the first is traditional Nigerian foods are unhealthy for people over 40.
That is incorrect.
That is false. Okay.
Because that is where we lost it. When we talk about urbanization, westernization, we left our God-given advantage as Africans and we began to copy the whites. Processed foods, technology, and so on and so forth.
Instant
meals and all whatnot. And the problems began to increase. Some of us that were opportune to see our grandparents, they lived well into 90s, 100s and above. I'm one of them. I knew my great-grandfather, my maternal side. I knew when he was buried. Like, even as I'm sitting here, I can still picture vividly when he was lying in state. So, traditional foods are the foods that we're advocating people should go back to. Complex starch. Your yam is designed to still give you glucose, but the body breaks it down slowly, gradually, in a way that it won't harm the system. Because what happens is this. For those pancreatic cells, for instance, when you inundate them with heavy loads of glucose, you are overdriving them. They want to respond, so they begin to work faster. And it's natural, when you work severely, even as a human being, you develop what? Burnout. That's what also happens to these tissues. So that information is not correct. The proper thing people should do, even before they get to 40, is go back to those traditional diets.
All right, Professor, we have, for want of time, we have just one more myth for you to bust. Weight gain after 40 is a sign of good health in Nigerian culture.
Again, that is incorrect. I did say before, maybe in those days when people were in the dark, they saw it as...
You know, there's a culture in Calabar where they put women that are about
yes,
to marry.
those in Calabar, even in the north,
chambers,
yes. The fattening rooms.
Fattening rooms, yes.
People have now come to discover that those practices were unhealthy. Yes, people were doing it for, how do I put it, psychosocial reasons. They feel that when the woman is fat, maybe her capacity is doing well and all whatnot. If you go across the world, anything obesity is being talked against now. So anything that will make you to accumulate unnecessary weight or fat in particular should be avoided. Obesity is not only linked to diabetes and hypertension, so many other ailments, cancers,
Arthritis, yeah.
arthritis, name them. Myriads of disorders that have been linked with excess fat, which is obesity or undue weight gain. So anybody saying this doesn't mean well for that person. It is not a sign of good health. Okay? And simply put, scientifically, these are things that people can do. You can even measure it on your own. That's why if you go to a proper hospital, you see them sometimes they run a tape around your abdomen. They're just trying to measure your abdominal circumference. There's a standardized cutoff limits. Okay? And we are still using that of the Europeans.
The BMI, body...
No, BMI is different.
Okay.
BMI talks about general obesity.
Okay.
That one has some demerits because that one is a factor of your height and your weight.
Okay.
Now, if you have heavy bones, you might have a high BMI.
Yes.
That may not mean that you're obese.
It doesn't translate
Yes.
directly.
But abdominal fat in particular, which is known to be what makes your abdominal gait to increase, as I said, is metabolically unhealthy. It confers on you greater health risks. So that is why running a tape around your mid-abdomen, okay, well, not necessarily at the level of the umbilicus or the navel,
Yes.
because some people may have pendulant and whatever,
Yeah.
can tell you whether you're accumulating excess fat. And for men, according to IDF, they will tell you that anything 94 centimeters and above means that you have excess abdominal fat. For women, 80 centimeters and above.
Okay.
Okay, but we've tried to do 1 or 2 studies for Africans, and for both men and women, it's coming almost at about 81, 82, 83 centimeters. So if you do these things, and once you begin to go above them, then you should begin to watch it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've been having this wonderful conversation with Professor Christian Okafor, a consultant physician and a diabetologist. I'm sure you picked a thing or two, but for want of time, we have to wrap it up at this juncture. Thank you so much, Professor, for coming and giving us your insights on the subject matter.
Thank you, Chigi.
All right, don't forget you can catch up on this particular episode by going online at Signature TV Official on YouTube, on Facebook. Like, comment, share, let us know your thoughts on this particular topic. Don't forget you can also download Signature TV app from Google Play Store so you get notifications each time a new episode drops. Still Chigi Tiagoram, thank you for staying with us. Don't forget, health is wealth, and make sure you do take care of your health. For now, bye-bye. Till the next time we'll meet.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to The Sage, our journey of discovery together. And as usual, I am your guide on this wonderful journey, Dr. Kechi Obuago. Thank you for having been with me all these many weeks. And thank you because I know you will continue to be with me. This particular show is unusual. In fact, it took a lot of persuasion from my team, in fact, for me to finally decide we needed to do this show. This show is about resource mobilization. It's about working with you, all of us working together as a concerned community to make the ideals we propagate in this show work. To make the ideals for which we stand as conversations for change work. Many times in life, we have to be humble enough to admit that we can't do it all alone. No matter the goodwill, no matter the personal resources one might have, when you try to do it alone, you're bound not to do enough. And what that translates into is that many, many other people out there who could benefit from a program such as this don't. And therefore, in the end, it's an injustice to our world, to our community. And so bear with us. In this particular show, we're going to take you on a journey of looking at what we are, what we've done, how important it is that you partner with us in doing more so that so many, many young people out there can benefit. Whatever you can give to C4C will be so helpful. Please give us what you can. Donate, as we show on the screen, to our account. But in addition to that, we are willing to work with you in replicating the programs wherever you want it to be. We're willing to share the wealth of experience we have gathered from doing it. Come work with us. Give us what you can. Work with us wherever you want, so that as many of our young people can indeed benefit. Please support the continuation of the Sage. We have dipped into our meager resources to fund the production of this show. We are deeply grateful to AIT, who has continued to air without charging us, knowing we're a non-profit. But we need to air and share widely. The Sage is most effective if as many young people as possible can see, can hear, can benefit, can use it for themselves. Come work with us. This works. Lives are being blessed. Everybody has a role to play. Whether it's the public sector, whether it's the private sector, whether you're a multinational organization, whether you're a bank, whether you're a mother in the house, 1 naira is useful contribution. Each and every one of us has a role to play. Welcome back to the Sage. As we said before the break, this is a program that is out of the ordinary for us. We are taking the time, because we think it's so important, to talk to you about collaboration, about working together to make sure that the objectives, the great ideals we have as conversations for change, and for which we use this platform indeed to project, can be expanded, can be of benefit to so many other young people out there. As many have asked us, and probably as many of you out there are wondering, but who are we? What is Conversations for Change? What are those things that we stand for? Let me start with our first question. Conversations for Change is an international non-profit, and therefore we are registered in Nigeria, but also proud to say in the US as well. So we are also a US recognized charity. For us, our driving passion, our vision, our mission is to empower young people. For obvious reasons. Young people form the large majority of people in this country, and indeed, a large proportion of the people in the world. If young people are adequately empowered early enough, the world would thrive. If we build them up, support them to be the best they can, the world would thrive. Nowhere is that more true. Nowhere is it a greater truism than in this country, Nigeria, where people under 40 are probably approximately 80% of our population. They are our today, they are our tomorrow. If they're well empowered, trained, their capacity built, allowed to have the necessary resources, they will be the best they can be. They will contribute immensely to the development of our country. Our country will thrive. Our world will be a better place. And so that is what drives Conversations for Change. We are an organization totally devoted to empowering young people through many, many key work areas. You have seen in the many episodes we have showcased one of our singular initiatives, the Entrepreneurship Initiative. Here we have done our little bit as a poor non-profit to empower young people economically. Not everybody is cut out or can have access to jobs in government and so on. But there are millions out there of young people who can actually become entrepreneurs, and in so doing, economically become independent so they can support themselves, their families, and indeed improve the economy of our country. And so we embarked 3 years ago on empowering and creating these amazing young entrepreneurs. For us, our manifesto is that we dare to galvanize a movement of young people, a movement of young entrepreneurs across this country. That movement has started. You saw many of these young people in our previous episodes. Believe me, trust me, you will see many more. It is doable when you give them the skills, when you help them to believe in themselves, when you support their brilliant ideas, not just by training, but also with resources. They do indeed establish and run successful businesses. Our cream, our stream of young people are creating jobs. They're making a living for themselves. They're changing the face of this country. They're creating the change that is required. You will hear more about our entrepreneurship program, but also very important in this stage of the journey for C4C is this program, The Sage. We know we cannot reach every young person personally through our entrepreneurship program, but we can reach many other young people through this program. They can understand what we do, how we do it. They can interact and hear the beneficiaries of the program so far, and they will gain ideas. They will be inspired to follow the same courses of action, to indeed embark on a journey of improving their own lives. Very important, we ask that you join us in making this the reality it's already becoming, which is why we're doing this special edition. And so our two main initiatives are the Entrepreneurship Initiative, galvanizing a movement of young entrepreneurs in Nigeria, and also the SAGE, the program, where we'll use this platform to showcase not just the ones we train, but many wonderful young people in this country. You see, sometimes there comes a time to understand ourselves, our world, our country, through positive lenses, through positive eyes. In this program, The Sage, we believe that there's so much good that already exists in our world, in our country. We just need to have the eyes and the wisdom to see it, to appreciate it, to live it. Because too often, way too often, we keep hearing and living the negative, and in so doing, forgetting wonderful benefits, positives that are out there. That is indeed our real and true reality. Welcome to our vision. Welcome to our concepts. Be with me and journey with me as we introduce our own remarkable C4C team and management team to you. C4C has indeed been privileged to have a wonderful, wonderful group of people to implement and to oversee its activities. We have the Board of Trustees. We have a very, very efficient management team, and we also do have a large youth advisory group. Let me start with the Board of Trustees. We have Ambassador Joy Ogu, Professor Joy Ogu, renowned for her achievements and her integrity. Former ambassador and permanent representative of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the United Nations. We have Mrs. Carol Ondagoba, a legal luminary whose career in the legal profession in Nigeria has spanned almost 50 years, and who eventually, after many positions as legal advisor and COMSEC, retired as the Foundation Director General or Permanent Secretary of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Traffic in Persons and Other Related Matters, NAPTEP. We have Professor Uche Amazigo, a renowned professor at the University of Nigeria, who retired as the director of APOC, well known all over Africa and the world for their work on onchocerciasis, and who is now coordinating a new public-private partnership on community-managed school health and feeding, PACIEH, work which has been remarkable in itself and which has indeed been adopted by many state governments. We have Ms. Chini Anugo, who is a remarkable young person, young and inspires the board as a whole, who is a senior content manager for one of the organizations in the United States, Fujitsu. We have Professor Echendo Adema, a professor of community medicine, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nnewi. We have Miss Jill Sheffield, renowned, perhaps most of all, by having been the past and founding president of Women Deliver Conference, one of the largest conferences in the world centered on issues of women and reproductive health. We have Mr. Alex Onwebu, the CEO of Brunel Engineering, one of the biggest engineering companies in Nigeria. Remarkable group of people, distinguished, dedicated, from whom C4C has indeed enjoyed so much counsel and guidance. Working closely with the board, I forgot myself. Dr. Kechi Obuagu, who is indeed chair of the board and founder and CEO of Conversations for Change. I have been a public health physician for over 40 years. Served as a lecturer in the university with pride here in Nigeria for well over 10 years, before joining the United Nations internationally, where I spent almost another 20 there before retiring and coming back to roost at home here in Nigeria as the founder and president of Conversations for Change. Supporting the board of trustees and being on top of the day-to-day management of the organization is a remarkable group of young people, my management team. As a board, we did our best to ensure that at all times, the management team itself is a team of young people, because Conversations for Change is about young people. It is about empowering young people. And sometimes the best way to do a job is through the eyes and the voice and the lenses of your target group, the young people. So the C4C management team are a wonderful group of young people who do all the day-to-day work, a small group of people, but amazing achievers who do so much. You will hear from them. They are great, they are remarkable. They, like all young people, are excellent multitaskers, and we'll be telling you about the things they do. They are Omolade Ogunlela, been longest with the organization. I personally say she's my right hand. She's been there, she's the memory, powerhouse of energy. You will hear from her.
My boss calls me Jack of all trades, but one function I hold very dear is my position as financial clerk. Aside working with the CEO in actualizing strategic partnerships, it is also my function in ensuring financial accountability of the organization, especially to our sponsors and partners, by making sure necessary taxes are remitted and filed monthly and annually. Books are in place, working with the team over every procurement process, vendor registration, and disbursement of funds. Regular internal and external audits are done, and projects are effectively and well implemented. Just to say that we take financial accountability very serious in C4C.
Working with C4C has been an amazing experience because for me, it goes beyond just earning a living. It's me being part of a movement that is impactful and inspiring to many young people and adolescents across Nigeria and hopefully across the world. As I lead, I oversee many activities as regards the entrepreneurship program, from decision making on application questions to the setup of the online portal, to selection, screening, shortlisting, and the final decision on selected beneficiaries. As a team, we ensure that within the city of Abuja, which presently is our catchment pool, even as we expand the program to other parts of Nigeria, hopefully, we ensure that young entrepreneurs are informed about the program well enough and about the opportunity that it offers. It's inspiring to be part of such a movement because I see other young people, myself, getting supported, getting the empowerment they need, knowing how sometimes it could be hard starting a business in Nigeria, but C4C makes it easier. So I am grateful that for the past 4 years, this has been my experience working here.
We have Stephen Ogumbi, remarkable young man, talented. I'm very proud to say I was part of building up his amazing skills, his creativity, who is an integral part of this team, who does a lot to make sure that our productions, our media are of international standard. You will hear from him.
This is what I do that gives me joy and enthusiasm. So being part of C4C Media is a great avenue for me, bringing my passion on board to achieving C4C's vision statements. In my department, I produce video documentaries for the Sage television show. Not only that, I also ensure that the YouTube handles and all other social media handles of C4C are well running and updated. It will interest you that working behind the scenes and producing documentaries have been my driving force. C4C saw these inbuilt skills and brought me in as a media and ICT personnel in the organization. Funny enough, it will interest you to know that I was one of the fellows in the 2019 Global Entrepreneurship Fellowship Program. And it has been a great opportunity for me bringing in my skills to ensuring that the vision and the mission statement of C4C is achieved. However, I am proud to say I am the man behind the shooting and editing of all C4C videos, and more especially the Sage Show. I am Stephen Adeife. I am the ICT and media personnel of C4C.
We have Miss Joanne Musa. I think she's the mother of the group. She's young, but I like to think of her as a mother. She takes care of us. Many of our program are young entrepreneurs, the people who are associated with the Sage. She's the mother of the group. She's the mother. She's forever making sure that things are working, that logistics work. We get fed. We remember the things we do. Indeed, she is the heartthrob, the engine, and very much appreciated. She will tell you herself in a little while about the things she does in the organization.
I started my calling as a teacher back then in Kogi State, a classroom teacher. But here I am in C4C today, doing what I never expected of. Here in C4C, we're a very little team, but we multitask. Some of my functions in C4C are, I'm the admin staff, I'm the logistics officer, I'm the finance clerk too, I'm a camera assistant, and I am also the procurement officer. For finance clerk too, I maintain and update records. I am also in charge of making calculations, bills, and transactions for the organization. I check receipts and memos. I am also in charge of making sure that all the office assets are well in place. Never stop to be grateful to C4C. C4C has really helped me. When I go to functions and I see ladies handling the camera, snapping and covering events, I used to admire them a lot. Today, I am the camera assistant of C4C. Much thanks to my colleague Stephen Adeife, I can mount cameras. I can also take good pictures now. I assist in our shows, in setting up cameras for our weekly shows.
My name is Omolade Ogulela. I am the lead C4C Entrepreneurship Initiative and the special assistant to the CEO, Dr. Kechi Obuago.
Though we are few in the organization, but we are strong and we can achieve greater things.
We are C4C,
creating the change we need.
Welcome back to the Sage, and thank you for having stayed with us. I hope, like me, that as you watched that last segment, you ended up with, wow! Yes, it is a real wow. They are a wonderful group of young people. Small in number, We have on a lean budget, you soon learn how to do that, but very, very effective. Multitasking all the time, on top of issues, full of energy. But what I find most endearing about them, as the CEO, as the manager who works on a day-to-day basis with them, is the joy they derive from the things they do. The joy they have in actually helping other young people like themselves have a better life. It's a wonderful thing. And they also know it's a wonderful gift to have. To wake up every day, happy with what you're doing, happy that you're making your own little contribution to making the world a better place. And doing your best, and very effectively so as they are doing, to be effective at it. We thank them. And on that note, we conclude this particular portion as we ask you to join us next week as we finish this story, as we show you that what we're doing is so important for young people, for each and every one of us, for our country. We need to work together to make it happen. Join us next week as we continue the story. I thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. A wonderful journey, a journey in which we work with you to uncover hidden treasures. Joyful, inspiring, and truly, truly exciting. Yes, it's once again another episode in which, as we had said previously, we meet really wonderful young people who have become entrepreneurs and have made a success of it. Today's episode is full of excitement. For me particularly, it's full of joy. It meets an innate need in me to see a young lady with so much enterprise who is so gifted. I say that because I in particular have a soft spot for young women. I feel young people in our country and in many parts of the world are more burdened, more handicapped by the fact that they lack jobs and therefore lack a viable means of empowerment, economic empowerment. But this is really, really acute for young women. They face all kinds of inequalities, all kinds of handicaps engendered by many factors in our society, whether it's cultural, economic, family, government, in so many ways. Sometimes even nature itself hampers the growth the development, particularly economic development of the young woman. And so we have a shining example to share with you today. A woman, a young woman who never fails to inspire me. A young woman with a heart and the courage of a lion. Full of fun, full of, so gifted, so truly inspiring and wonderful. Please join me as I welcome Jane Okenyi to this show.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's a pleasure to be here.
When we come back, you'll hear what is so truly wonderful about Jane. And as usual, I'm Dr. Kechi Ogbuagu, your guide on this journey of excitement. Stay with us. Welcome once again to the Sage. My dear, tell us a little about yourself.
Okay. My name is Okenyi J. Ijoma. I'm from Abia State, Nigeria. I'm an Igbo girl. Okay, and I hail from Akano Item local government in Abia State. I schooled at Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Umudiki in Abia State, and I studied biochemistry. Currently, I'm a youth corps member, although I'll be finishing my youth service this month. So, it may interest you to know, and also my audience, that I'm a shoemaker. And yes, I am a shoemaker. I love to be called one. I'm repeating it because I don't want you to call me a cobbler. I don't want you to call me a shoe designer. I am a shoemaker because I make footwears. So that is a little about who I am.
Great. Jane, the shoemaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, tell us a little bit about what made you shoemaking? What made you go into this business that is obviously very much a man's world?
Okay. Yes, as they always say, shoemaking is a male-dominated business. So everybody usually asks that question. So the first thing I would say is that I didn't just start by making this business part of what I wanted to do in life. I didn't grow up wanting to be a shoemaker. You know, it was born out of passion for entrepreneurship, passion for business, passion to wanting to become something different aside the regular things that women do in the society. When I was little, when I was growing up, when my parents buy clothes and they don't buy shoes, there's a problem. You have to buy shoes for me. So right from time, I've always loved footwears. I can't afford to wear the same shoe I wore last year, this year. No, not possible. Then talking about the energy involved in this business. I grew up as a tomboy. I have a twin brother, so that can explain why I grew up as a tomboy. He was my only friend and sibling, so I always did everything he did. I played the same kind of games he played, the football, the sports and all that. So I think that was where I built my physical strength from. Then looking at business, at the business angle, everything I turned into business. My parents gave me money. See, they gave me money, but that 10 naira I'll make from selling that little drawing gave me joy. That little construction that I would just do, put together envelopes and sell to my teachers.
Did you say you were from Newi, no?
No. From Abia State. But I don't know why some people think I'm from
Abia. Is it in Jebu?
No. I'm from Abia State. Yes. So maybe a lot of people say, maybe because I'm an Igbo girl, that's why you're into business and all that. But maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But I just know that business has been inherent in me right from when I was a little child. So that, so coupled with the business angle, the strengths I have, my love for footwears,
and your love for money.
And my love for money. I can't hide it. All put together has made me a shoemaker today.
shoe. That's interesting. And what kind of shoes do you make?
Okay, I make flat-soled shoes for men, mostly, and then for women. I make palm slippers and sandals. So, this is what I call Nneka. This is the Nneka slide. You know, Nneka is an Igbo word meaning mother is greater. Mother is greater. So, I give this footwear. I was inspired by one of my very wonderful mom in the making, and I got this footwear. So it's called Nneka slide, and we have many more in my factory, you know. So I'm also looking to branch into making boots, and you know, all those official, all those boots that the civil defense people use, the army people use, you know, all those boots, camp boots and all that. So, but basically I focus on flat-soled shoes like brogues, like drivers or loafers, as the case may be, monk straps, you know, Chelsea boots, and then I also do flat-soled slippers for men and women, and sandals for men and women.
Let me ask you, what does your family think about this, your idea of enterprise, going into the shoe business?
My family, okay, let me start from my dad. Very wonderful man, I would say. You know, I happen to be his first daughter. We are twins, you know. It's like just like I said earlier, we are twins. You know, he always wanted me to be a medical doctor. You know, I'll get into the school, finish maybe after biochemistry, like I studied, further my studies into study medicine and all that. But as the case may be, after my 100 level, I discovered my passion for footwear making, and I told him about it, and he just needed to see the way. She said, no, my first daughter cannot do this. She has to be a doctor, you know. How can you be this beautiful? You want to be a shoemaker? He doesn't know, it's not possible. You know, he complained, and at first I behaved like I understood, but I honestly didn't understand what he was saying because I knew what I wanted. I went back again and requested to take the sewing machine that's in the house. And he sent me back. He said, no, she go back to school. He sent me to school and not to make shoes. So fast forward to today. My father is my highest marketer as I'm talking to you now. He has brought more than 50 businesses for me to, you know, do. And he's so proud now to introduce me to his friends as a shoemaker. Wow. Then for my mom has been supportive from the beginning, even though it didn't look like it from the beginning. But she was there, you know, even when she felt I was not making the right decision, she was still there. And then she kept believing. My twin brother was always there to, you know, to market online for me. It was now more like a family business. I involved them in everything I was doing. If I'm cutting, everyone is cutting, you know, if I'm coupling, everyone was just there, you know. It was lovely from the beginning. And now my mom, what she calls me is entrepreneur, businesswoman, you know, shoemaker and all that. So it's been a very lovely journey, you know, family-wise. So at the beginning, it was not sweet, but now I think
they believe in it.
Yes.
Yeah, that is great. That is great. So it's a business now. You have your shop, you have your shoes, you have your brand, and people are beginning to make orders so that you're very busy. Tell us a bit. But let's hear about how did you get there? The difficult. Before you go in that, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us and continuing to journey with us as we talk to this wonderful young lady sitting here with me. Jane, two things come out clear: where you came from, how you started, the kind of family reaction and support that you got, but also the fact that it's now beginning to work. You know, it's a winning game. But tell us, how did you acquire the skills?
Okay.
Has it always been easygoing? You know, what were the challenges and so on that you had to deal with?
Okay, about the skill sets. 2015, October to be very precise, I just came back home from school. After the 111 semester was over, I came back home, you know, for the holiday, and I was just walking by, you know, my street, and I saw this shop, or this shoemaking kiosk, because it's not a shop, a proper shop, and I saw some beautiful designs there. I had to walk in there, and I started asking some questions, and even when I moved, you know, away from asking asking about the price, and I started asking about how he produced them and where he got the materials from. I was so intrigued by the whole thing, and being an inquisitive person that I am, I wanted to know everything that day. And then the man moved, you know, further to ask if I wanted to learn. It didn't dawn on me that I could actually learn how to do this, yeah. Even though I had passion for for entrepreneurship and for business, and even though I loved shoes, I could actually learn how to do this and
Make
do it
them
myself.
yourself.
Yes, I was already thinking about the business side to it immediately, you know. And I said, yes, I want to learn how to make these pictures. And he laughed. I said, no, the boy is too much. You will not be able to do this. And I saw it as a challenge. And I told him that I was going to come back with my mom. So I took his phone number and left. I came back the next day. You know, first of all, I went back home and I told my mom. My mom was like, shoemaking. Shoemaking. How? I said, Mommy, don't worry, I'm going to pay for this. I had some spare 20K or 25K. I was thinking of what shoes I'm going to do within that period. I wanted to learn how to drive car very, very well, because I wanted to drive my mom's car up and down. But when I saw that thing, I felt that it was worth the money. So my mom reluctantly followed me with her friend, and we went there the next day. She saw the place, and she wasn't very satisfied, but I convinced her. You know, I was just pushing.
With your enthusiasm and your drive.
Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to use that knowledge of shoemaking to do. Like, I didn't really want to. I just wanted to know how to do it. And
it struck a chord. Something in it resonated with you.
Exactly. And like, just like a joke, we paid, and I said the next day. And that man really drilled me. His name is Y2K. He said, no, don't ask me the reason. Because he said Y2K. He said, year 2000. So 2K is 2000. Year 2000. That was when he started the business. So we call him Y2K. The man, I was his only apprentice at that time. It was not funny. The man didn't even look at the fact that I was a girl. He didn't look at the fact that I was an achepo. He didn't look at the fact that I was just starting. He drilled me for 1 week, and I fell sick. It was not funny, but
it was hard work.
Yes. It was so, oh my God. But at the end of the day, I learned from him for 5 weeks, and I had to go back to school. But what I learned within that 5 weeks was enough to take me through for a long time. I went back to school, and I discovered another shoemaking shop that just opposite my school gates, and I started going there anytime I was free. You know, little by little, the guy was putting me through. I was helping him to do his own work, so I didn't pay him. I was just helping him to do his own work, and he was teaching me, you know, so we were
all the
helping each other.
techniques
Yes.
of actually how the shoes are put together.
And then, of course, I was gaining some other knowledge from YouTube, you know, from social media in general. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning of my journey of learning this process of turning it into a business. So my learning process was between 2015 to 2017. You know, I was learning it in bits because of school.
Jenny, it's been wonderful listening to you. Before I let you go, I'm still going to ask you, please tell us a little bit more. I mean, because as I look at it, I think it's an amazing opportunity. Yeah. What did it take to structure your business? What is the demand like? What are the things that are helping you produce to respond to the demand? I could go on asking so many questions, but tell us a little bit more so that others out there could see whether perhaps this is an area where they could also venture into.
Okay.
And also, as you're discussing that, talk about the investment opportunities. What is this? What do you think? What would you say to people out there?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, to talk about how importantly conversations for change has, impacted in my business managerial skills. From C4C, I got the opportunity to intern with the almighty butter industry for 2 months. Man, it was a wonderful experience. Yes, I must say, very wonderful. I saw wonderful equipment. I saw how 500 to 1,000 projects could be produced in one day. It was a very wonderful experience, and it widened my horizon. Before now, I didn't know how to get my bits together, to form a standard business. But through the knowledge I have gotten from conversations for change, I've been able to gather my bits together. I've been able to have a very strong managerial skill. And also, when we talk about the human resource angle, I've been able to know how to selectively pick the people that I know that I could work with, either as apprentices or as workers, to make sure that everything will come together to form the kind of footwears I have in mind to give my customers to wear. I have currently 8 apprentices, both male and female, of course, not only women, even men. Yes. So I have about 2 females and 6 males. Yes. And among the males, I even have a little boy, a 10-year-old boy. Yes. And now, even my workers, I have 2 workers working for me. The one currently is with me all the time, and then one is the contract staff. So all put together, I have like 10 people under my supervision and under my care when it comes to business. The demand for footwears have really increased because, when we started, it wasn't like this. But when we started reeling out the products that we have, we really made a lot of noise on social media, trying to see how we could increase our sales and increase patronage. So we make lots of footwears and we send them to different states in the country. So we're not limited to FCT Abuja. Anywhere you are in this country, and of course with time outside the country, we send the footwears to you wherever you are. So you just place your order.
Is it expensive to send it to them?
No. We don't add extra cost for sending. We work with some logistics company and we use the exact review price. So we don't add an extra fee, sorry. So talking about the business in general, like the patronage, it has really increased, and I would say that about 60% of my patronizers are middle-aged men, married, probably, that have a family, because they would like to.
You keep the single ones away, eh?
No, that's 60%. 60% more are married men that want to produce for themselves, their wives and their kids, for their family members as a whole. About 20% of them are the single ones, the young boys and the young girls, The rest of the 20% are, should I say, the people that are no longer so young. I don't want to say they're old, but they're not so young anymore, So, but in general, 80% of my patronizers are men, while 20% are women.
Oh, really?
And in this 20%,
Why do you think so?
And in 20%, 10% of them produce for their husbands or their male better halves, I don't know. Then the remaining 10% produce for themselves. The reason why I said so is because I'm a woman, so I'm saying it. Women don't like to patronize handmade footwear as much as men do. They like to buy 5 footwears at 1,000 naira. Or buy 5,000. Than for them to actually bring out some good money to purchase good quality products. Although it's not for every woman, though, but that's just the general idea. Talking about investors and investments as a whole, my business is still very young, is growing even more than I could ever imagine, and is very much open for investors, for partners, for for people who feel that they could make a ton of money out of this. Yes, I'm saying this boldly because this is a very lucrative business. I could have bolted out before now if it was not, because I said earlier I like money and I like to work for my money. So if this business was not lucrative enough to keep me here up to now, this is my 5th year in this business, I would have bolted out maybe a long time ago. So it's open for people who feel that they could invest in shoemaking business, in footwear production business. It's very lucrative. We can use this money to get lots of equipment that will ease the production and also make the production process to be faster and to also get to people more than what it is right now. So it's very much open for investments.
Yeah, she's telling you loud and clear.
Yes.
She's open to people investing and sharing the profits.
Yes.
And indeed creating jobs and work for so many other people out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, great.
You.
We really, really wish you well in that. What would you say to many of the young people out there? What would you...
My fellow young ladies and men, I would really like to say this, right from my heart. I would say that you should just keep pushing. Don't allow the obstacles of life surrounding you to weigh you down, because they will surely come. Those obstacles will surely come. A lot of people around you might not see what you're saying to them. They might not see that thing they're trying to paint for them to see. But once you're very sure that you know where you're going to, once you're very sure that your eyes are focused on that particular thing you want to achieve, my dear friends, my dear young people, please don't lose focus. Just keep going. With time, everyone around you will understand. Everyone around you will, in turn put their hands together to make sure that that place you're going to, you get there faster. But the important thing is that at the beginning, it might not be easy. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm telling you that it wasn't easy for me. But with persistence, or with perseverance, with patience, and with focus, you'll get there. You will surely get there. It's just a matter of time.
I love that. You will get there. I love the confidence. You will surely get there. I'm inspired. I'm sure many, many of you out there are also inspired. Jane, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you, to hear your enthusiasm, to almost physically feel your confidence. And we wish you the very, very best as you continue on this trail. Never give up. We know you won't. And we're looking forward to your creating jobs for many other people, young people out there.
Thank you, Ma.
It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the journey on this particular episode. We can all make it together if we, like Jane, follow our passion and are ready to work and make our dreams come true. I thank you once again for being with us on this exciting journey. And please do be with us again next week as we bring you another inspiring young person. Thank you and goodbye.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. This is where we discuss critical national issues affecting our countrymen and women. And in today's edition, we are going to discuss extensively on the death of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, the country is still mourning. The President, Bola Tinubu, declared 7 days of mourning when the former president, after the former president passed away in a London clinic on the 13th of July. Perhaps the mourning period is ending on Sunday, that is tomorrow. And we keep discussing Buhari, we keep discussing his health, his death, because he occupied a substantial space in the political and military history of our country, Nigeria. I recall that he joined the Nigerian Army at the age of 19 and progressed to become a major general in the Nigerian Army, which is not, which is a very, very great feat for that matter. Then recall also that he became a military head of state and was in 1984, from 1984 to 1985, following the coup of 31st December 1983, which overthrew the democratically elected government of Alhaji Shehu Shagari. But unfortunately, that military regime of Buhari was short-lived relatively, because there was another palace coup in 1985, 27th of August to be precise, which toppled his government and which culminated into the ascendancy of military president Ibrahim Babangida. And Buhari did not stop there. he continued aspiring to be a president of this country under a military, under a civilian administration. He contested for 3 times until 2015, when through a handshake across the western region, across the Niger, he became the president. He was elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. So he bestrode the political turf of this country, the military turf of this country, and his death will remain a very touchy issue in the annals of Nigeria's history. We are discussing that. We are looking at the legacies that he left. Recall that in 2015, before he became the president, he promised 3 cardinal things: to pursue economic revival, to ensure that the country was safe in terms of securing the country. Then he promised also to fight corruption. And how far did he go in the pursuit of these 3 cardinal issues? These are the issues that we are going to look at. And also the issue of medical tourism to United Kingdom. You see our leaders jumping into the airplane to go to the United Kingdom or United States of America, or any other country for that matter, to receive medical treatment, and it's costing us a whole lot of money. So we are going to look at those issues and how these medical tourism is affecting the economy of the country. Then we look at the constitutional review. Constitutional review is ongoing now. The Senate has done its own. The House of Representatives is also going around the zonal the zones, to seek the opinion of Nigerians on which areas of the Constitution should be amended. In fact, this has become an obsession, so to say. This has become a recurring decimal as far as the National Assembly is concerned. So we look at the merits and the demerits of this Constitution review. It doesn't seem as if nothing has come out of the various previous ones they did. And a whole lot of things that we're going to look into today, including also the resignation from the PDP of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. I believe that he resigned to join ADC, where he hopes to contest the presidential election. With me in the studio this afternoon to discuss these issues and more is our regular public affairs analyst, Mr. Martin Hane. Mr. Martin, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Yeah, thank you very much. And another senior colleague is here.
The man with the big cap.
The man with the big cap. I don't know why you're not wearing red today.
No, this for this. Every cap for different occasions.
Thank you. Mr. Christian Madoka, you're welcome to
the
program. My name is Mike Ubani. Let's start with you, Mr. Hane. Where were you when you heard about the death of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, and what was your immediate reaction?
Wow, that's interesting. In fact, I was just in my workplace looking at what is trending online. Then I stumbled onto the news item that the revered former president Muhammadu Buhari, had passed on. I didn't shudder. I wasn't worried because over some time now, the news keep coming up that former President Buhari was dead or is dead and all that. So I wasn't perturbed because quite a few Nigerians, prominent persons, were said to have died, rumored to have died, and at the end of the day, they are still there. So I didn't take it serious. So when somebody muted that to me again, I said, no, until there is an official confirmation. So until when I got an official confirmation, I say, wow. Because I know death is the way of all matters. So I sympathize with the family. I commiserate with the Nigerian people that a man like you rightly stated, who has bestrode the landscape, political and military landscape of Nigeria. And of course, I've been a leader for over a decade, from the military era to the civilian 8 years. So I commiserate with the family, and dying at that ripe age also. The Bible says that the days of our life, days of our life is 70, and if by strength they are 80, then they pass away like a watch at night. Yeah. So I sympathize with the family, and then I wish him that his soul will rest in peace. Just like we do, we cannot bemoan the dead, yes, or begrudge the dead. Yes. No matter if even when there are controversies surrounding their existence, that is left for God to judge, because He is the ultimate judge.
Gentlemen, I was fascinated by the promises that the departed general, the departed president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. I was fascinated by the promises that he made in 2014, leading to the election of 2015. The promise that he made that he was going to eradicate poverty, revive the economy, he was going to fight corruption, he was going to ensure that Nigeria was secured. Boko Haram had been harassing most of the villages in the northeastern states, especially Borno State. And here, an army general, and some of us, welcomed his, aspiration to become the president, because we thought that he had a magic wand. 8 years down the line as president, 4 years, apiece. Ms. Batuka, what do you think he achieved in the area of security? Were we better in 2023 when he left office than we were in 2015 or 2014, now going down?
Borrowing from you, say he came with magic wand. And since it's magic, magic can fail. Because somebody who is a good magician, there are times you do abracadabra, and the result is zero. You want to cover it up. So you narrowed it down so that I can chew on security. He came with all the effort he put together as the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. There was not much we felt on the level of what can be called achievement when it comes to security, especially when it comes to terrorism and banditry. Instead of, with his coming, like what the Igbo say, when people heard the former general is coming, and so many things that made us a lot of believe in him to come. People were like, he's going to come, he will have, like you said, that expectation magic wand. But unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be so. In that particular aspect, I would say that late Major General Muhammadu Buhari scored very low when it comes to fighting insurgency, fighting banditry, fighting. But there are so many things that keep coming up, and people were saying, one of his cousins who followed him and was his ally, that manages his government too, was saying, recently quoted in newspaper, that people exploited his weakness. Mamandara said people exploited, those are things we call medicine after death. Okay, you were there as a strong man who was managing him, and nobody, he didn't come asking Nigeria to vote for him as a weak man. And nobody in his right senses would have looked at Major General Muhammad Buhari to the face and call him a weak man. So at what point did he become weak? They just fall short of telling you that Nigeria is a complex society until we tell ourselves the truth. Because even smuggling documents is also part of our insincerity. And making, remember the story of Esau and Jacob, how their father was really weak, and then somebody came and answered the name of the brother and took blessing. And some people manipulated it, and they were there. Their mother manipulated when the junior.
Yeah.
So somebody who is manipulating that should not stay back, and they were giving it to Buhari. You see, the date of Buhari is supposed to be a call to order to people in power, and it's supposed to be something we look as a case study, to look at where we are failing to change and what we did right to replicate. Instead of all this wasting time talking from here to here and not looking at the right thing, what happened in the past continue to happen in the recent past. You asked me a specific question about General Muhammad Buhari's performance with security. If you ask me, if I score it over 100, it was less than 20%. I'm sorry. It's my own scoring. So scoring General Muhammad Buhari and his security performance according to Chris Maduka, that's my score. And then, of course, if we are so many panels who are scoring, we aggregate the percentage we give him or the scores, and let's see whether he will pass at the end of the day.
Yeah, I do think that they had any impediment, any handicap, because the story that we continue to hear is that while even before he became the president, and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic, there was a time, these terrorists, terrorists invaded a state, I think Borno State, and nobody knew what to do, but he took up arms. I mean, he got soldiers, took up arms, went there, drove those insurgents out of Nigeria. Do you think, as a president, there was a handicap, there was a reason why he couldn't do those things? That, remember, he fought the Civil War too.
Yeah.
So he was grounded in military strategy.
Given,
So he wasn't a greenhorn in the military.
Yeah, what you said.
Do you think there's something,
There's something you are trying to, just don't worry, Rodriguez. Let me help you. He was saying that former head of state of Nigeria, Abacha, General Abacha said, if insurgency continues after 24 hours in a country like Nigeria, the government in power has a hand in it. You know what what makes you a strong man is to stand on a point of righteousness, no matter whose ox is God. But when the Nigeria, at the point that Muhammad Buhari was being splitted and were divided on ethnic lines more than ever since the independence of Nigeria, then there's something suspicious, because there were religious and ethnic colorations to some of the things that began to happen. Now, when he either because somebody said his weakness or because he had interest, he did not hit it with kid glove, with the iron hand. They need to handle it. And it grew into something that even Katsina State, where it's coming from, were attacked several times by bandits. And a lot of people were killed. So you see, when the Bible said, don't spare the rod and spoil the child, that was some of things that we are saying that may have happened during his time as President of the Republic of Nigeria in fighting insecurity. Some of things he did not. He spared the child, the rod, and they spoiled the child. Yeah. And now it has festered into a most full-blown. And some people were benefiting from such, whatever has become the weakness in handling at that time, because we get to a point where military budget was, wow. So it became a lot of interest. Some people were saying it became a business. Yeah. So even the security apparatus of Nigeria some of them, because of controlling large budget, were also becoming suspect. Is it that they have turned it into a blood or money trade and all that?
Former President Muhammad Buhari has come and gone. Some said he has done his best, and it appears his best doesn't seem to be the best for us. And as it stands today, we will continue living with this issue of insecurity. You did say that instead of ebbing, the insecurity in the country has increased by leaps and bounds. And therefore, we are just hoping that the incumbent, the sitting president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will do something concrete, to ensure that the insurgency that we are witnessing in our country is reduced to the barest minimum going forward. But we cannot just leave Buhari, discussing Buhari, because there were three cardinal issues that he promised that he was going to achieve, in the course of his administration. We have just treated one: security. Mr. Martin, coming to corruption, you recall that when he became military head of state, Buhari became military head of state, he threw many politicians into prison, including late Dr. Alex Ekwueme. Even Shagari was arrested for a while but released. So he dealt massively, without looking back, on alleged corrupt politicians. You recall that Jim Wobdo, who was governor of old Anambra State, he was jailed for 20 years.
When you wasted 522 years to run concurrently, that's 525 years. That was what he got. And they said it was the first time we heard about the jail time running concurrently. I don't know what I mean, but I said Martin has a flaw.
So like I said, I had high hopes that he's coming to deal again with these politics. But how do you evaluate his fight against corruption in the 8 years that he was president?
Well, just like you pointed out, Buhari rode on the mantra of integrity, a strong man who hated corruption. I was quite younger when he came to power, Buhari Diamond regime, 83. And then we learned that those days you couldn't be in a bus and you fling your waist out of the bus. That the fear of YAI men,
war against indiscipline
men, wouldn't even allow you to dare that. So I was actually excited when I heard that a disciplinarian was coming to lead the country with the possibility of a renewed mandate, of course, which he later got for 8 years. So, but I was totally disappointed that nothing changed. Nigerians were behaving the way they were behaving. Padding of budget was the order of the day. The people who are anti-corruption agents were actually corrupt themselves. They were looting and relooting, recovering loot and relooting loot. There was no serious effort to stop public embezzlement of public funds. In fact, there was rather a heightened effort to rape the country and then deprive Nigerians of the infrastructural development that would have come out of this annual budgeting. In fact, it became like an annual ritual where nothing comes out of it at the end of the day. Most of the programs that were budgeted for, nothing came out of it. The roads were still in shambles. The educational sector were still there. Nothing new happened. So I would tie all the deficit in development that we had for those 8 years under corruption. Because there was nothing tangible on ground. They said body language, you had this body language. The body language achieved nothing except for those who are outsiders. But for those who are initiated, who are members of the cabal, nothing changed. There was no fear on the governors from, being free from corruption. So, because it is, there are people say when the mother goat is eating, chewing cud, the baby also watches to see how the mother does it. So, as far as I'm concerned, it was corruption heightened, and it was obvious in the hospitals, obvious in our schools, obvious in the education sector. Of course, their children will always go overseas to study. Of course, they will always go overseas to get medical attention. Of course, they will always go overseas for tourism. Not even as tourism sector was developed, not even an agriculture sector, nothing tangible was done within the 2 years. If you go into the economy, it's still the same thing. Dollar, he met it at 190 something, and dollar, he left it at 900 and something. Then this current administration took it from 900 and something to $1 to 1,600 and 500 or about. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nigerians were disappointed that the strong man that we expected would do something. And that is also being likened to the current president of Kenya, Ruto. Ruto had this kind of massive support. Like, the only person that has it in Nigeria currently is P2B, someone who is attuned with the people. Ruto rode on that kind of popularity to gain power. But today, there is so much crisis in Kenya due to economic policies, taxation, and all that. Even as we speak, a lot of persons have died in Kenya, just like they died in Nigeria in the 80s. And the polarization, just to dive into what my brother Chief Madukas explained, the polarization of the country along ethnic lines got to the peak under former President Muhammadu Buhari. There is a particular section of the country was seen as a dot in a circle that didn't vote for him and therefore shouldn't expect anything from him. And he treated them like a trash. All the appointments were lopsided. It was either Fulani, Hausa, or nothing. A few to the west, a few to the south. So that's not how a country should be governed, by persons who want their memory to be etched in the sands of time. So I want to say that while we mourn him, because Nigeria is still 4 days into the mourning or so, but it's good to tell the truth. And people say if you want to talk to the big man, you can use a basket and cover your face and tell him the truth. The truth needs to be told. Those who are living needs to know that they will die one day. And what do they want to carry Nigeria to their grave? The billions of naira they've spent, the looted treasury of the country that would have... I feel so pained that people will go over to UK in a place called London Clinic and spend billions of naira. The same Buhari was having his medical attention there. And does it mean that after 8 years of budgeting billions, including the one they budgeted for Aso Rock Medical Hospital, if you still remember, there was this heavy budgeting that was really controversial that a standard teaching hospital in Nigeria couldn't get under him. But Aso Rock Clinic got it. At the end of the day, Aso Rock Clinic couldn't get qualified doctors, no competent medics, no standard equipment, no 21st century equipment that could treat our dear president. What are they treating? So the point remains that corruption was really at its peak under
Buhari.
And so many of the numbers were really negative.
Yes.
So.
Yes. I'm just wondering, was it that he was ignorant or he didn't know what to do? And was it that he didn't know what to do, or that he knew what to do but didn't have the capacity to do that? Because don't forget that he kept telling us that he was inhibited by the nuances that you find in democracy, whereby if you catch a thief today, if a policeman catches a thief today, you go through the judicial legal process, and it takes a whole long time for that particular suspect to be dealt with. Don't you think
he was inhibited by democracy?
He was inhibited by the demands of justice, bureaucracy,
Yeah.
as it were.
Let me just.
And of course, you remember also that while he was his first tenure, he had a majority in the National Assembly.
That's exactly what
he
I
had
want
a
to
majority in between 2019 and 2023 when he left.
That's exactly what I'm saying. There was, for us Nigerians, there was no handicap. He wasn't handicapped by bureaucracy. After all, the National Assembly leadership, he got all that he desired. Even the appointment into the judiciary, he got all that. So what stopped him from doing what he wanted to do? I quite agree. There is a possibility that while he was military president, he had that military power and all that latitude.
That's
to
degree.
do, yeah, to do whatever we want to decree and create state and do all that and do discipline and all that. But then, when he became president, everybody expected that with democracy, he could have done better because he had the National Assembly. He romanced very well with them. He appointed one chief judge then, I've forgotten his name, that, throughout his tenure. So what am I trying to say? And he had all the Hausa Fulani, did all that appointment around him. So I believe that he lacked the political will. And that was why he wasn't coming straight to tell Nigerians what he wanted to say. You kept hearing, oh, body language says this, so let's do this. Body language doesn't say this. If the president doesn't shake you, it means he doesn't like you. If the president shakes you, it means even if you are corrupt, there is nothing that will happen. So he had the opportunity to sack ministers, appoint new ones, get technocrats into, they'll bring in a mix of technocrat politicians into the Federal Executive Council. But then, nothing happened. So I believe it was a deliberate effort to punish Nigerians. That's what we got under his presidency.
Gentlemen, we'll continue.
Because he had all that he needed to do.
We'll continue to talk about the departed president, but we cannot, stop at this point in time without looking at his economic performance in the 8 years that he was, our president. Are you better off now, Mr. Madoka? The economic stuff that you were in 2015. And that will tell the scale, rather demonstrate the scale of his economic.
I think he was even better.
Are you better?
He was better than under Buhari.
You know why, sir?
How much was he buying fuel?
That's what.
So let's start from the one that touches
the incumbent president of Federal Republic of Nigeria in public spaces said he's carrying on with the legacy of Buhari. And people were like, one of the things was when he brought back the national anthem, I said, okay, if you want to take us back to old national anthem, take us back the old good days. People are saying the old good days. System. Yeah. Now, if you are talking about the economic policies of Buhari was conservative. He didn't take risks. It was like, let's just manage on. And he was, you can see the pattern of his life reflected in our economy. Even when it's getting bad, he stood on his ground not to touch his fuel subsidy, no matter the pressure. Because he had been in minister of, remember he was one time minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. And then even as president, he was still substantial minister of oil and gas, even as a double portfolio is holding. And he lived his life in that sector for a long time, and then so he resisted that urge to remove subsidy. Remember his own time, they call him the president of the masses. There's this language they call in a Hausa language. You almost call him the man of the ulamas. That's the Richard of the earth. He lives and he comes around. He visits his community Daura more than anybody who has been in top position from that community. He almost comes every weekend, and he entertains people. His house is home for all. So he's in touch with what removing of oil subsidy will do to the life of all those people. He comes every weekend to see. So in that regard, he was saying no matter what price Nigeria is paying, he won't do that. Economically, as for us as Nigerians, what we feel firsthand, Buhari did not remove oil subsidy because of that. That's part of, so you can't talk about these economic policies without thinking about that, because the single removal of our economic oil subsidy by the present government, you know, the ricochet of the multiplier effect he had up to now, like my brother said, what he was still crying and shouting about it. So, you know, still pressing down on us, and we are shouting, allow us to breathe. And that breathing we have not had. So with that, if that alone, because it's not all that we said, it's good also that our approach to the life and times of General Buhari is being picked in bits, so that we don't just put them in one pack and then pass it on. He performed well in the only thing that when you're scoring where he performed well, where he performed, probably
Are you scoring him 50% on the economy?
The economy, he gets up to 50%.
Okay.
Because at least when it's simple knowledge of economics and commerce tells you, any money you did not spend, you saved it. So he's the kind of person, in as much as he was like the case of monkey, hugging, having his children at the back, and he's jumping up, and all of them were picking Oto, the fruits, and they're eating. So he can stay, but you look at him, you can't say. People went to bury him in his house, his own house, and they saw all he owned. You can't put it that he's a corrupt Nigerian politician. When he declared his assets, he declared he had 150 cows. And if it was what he was turning around, and then probably when you are saying herdsmen, farmers clashes, he will want to say, I know. When you take the problem, he say, I know. He didn't act much on that. So that is on security and insecurity. But on economy, what he didn't spend, he saved. But he didn't also take risk of, because he was being very careful. He was slow and quiet in his way approach to things. So he didn't allow people, the economists and the IMF, the World Bank, to bamboozle him into. His borrowing wasn't compared to what we have now, because when they took him, you look at what our foreign reserve was. At least if he didn't, our foreign reserve, if he spent it, he didn't borrow more to make it worse. So he was being conservative with his economic policy.
Yeah, being conservative. Did the country as an entity, did we benefit from his approach to economic issues? I mean, for instance, he didn't remove the oil subsidy, which was expected to do, which a lot of people expected him to do because of the corruption inherent in the oil subsidy.
Yeah, he didn't. But he changed the color of our naira. He changed the currency at the later
So how
part.
did it affect
But
the economic, the production frontier level of the country? Because I do remember that before he became president in 2015, in 2014, running to 2015 when he was elected president, he kept talking about Nigerian Airways is not functioning, Nigerian Shipping Line is not functioning, you know, and all that. So many other government-owned corporations that could, you know, if they were functioning at that time, could breathe life into the economy. And when he became president, we didn't see him reviving those moribund, you know, companies.
At the point he came, they've already sold them off by BPE, has already sold off all those companies that were supposed to be public. And the few that were left, you know, we didn't see him as taking, that's why I'm saying, we didn't see him as being proactive with economic policies. He just was quietly living on whatever he inherited. Whether it was getting worse, even until they pushed him into reprinting of Naira and all that, and the mass, you know, suffering that followed it and the effect of it.
Did we benefit as a country, given his style of economic leadership, his approach to economic issues? Did the country benefit?
The benefits were not like what you can't put it and said yes, we benefited so well that like he said, you know, he was just in between. He was in between, and the struggle to break even the break even, we didn't say we broke even economically under Buhari, but he did not like take some risk like the present ones are taking. But before you come into power, he said you remove subsidy, and he didn't quite do that. No matter what, because he knew right from time, having lived with most of his life in the oil and gas sector, he knew what subsidy can be. And as far as he believes in himself, he doesn't think he have what it takes to cushion the effect he will have in Nigeria. So he said, instead of making it worse, let me leave it as it is. And he lived his life and his
Stanley, you wanted to say something?
Just to add that, the over-bloated, what do they call it? Public expenditure, many ministers, many estates, many 360 legislatures